A massive weapon cuts through the air, slicing clean through the sky like a hot knife through butter. The battle is finally over. The snowy field is a complete mess of blood and corpses. Is he dead? Our main guy asks, gasping for breath. The old grandmaster behind him can barely keep his eyes open, and from the look on his face, the news isn't great. With every heavy step on the crimson snow, the sheer scale of their victory finally starts to sink in. The Lust cult was a literal plague on the land, forcing the orthodox and unorthodox factions to team up just to survive. Our guy Yeon Hojeong sits on a throne of cracked earth, completely covered in blood. He can feel his own life force rapidly slipping away. He clutches his chest, holding his remaining energy together by a thread. The two leaders exchange their final respectful words after a lifetime of trying to kill each other. Hojeong was the legendary Black Emperor, the absolute peak of the unorthodox faction. But the old man has one last question before they both kick the bucket. Why did a kid born into a prestigious Orthodox family choose to become the king of the dark side? Hojeong just sighs. It's not some deep poetic story. That's just how things turned out. With less than 8 minutes left on his life clock, he promises to watch the old man go first. But a shadow moves behind the rocks. Suddenly, a purple light flashes, and Hojeong gets stabbed straight through his chest. A cowhair needle, a dirty, poisoned assassin's tool. The traitor, Tong Quan, steps out of the dark, smiling like a rat who just won the lottery. The old man coughs up blood, unable to stop the betrayal. Hojeong falls to the ice, absolutely furious that he survived a war just to get taken out by a weapon smaller than his assassin's IQ. As his consciousness fades, his mind flashes back 26 years to the day his entire world collapsed. His father died, his siblings were slaughtered, and he was left completely alone under the heavens. He climbed his way up the unorthodox ranks with his bare hands just to survive, and in the end, it was all for nothing. But wait, why does heaven sound like an old man chanting scriptures? He opens his eyes and sees a high priest performing ancestral rites. Is this a dream? Or is his brain finally short-circuiting from the poison? Suddenly, someone pokes his leg. A kid whispers at him to sit down before their father catches him. Hojeong turns his head and freezes. Jipyong? He launches forward, pulling his little brother into a tight, desperate embrace. Jipyong is completely weirded out, looking like his brother just got a lobotomy or joined a pyramid scheme, because Jipyong died more than 20 years ago. Then, a booming, majestic voice cuts through the air. Hojeong spins around, his heart stopping. It's his father, standing there, alive, looking like an absolute unit. Hojeong drops Jipyong and moves before his brain can even process the logic. His feet move with the instinct of a seasoned combat god, charging straight at the patriarch of the family. He grabs his father's wrist, forcibly checking his pulse to see if this is real. His father doesn't even flinch, instantly shutting down the attack with a grip of pure steel. Hojeong falls to his knees, not from pain, but from sheer shock. The pulse is warm, strong, real, but causing a scene during ancestral rites is a major L. His father orders him to spend 3 days in the ancestral home, repenting. The old man looks at him with a mix of anger and deep concern. Hojeong just stares back and quietly nods. Yes, father. He stands in the middle of the courtyard, his head absolutely spinning. His hands are smooth. The scars, the calluses, the poison needle wound, they're all completely gone. He has actually returned to the past. He is back with the Green Mountain Yeon clan. He walks up the stone steps of the ancestral home. The massive wooden doors slam shut behind him. 3 days of fasting, huh? His father is still as merciless as ever. He throws himself onto the floor. Trying to find logic in time travel is a waste of time. He stares up at the wooden ceiling, but then a terrifying realization hits him. How old is he right now? 18? 19? Based on the autumn leaves and his brother's height, this is exactly 26 years ago, which means the timer has already started. In less than a year and a half, his entire clan will be burned to the ground. He bolts upright. He doesn't have a single second to lay down and relax. Suddenly, the doors slide open. It's Jipyong, standing there looking like a thief in the night. Brother, are you going somewhere? Hojeong is temporarily stunned by his brother's voice. He asks the kid why he's here when he's supposed to be under strict punishment. Jipyong reaches into his robes, rummaging around with a mischievous smile. Ta-da! I brought you food! He presents 3 warm, freshly made rice balls. Hojeong looks at the rice, his chest tightening. In a year and a half, this sweet kid will be a corpse. Jipyong begs him to eat quickly before their father finds out. Hojeong turns away, his eyes narrowing with a dark, intense focus. In his past life, his father died defending the clan from the main villain's sword. The rest of the family was systematically slaughtered in the flames. Hojeong clenches his fist. Don't make me laugh. He pulls Jipyong into a tight embrace, swearing a silent, terrifying oath. No matter who the villain is, even if it's the legendary red-haired monster with the giant axe, he will slaughter every single one of them before they can even touch his family. 3 days later, the heavy wooden doors fly open. Hojiang steps out into the sunlight, his posture completely different from the weak teenager who walked in. Servants bow deeply as he walks through the corridors, greeting him with nervous respect. But as he approaches the patriarch's residence, 2 massive guards block the entrance. They salute, asking him what brings him to his father's quarters. "To see my father," Hojiang says flatly. "Did the patriarch send for you?" the guard asks. "No," Hojiang replies. The guard steps forward, putting a hand on his weapon. "In that case, you may not enter." Hojiang's eyes turn ice cold. "I'm in a hurry." The guard crosses his spear. "Strict orders. Nobody enters until noon." Hojiang sighs. "Then tell him something for me. Is that possible?" The guard nods. "Tell him that I'll learn the true Azure Silk technique in advance." The guard's brain instantly short-circuits. "Did you say the true Azure Silk technique?" "That's right," Hojiang says calmly. "Tell him I'm leaving." He turns around, his dark robe swirling around him. He walks away, leaving a trail of absolute confusion behind him. The true Azure Silk technique is one of the 5 ultimate martial arts of the Yeon clan. The guards stare at each other. Is the young master insane? There's no way. He hasn't even succeeded with the flying swallow method yet! Suddenly, Jipyong runs up, waving his hands and smiling like a golden retriever. Hojiang watches him approach. In his past life, Hojiang absolutely despised his younger brother, because Jipyong's talent was unprecedented and their father only ever talked about Jipyong. So, out of petty, childish pride, Hojiang had treated him like he didn't exist. Jipyong runs alongside him, complaining that starving someone for 3 days is way too harsh. He looks up, deeply worried. "Are you not hungry? Should I bring you some food?" Hojiang stops. He stares at his brother's pure, innocent eyes. Jipyong babbles about a restaurant he found, but stops when Hojiang calls his name. The kid gulps, expecting the usual cold shoulder or a harsh lecture. "I'm sorry," Hojiang says softly. Jipyong's face completely freezes. "I was a petty, childish bastard. I was jealous of your talent, and I let my stupid pride get in the way. I'm sorry, Jipyong. It won't happen again." Jipyong is completely speechless, his eyes widening to the size of saucers. Tears start welling up, spilling over his cheeks. His brother has changed. He doesn't hate him anymore. The kid literally starts sobbing right there in the middle of the path. Hojiang lets out a soft, genuine smile. They walk out of the estate together, the heavy weight of a lifetime of regret finally lifting from Hojiang's shoulders. The guards watch them from the gates, completely dumbfounded. "The young master is acting strange again." They arrive at the Old Sunny Kitchen, a beautiful, multi-story restaurant built right on a scenic lake. Jipyong is happily stuffing his face with fish when he suddenly stops. "But brother, your flying swallow key feels different. More lively?" Hojiang raises an eyebrow. "You can actually tell?" Jipyong nods, his mouth full of food. "Your key seems to be slightly ahead of your body when you walk." Hojiang takes a slow sip of tea. For 3 days in that shrine, he wasn't just praying, he was practicing the flying swallow method. But he wasn't doing it the standard way. He was forcibly drawing out his innate ki, realigning his blood vessels, meridians, and dantian. It was an incredibly dangerous plan because his physical body had regressed to a much weaker state. He had to endure pure, unadulterated hell to force the energy to flow. "This isn't easy," he had growled, sweat pouring down his face as his body nearly tore itself apart. Jipyong processes this. "But brother's flying swallow method should only be at 7 stars. Then could it be?" "That's right," Hojiang says smoothly. "I've mastered it." Jipyong slams his hands on the table, standing up in pure excitement. "Congratulations, brother! That's insane!" Hojiang looks at him, deeply impressed. To notice such a subtle change in his gait, Jipyong's talent is honestly terrifying. Suddenly, Jipyong looks toward the balcony. He senses a familiar key. There are 3 of them, and one of them is at a considerable stage. Jipyong runs off to greet them, leaving Hojiang at the table. But as the kid runs out, he accidentally bumps straight into someone's chest. He looks up, and his smile immediately vanishes. He bows deeply, apologizing for the collision, but the group completely ignores him. One of the guys is trying to play tour guide to the girl in the center. It's Namgung Sanghwa, the young mistress of the prestigious Namgung clan, and she looks like she'd rather be anywhere else. Jipyong tries to be polite, pointing back to their table. "I'm speaking with my brother right now." Hojiang sits calmly, taking a slow sip of his drink, his purple eyes tracking every movement. The guy, Lee Junghak, keeps trying to flirt with Sanghwa, suggesting she try the local fish dishes. Jipyong walks back over, trying to introduce them. "I thought I should introduce you to my older brother." Hojiang stands and performs a polite traditional greeting. "I'm Yeon Hojiang." Lee Junghak starts to respond, but Sanghwa cuts him off. Did you seriously bring me here just for the scenery? The flunkies immediately panic, ordering the waiter to hurry up and bring the best dishes. Sanghwa glances at Hojang's table and sneers. You call that a dish? Jipyong sits back down, his head low, feeling incredibly embarrassed. Sorry, brother. I shouldn't have told you to come here. Hojiong looks at his little brother's defeated expression. He lets out a warm, reassuring smile. Jipyong, to celebrate my success, why not buy me a congratulatory drink? The peaceful atmosphere of the lake is instantly shattered. Sanghwa slams the table, screaming at the top of her lungs. How dare you preach to me? Are you talking about those insects? Or them? She laughs mockingly. The Green Mountain Yeon clan? Prestigious? Since when did the Namgung clan acknowledge that scrappy little family? Hojang's smile slowly fades. This is souring the alcohol. Jipyong's chair screeches against the floor as he stands up. Hojang's eyes narrow. Jipyong is shaking with rage, looking straight at Sanghwa. Jipyong? Hojang asks. The kid is sweet, but nobody insults his brother or his clan and gets away with it. The dragon is about to wake up. Namgung Sanghwa looks back like she cannot believe an actual human insect is raising its voice at her. Jipyong points out her abusive language and constant insults, his voice shaking with pure rage. He asks her straight up if these trashy manners are what they teach over at the Great Namgung clan, and she just starts laughing. She literally starts wheezing, clutching her stomach like Jipyong just delivered the funniest stand-up routine of the century. She tells him that if he is not part of the great clans, then he simply was not educated well. Then, without warning, she slams her fist down and shatters her entire wooden table into splinters. The whole restaurant goes dead silent as the debris settles. This is a clear threat of violence, and in the murim, that means the talking phase is officially over. Sanghwa smiles like a classic villain and says she needs to cut Jipyong open to check his guts. But before things can escalate, Hojang finally stands up, calls out his brother's name, and walks past her like she is not even there. Hojang looks at Jipyong and tells him not to waste his time on people like this, because trash like them can easily be fixed after you beat them up. Sanghwa's smile instantly freezes as she hears herself get called trash. Hojang casually points his finger at Lee Junghak, the fawning sidekick standing in the back, and orders him to make his boss kneel down right now. Junghak is completely stunned, but before he can even process the command, Sanghwa turns around and hits him with a brutal backhand that sends him spinning. She is absolutely furious, asking Junghak if he wants her to make sure his family gets banned from living in the Anhui territory for his cowardice. Junghak wipes the blood from his mouth, trembling in pure fear. He realizes his entire life is ruined if he does not act, so he turns back to Hojang and tells him to just hurry up and kneel. But the second Junghak steps forward, Hojang moves like a shadow. His hand moves faster than the eye can follow, grabbing Junghak's face in a brutal vice grip. The pure physical pressure is insane. Junghak is shaking, unable to breathe as Hojang stares down at him with cold, murderous eyes. Hojang does not even use a weapon. He just slams Junghak's head directly into the hard floor, the sheer impact shaking the entire dining hall. Junghak bounces off the wood, his nose shattered and teeth flying as he is completely turned inside out by a single, casual strike. He collapses onto the carpet, drooling and crying in a pathetic heap right at Hojang's feet. Sanghwa stares in absolute shock. The arrogant young master she brought as muscle was just deleted in under 2 seconds. She loses her mind, calling Hojang vermin as she leaps into the air to launch a high-altitude strike. Hojang just stands there, perfectly calm, which makes her panic even more. She realizes he is planning to block her elite heavenly wind palm with his bare hands. She screams as she hopes his shoulder dislocates and his arm breaks as she swings down with all her internal energy. But our guy has the combat instincts of a literal god. He guides her palm past his chest, lets the wind pressure slide off, and catches her arm in a perfect lock. Sanghwa's face turns pale as she realizes her elite clear sky ki has been completely cut off by a simple touch. She tries to scream, but the sound of her bones snapping echoes through the room. Hojang does not care about her noble status. He delivers a brutal kick directly to her knee, bending it in a direction knees are never supposed to go. She collapses to the floor, clutching her shattered arm and leg, screaming in pure, unadulterated agony. The haughty princess of the Namgung clan is now crying on the floor like a child. This is where the narrator has to remind you who this man actually is. In his past life, the Black Emperor did not care if you were a noble or a peasant. If you threatened him, he did not stop until you were completely disassembled. Sanghwa is trembling, backing away on the floor as Hojang steps closer. That was the absolute rule of the unorthodox faction, and it seems our guy has brought those exact same customer service skills into his new life. Sanghwa is sobbing, red-faced and humiliated, asking him if he really thinks his small-time clan will survive after what he just did to her. She screams at the top of her lungs that she will make sure the entire Green Mountain Yeon clan is completely wiped off the face of the earth, and that is the exact moment she makes a fatal mistake. Hojong's entire aura drops to absolute zero. He bends down, grabs her by her collar, and looks her dead in the eye. He asks her, with a terrifyingly calm smile, how exactly she plans to do that. He wants a step-by-step plan on how she intends to kill his family. Jipyong is standing in the back, totally frozen. He has never seen his brother look like a literal demon before. Sanghwa is stuttering, stammering about her clan's power, but Hojong is already done listening. He kicks a broken wooden chair leg up into his hand. He catches the heavy splintered piece of wood like a spear, his grip tightening as the air in the room turns freezing cold. He tells her that since she wants to destroy his family, that gives him all the reason he needs to kill her and bury her body right here. After all, if she is dead, her clan will never know who did it. Right? Sanghwa looks at the sharp wooden point hovering over her throat and finally realizes she is dealing with a genuine monster. She tries to beg for her life, but Hojong swings the wooden stake down without a single shred of hesitation, her terrified scream echoing through the dark restaurant as the scene cuts to black. Chapter 4. The next morning. The birds are chirping, the bamboo leaves are falling, and the restaurant drama has officially made its way back home. We are inside the main hall of the Green Mountain Yeon clan. The guards are standing stiffly as Patriarch Yeon drinks his tea in absolute silence. He lowers his cup and demands an explanation. Hojong, sitting across from him, casually says they just had a slight disagreement over a mutual conflict. The Patriarch's face goes incredibly stern. He tells his son that is definitely not what he asked for. Jipyong is sitting right in the middle, looking like a kid who just got caught breaking a window with a baseball. The tension in this room is heavy enough to crush a man. Jipyong gulps, sweating profusely under his father's intense gaze. The patriarch slams his cup down. He points out that the young master of the Lee clan had his face completely ruined, while the daughter of the Namgung clan had her arm and leg shattered. He says her internal and external injuries are so severe that the doctors estimate it will take at least 6 months of bed rest for her to even stand up again. Hojong does not even flinch. He explains that those two displayed clear killing intent and demanded they grovel, so leaving was not an option. He asks his father if they were just supposed to take the hit. Then, Hojong drops a massive question. He asks if the Yeon clan is truly considered one of the 7 great clans of the Murim. The patriarch looks up, visibly taken aback by the sudden question. Hojong points out that the Namgung girl did not show a single ounce of respect for their family name. She treated them like garbage, so he treated her like garbage. It is simple math. The patriarch is quiet for a moment, but then he tells Hojong that even if he did nothing wrong, acting with such absolute brutality is not the orthodox way. Hojong stands up and walks out of the hall, thinking about how his father believes the orthodox way is the only path. Once he is outside, Hojong scratches his head. He realizes that after living as the Black Emperor of the unorthodox faction for 30 years, his default setting for dealing with annoying people is still permanent removal. He might need to tone it down. But more importantly, he realizes he completely forgot to ask his father for permission to learn the true Azure Silk technique. If he asks now, his dad will probably lock him up again. Meanwhile, we cut over to the massive, ultra-luxurious estate of the Namgung clan. The clan's personal doctors are wrapping up Sanghwa's heavily bandaged body. She is lying on the table, looking completely lifeless. The heavy sliding doors open and Patriarch Namgung In steps into the medical room, his presence instantly commanding the entire space. He looks down at his daughter and asks the doctor about her current physical condition. The doctor bows and says her physical wounds will eventually heal in about 6 months, but the real issue is the damage to her mind. He explains that her ego was so thoroughly crushed by the absolute terror of the beatdown that her mental state has completely shattered. She has developed severe PTSD from just looking at our guy. The patriarch stares at his broken daughter in deep silence, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Just then, a young man enters the room. This is Namgung Hyun, the second son of the clan and Sanghwa's older brother. He bows and calls out to his father, his face showing a mix of worry and cold calculation. Patriarch Namgung In turns to his son and asks him what he thinks about this entire situation. Hyun says it is clear she was injured severely, but he notes that maybe this experience will teach her some humility. He says Sanghwa was too arrogant and needed to learn that the world is a dangerous place, but then his eyes go completely cold. He says that while she might have learned a valuable lesson, there is absolutely no reason for their supreme clan to forgive a random thug who laid hands on them. He points out that the culprit is from the Yeon clan, a family with barely 50 years of history. They are basically new money compared to the ancient Namgung dynasty. He asks his father if they are really going to let this slide. The patriarch turns away, his face cast in shadow. He says, of course they are not letting it go. But he explains that as the head of the family, he cannot just start a literal war over a squabble between kids. That would make them look desperate. Hyon smiles, understanding his father's logic perfectly. He knows his father is a politician first and a martial artist second. The patriarch says they do not need to rush. The thug who did this will be dealt with quietly, at a time and place of their choosing to avoid any public scandal. Hyon's smile turns incredibly devious. He asks his father when this year's gathering of successors is scheduled to take place. We cut back to the Yeon clan at night. Jipyong's eyes go wide as his father delivers some major news. The patriarch explains that the Gathering of Successors is a prestigious festival where the next generation disciples of the 7 great clans meet up to build connections. He hands Jipyong the official entry permit and tells him he is going to represent the family, accompanied by the elite Blue Operations Squad. Jipyong looks completely terrified. He realizes he is being sent into a high-stakes political snake pit all by himself. He nervously asks his father if it wouldn't be much better if his incredibly strong older brother went in his place. The patriarch turns his back, staying quiet for a long moment. He slowly speaks, telling Jipyong that his older brother is simply too dangerous to be let out in public right now. He asks Jipyong if he has noticed how much Hojong has changed over the past few days. He says it is almost as if his eldest son has become a completely different person, possessing a cold, ruthless energy that does not belong to an 18-year-old. Meanwhile, out in the dark bamboo forest, we see a figure moving like a hurricane through the trees. It is Hojong. He is sweating, panting heavily as he swings a massive solid iron rod through the air. He spins and strikes, his form perfect, but his face is filled with pure frustration. He thrusts the heavy bar forward, but his weak, unrefined muscles start to tremble and give out under the strain. He looks at his bleeding, blistered hands in disgust. He realizes that a 20 June iron rod is still his absolute physical limit. In his past life, he swung a massive battle axe that could cleave mountains, and now he is struggling with a heavy stick. He wonders how he will ever survive the upcoming invasion at this rate. Suddenly, a voice calls out from the darkness, asking if he is training. Hojong stops instantly and looks back. The patriarch steps out from the shadows of the forest, noting that his son is working incredibly hard even in the middle of the night. Hojong lowers his iron rod and calmly explains that he wanted to properly practice his spear and staff techniques. The patriarch walks closer, staring at the bloody bandages wrapped around the iron rod. He asks his son why he is practicing with blunt weapons instead of the sword, which is the foundation of their family's legacy. He points out that as the eldest son of the Yeon clan, mastering the sword is his duty and the path that suits him best. Hojong looks at him and asks what use it would be to force himself to learn the sword if his body does not naturally sync with it. The patriarch looks surprised by his son's pragmatic philosophy. Hojong channels his ki, and the iron rod suddenly glows with a bright, terrifying blue aura. He says the martial path is felt through the physical body, and since he has found a path that fits his current self, he will walk it. The two men stand in the quiet forest, staring at each other in a silent battle of wills. The patriarch turns around and begins to walk away, his expression unreadable. But then he stops. He mentions that he heard from the gatekeeper that Hojong is trying to gain access to the true azure silk technique. Hojong's eyes narrow. He confirms that the rumor is true. The patriarch reminds him that the true azure silk technique is one of the 5 divine arts of the clan, and absolutely no one is allowed to learn it without his express permission. Hojong stands tense, waiting for his father to deny him. The patriarch turns back, his face dead serious under the moonlight, and says he has one final question for him. He looks his son dead in the eye and tells him that his answer to this question will determine whether or not he is allowed to inherit the clan's ultimate technique. Our guy is hit with a sudden violent memory of his past life. The Green Mountain Yeon clan is burning, screams echo through the halls, and the sign of their family is shattered on the ground. A bloodied guard crashes through the doors of the study, gasping for air. He tells the patriarch they cannot hold the line, while our guy and Jipyong watch their home turn to ash. This was the exact day their world ended, and the memory of it still burns in Hojong's mind like open fire. Jipyong was screaming that he wanted to stay and fight alongside his family, refusing to run like a coward, but their father did not let them. He handed Hojong a wrapped bundle containing the original manual of the 5 great divine arts. He told his eldest son to take the books and escape, turning his back on them to face the slaughter alone. Hojong remembers the heavy, crushing weight of that moment, the last time he ever saw his father alive. Surging his blue ki, the patriarch ordered them to leave immediately, preparing to make his final stand with the remaining guards. He stepped out into the raging fire, his silhouette disappearing into the smoke. He yelled that the entire Iron Wall squad would drive out the invaders and defend their honor to the very last breath. That was the day the manual of the 5 great divine arts was stained with the blood of his entire lineage. Now, we snap back to the present night in the bamboo forest, the full moon hanging quietly in the sky. The patriarch looks at Hojiang and asks him straight up, did he somehow already know the intricate forms of the true azure silk technique before he even asked to see the manual? The patriarch is a veteran, and he knows something does not add up about his son's sudden genius. Hojiang looks him in the eye and delivers a massive bombshell, admitting that he knows all the forms of the 5 great divine arts. His father's eyes go wide. Knowing one art is difficult, but knowing all 5 of their family's secret divine techniques is technically impossible for an 18-year-old. Hojiang quickly covers his track, claiming he simply memorized the forms from the books when his father took him to the library as a child. He wishes he could tell his father the entire brutal truth about the regression and the red-haired warlord coming to slaughter them all in 18 months, but he knows his father would think he had completely lost his mind, and right now he needs cooperation, not a straitjacket. So he squeezes his iron rod tightly, keeping his secrets locked away because the time is not right. His father laughs slightly, asking if his memory is really that perfect from a single visit years ago. Hojiang just nods. The patriarch stares at him, trying to spot a single tell, a single shift in his posture that suggests a lie. But Hojiang's eyes are completely steady. He is not lying about knowing the forms, he just left out the part where he spent 30 years practicing them in another life. His father sighs, asking why his son is in such a massive hurry to gain power. He wonders if there is a hidden danger threatening their family that he is completely unaware of. But instead of pushing further, he tells Hojiang to meet him in his study the next morning so he can help him develop the true azure silk key. The next morning, the two are seated on the floor of the study, and the patriarch places his hands on Hojiang's back to guide his energy. He thinks to himself that half a month will be more than enough for Hojiang to master it, since that is how long it took him during his own youth. But the very second his father's ki enters his body, Hojiang's meridians react violently. A massive wave of pure blue energy erupts from his body, the shockwave shattering the teacups on the table and blowing open the sliding doors. The sheer pressure is immense as Hojiang grits his teeth, forcing his weak physical body to absorb the massive intake of spiritual force. His eyes flash with blinding, brilliant white light as his internal energy aligns perfectly. The blue light surges through the entire pagoda, shaking the heavy wooden beams from the inside out. The energy sweeps across the floor like a physical wave, leaving frost-like trails on the dark wood. The patriarch is forced to use his own ki just to stay anchored to the ground, his hair blowing wildly in the tempest. He stares at his son in absolute, unmitigated disbelief. He cannot believe what he is witnessing. It has not even been an hour since they started the session, and the breakthrough is already complete. Hojiang lets out a long, slow breath, a stream of white vapor escaping his lips as his energy stabilizes. The blue aura fades, leaving his body perfectly refined and his posture completely relaxed. Outside, the morning wind rustles through the bamboo, as if the forest itself is reacting to the birth of a master. Hojiang bows his head slightly and calmly tells his father that the process is finished. His father is sweating, his heart hammering against his ribs, but he forces his face to remain completely expressionless. Hojiang politely thanks him, saying it was a meaningful experience to feel his father's personal ki guiding him. The patriarch just stares at him, his mind completely blown by the fact that his son just skipped 15 days of agonizing training in 60 minutes. He takes a quiet breath to collect his composure, realizing his son has officially surpassed all standard logic of the murim. He tells Hojiang he has worked hard, and then transitions back to business, mentioning the upcoming gathering of successors. He confirms that he still wishes to send Jipyong to represent the family instead of him. Hojiang nods immediately, saying he understands and accepts the decision. His father is slightly surprised by how easily he agreed, asking if he is genuinely all right with staying behind. Hojiang tells him of course he is fine with it, asking why he would ever want to go to that annoying event in the first place. He waves his hand dismissively, saying he has zero interest in watching a bunch of arrogant kids brag about their mediocre skills. His father sweat drops, looking slightly overwhelmed by how casually his son just insulted every major heir of the 7 great clans. A month later, the scene shifts to the bustling dirt roads outside Anhui City. A massive carriage rolls past, and Jipyong is riding alongside it, looking like a kid on his first trip to an amusement park. He points out a fast, sleek carriage to his brother, his face filled with pure excitement. And yes, despite his complaints, our guy got dragged along anyway as a chaperone for his little brother. Ho-young lets out a heavy sigh, chewing on a piece of grass, wondering how his peaceful training vacation got cancelled. But then he locks in, realizing this is actually a perfect opportunity to scout the other clans and find the traitor from his past life. He knows the enemy who backstabbed him used an elite orthodox hand-to-hand style, meaning the culprit is likely attending this very gathering. He lists the 6 participating clans in his head, excluding his own. There is the Namgung, Moyang, and Dang clans. And then there are the remaining 3. The Peng clan, the Myeong clan, and the Zuge clan. Meanwhile, in a dense forest nearby, a thief is sprinting through the trees, a small leather pouch clutched in his hand as a young master in white robes chases him down. The young master throws a small projectile that explodes in a massive burst of flame right behind the thief. The explosion tears through the canopy, sending wood splinters and smoke high into the air. The forest floor is left smoldering, the fire spreading rapidly through the dry underbrush. The thief gasps for air, terrified as he realizes he has been completely cornered by a teenager. Suddenly, a calm, elegant voice echoes from behind a tree, saying that using fire in a dry forest is way too much. A beautiful young woman in green silk robes steps out, looking incredibly annoyed at the collateral damage. This is Zuge Ahyeon. The thief panics, raising his hands to launch a desperate counterattack before they can capture him. Ayeon walks toward him with absolute confidence, her gaze cutting through his posture like a knife. She notes that his sleeves are empty, meaning he has already used up all his hidden throwing weapons. She moves like wind, her hand glowing with a bright blue light as she launches a lightning-fast palm strike. The impact hits the thief directly in the chest, the pure wind pressure knocking the air out of his lungs. The force of the strike blasts him backwards, plowing a straight line through the smoldering dirt. Zhuge-ju, her younger brother, lands beside her, looking slightly dusty from his chase. Ayeon reaches down and retrieves the black pouch from the dirt, her long hair blowing in the wind. Ju whines, complaining loudly about why he is always the one who has to act as the bait for her traps. Ayeon casually ties her brown hair back into a high ponytail, telling him that if he thinks it is unfair, he should have been born first. She tells him to hurry up and put out the forest fire he started because she is starving and wants to get dinner. Ju panics, realizing they are going to be late for the official registration, and they sprint off toward the city gates. We cut to the Thorny Melody Pavilion, one of the most popular 3-story restaurants in Anhui City. The dining hall is absolutely packed with martial artists from all over the province, drinking and laughing loudly. Zhu Jiayan and her brother are seated at a table, eating hot bowls of noodles after their long run. Ayan is chewing quietly, but her sharp senses are constantly scanning the noisy room. Suddenly, her ears twitch as she catches a faint, high-pitched scream coming from the streets outside. She drops her chopsticks and asks her brother if he heard that too, telling him they need to move immediately. Without waiting for an answer, she leaps over the balcony railing, her green robes fluttering as she drops down to the street. Ju is left sitting there with a noodle hanging out of his mouth, looking completely bewildered. He sighs, muttering that he heard absolutely nothing, but he has no choice but to follow his crazy sister. Meanwhile, in a nearby clearing, the sound of steel meeting steel echoes through the trees. A young master from a minor family is clutching his bruised arm, his face pale as he grits his teeth in pain. Hojiang is standing across from him, lazily spinning a heavy iron rod in his hand. He notes that the kid's form is stable, but his attacks have 0 actual weight. The kid is furious, asking if Hojiang can at least pretend to take their spar seriously instead of looking like he is falling asleep. Hojiang's calm indifference is basically a passive taunt that forces everyone to catch feelings. The kid begs for one more round, determined to land at least a single solid hit on our guy. Ayan and Ju are hiding in the bushes nearby, quietly watching the high-level spar unfold. The kid screams and charges forward, swinging his staff down with all his remaining strength, but Hojiang's iron rod moves like a blue flash, easily parrying the strike and sending a heavy vibration up the kid's arms. The kid's eyes go wide as he realizes his weapon has been completely redirected by a simple flick of Hojiang's wrist. Hojiang sweeps the iron rod low, the wooden staff slipping from the kid's numb hands. The kid gasps as the blunt end of Hojiang's rod stops exactly an inch away from his throat. Ayan's eyes light up. She realizes this is the exact high-frequency sound of advanced key manipulation she heard from the restaurant. The kid collapses to the grass, coughing up spit, completely overwhelmed by the absolute gap in their power. Hojiang smiles slightly, thinking that his body is finally starting to feel light and responsive after a month of hard training. He can feel the true azure silk ki circulating perfectly through his meridians, stabilizing his physical frame. He estimates he is only a few weeks away from being able to attempt the legendary 4 guardian gods technique. Just then, a heavy presence approaches the clearing. This is Shinmo, the veteran leader of the Yeon clan's elite blue operations squad. Hojong hands him the iron rod and says he is going to wash up, leaving the guest in his hands. Shinmo crosses his arms and stares at the bushes, his sharp gaze instantly locking onto the two peepers. He grunts, saying he can wait all day for them to show their faces. Realizing they have been spotted by a squad commander, the bushes rustle. Aion steps out, looking slightly embarrassed, while Ju looks like he just saw a ghost. She bows politely, introducing herself as Juge Aion and apologizing for spying on their private training session. She reaches down and grabs her brother by his hair top knot, dragging him forward to bow as well. Hojong looks back over his shoulder, instantly recognizing her family crest. He had noticed their presence earlier, but he wanted to see if they would show any hostile intent. Aion scolds her brother, blaming his loud running for getting them caught in the first place. They bicker like a classic comedy duo as they walk away, leaving Shinmo standing there in silence. Hojong watches them go, his eyes turning cold. He notes that their key signature is clean, but in the murim, even a holy monk can turn out to be a mass murderer. Aion looks back one last time, her gaze meeting Hojong's for a brief, tense second. She thinks to herself that the handsome guy from the Yeon clan is oddly quiet, but his eyes look like they belong to a seasoned killer. She mutters that he was also peeping on her, so he has no right to look so high and mighty. That night, a massive explosion suddenly tears through the first floor of the Thorny Melody Pavilion. Plates shatter, tables are thrown, and panicked customers scream as they scramble toward the exits. A heavy, leather-sandaled foot stomps through the burning debris, cracking the wooden floorboards. A gray-skinned giant with a manic, wide-mouthed grin steps into the smoke. This is Mabang, the Lord of Fire and Lightning. He is carrying a skin of oil, pouring it over the broken furniture, threatening to burn down the entire city block if the person who beat up his subordinate does not show themselves. Up on the balcony of a neighboring building, Ju looks at the rising smoke in pure panic. Aion stands beside him, her face dark as she recognizes the bandit boss from the forest. Ju says they need to call the Yeon clan's guards for backup immediately, but Aion is already moving. She tells him she will handle this, leaping off the high balcony without a single shred of fear. Using the elegant wind footwork of her clan, she glides down to the street like a falling leaf. She confronts Mabang, telling him to stop playing with matches. His bandaged subordinate from yesterday points at her, screaming that she is the one who beat them. But before the subordinate can even finish his sentence, Mabang backhands him with a brutal burst of purple energy. The subordinate coughs up blood and collapses, while Mabang smiles, saying his subordinate was blocking his view of the pretty lady. He tells Aion to come down so they can have a proper, face-to-face introduction like civilized people. Ayan's eyes narrow as she recognizes the purple residue on the guard. It is the shady palm, a terrifying technique that slowly rots a person's insides. She asks what happens if she refuses his invitation, and Mabang just chuckles, telling his boys that they have a stubborn one. He throws a barrage of small oil bags into the air. The pouches fly toward her, carrying smoldering embers that threaten to ignite on impact. Ju suddenly leaps into the fray, using his swift footwork to catch and deflect the explosive pouches in midair. He catches 3 of them in his arms, grinning like he just made a play of the game. He lands safely, looking incredibly proud of himself for protecting his sister. But his smile instantly fades as a sharp pain flares in his chest. Aion screams his name as she notices 3 dark daggers embedded deep in his shoulder. The daggers are glowing with a faint purple toxic mist that spreads rapidly through his robes. Ju coughs up a thick stream of black poisoned blood, his knees buckling as he collapses to the dirt. Aion runs to his side, her face turning pale as she smells the unmistakable sweet scent of lethal neurotoxin. Mabang holds 3 more poisoned daggers between his fingers, his demonic grin wider than ever. He tells her not to worry, because he has the antidote. After all, he needs to keep them alive if he wants to sell them to the slave traders for a good price. He boasts that this pragmatic approach is the official business philosophy of the great Mabang. Aion looks down at her shivering brother, her hands trembling with pure, unmitigated rage. She stands up, her brown hair blowing wildly as her internal wind ki explodes into a raging blue storm. She demands the antidote immediately. Back at the Yeon clan's guest lodge, Jipyong runs onto the balcony, looking at the distant fire in absolute panic. Hojong is standing by the railing, quietly watching the rising flames like he is observing a scenic sunset. Jipyong begs him to send the Blue Operation Squad to help the Juge clan, but Hojong calmly points out that the wind is blowing the other way, meaning their own building is perfectly safe. Jipyong stares at his brother, completely stunned by his absolute lack of empathy. He asks if they are really just going to sit here and watch their fellow Orthodox disciples get slaughtered. Hojong does not move. He wants them to keep fighting. He needs to see Juge Aion use her high-level clan techniques in a life-or-death situation. He stands in the shadow of the balcony, his purple eyes reflecting the distant fire. He needs to confirm if the Zhuge clan's hidden key signature matches the high-level killers who destroyed his family in his past life. Because if they are indeed connected to the betrayal, Hojong is going to turn this entire province into a sea of fire, and he will start by burning them to the ground first. The explosion tears through the building, lighting up the night sky with a violent burst of flame. Yeon stands at the center of the chaos, her green robes fluttering as she channels her internal energy. She is facing Mabang alone, her posture tense but incredibly refined. Mabang laughs, recognizing the legendary wind signature of the Jigal clan. He realizes she is using the divine first black birch tree technique, their family's absolute pride. Ayan blocks out his voice, her focus locked entirely on the swirling vortex of ki around her hands. She knows she has to end this fight fast because her brother is dying of poison on the sidelines. Mabang smirks, calling her a cold-hearted sister for stepping over her fallen family just to deploy a secret technique. The insult hits home, and Ayon grits her teeth in absolute fury. Mabang covers his face, mockingly calling her cute before promising to cut her short life even shorter. Ayan moves first, lunging forward like a green streak across the dirt. She unleashes a massive palm strike, the wind pressure blasting directly into his face. But her eyes go wide as she realizes something is wrong. Mabang effortlessly leans back, throwing a volley of poison daggers directly at her midsection. She twists her body in midair, the sharp metal grazing her robes as she barely evades the toxic blades. She spins, channeling her wind ki down into her legs to adjust her trajectory. She uses the lesser skyfoot technique, dropping down like a meteor to strike him from above. The impact shakes the entire clearing, dust and stone flying outward. Ayan lands on one knee, panting, convinced her strike successfully connected with his chest, but the shadow moves faster than her eyes can follow. Mabang is already back on his feet, completely unbothered by the shockwave as he closes the distance. A red light flashes across her vision, the heat of his corrupt ki burning her cheek. He stands perfectly balanced, posing like a classic arrogant bandit who knows he has the upper hand. Ayan is completely stunned that he can counterattack so easily after taking her direct hit. Mabang spits a mouthful of blood on the ground, smiling like a psychopath as he tells her that actually hurt. He does not give her time to breathe, launching a relentless flurry of dagger strikes. The air splits as the blades pass through, forcing her to constantly retreat. She parries his strikes with her bare hands, her wind ki acting as a temporary shield against the poison tips. They clash in mid-air, their bodies moving in a blurred dance of pure violence. But the gap in raw physical power is too wide. Mabang finds an opening and lands a heavy kick directly to her ribs. The impact breaks her defensive posture, sending her crashing back. She skids across the broken stone, her breath escaping her lungs in a painful gasp. Ayon tries to stand, but her hand is trembling violently, her internal energy starting to fluctuate. Mabang lands another heavy blow, completely shattering her remaining ki barrier. She slides backward, her heels digging into the dirt as she struggles to stay upright. Mabang walks toward her slowly, his shadow stretching across her beaten form. He looks down at her with a smug, self-satisfied grin. He tells her that the high-level technique she just used was simply too much for her weak body to handle. Ayan collapses to her knees, completely exhausted, while Mabang turns to his bandits and orders them to take her. The grunts scream in excitement, charging toward the defenseless girl with their weapons raised. Ayan closes her eyes, realizing she cannot even lift her arms to defend herself. The wind howls through the bamboo trees under the cold light of the moon, as if marking the end. But back on the balcony of the guest house, Ju is begging Hojong to act. Our guy just stares at the scene, exhaling slowly before stepping off the edge. Hojong drops down to the lower roof, his face perfectly calm, as if he is just taking a casual walk. He sighs, looking completely unbothered by the life-and-death struggle happening below. He decides that there is only so much he can watch before things get boring. He reaches out and grabs a heavy wooden staff from the weapons rack by the door. He balances the heavy weapon over his shoulder, his eyes locking onto the targets. His grip tightens, his muscles flexing as he prepares to make his entrance. He launches himself into the air, descending upon the bandit group like a silent shadow. He swings the heavy rod down with terrifying velocity. The impact shakes the whole floor, the sheer wind pressure sending the nearest bandit flying into a stone pillar. Ayan opens her eyes through the rising dust, looking completely bewildered by the sudden arrival. She mutters that her strength is completely gone, unable to make sense of who just saved her. The remaining bandits are still laughing, making vulgar comments about Ayan, completely unaware of the monster standing right behind them. One of the grunts turns back, asking his squad leader if they can get a taste of the girl first. But his head is instantly deleted by a brutal horizontal swing of Hojong's heavy rod. Ayeon gasps as the warm blood splatters across her cheek, her eyes wide with pure shock. The headless corpse of the bandit collapses to the ground, and Hojang casually plants his weapon in the dirt right next to her. The dust settles around his dark leather boots, his presence instantly suffocating the entire courtyard. Hojang stands in the center of the bandit army, looking down at them like they are nothing more than dirt on his shoe. He lets out a long, cold breath, his purple eyes radiating a level of bloodlust that makes the air turn freezing cold. Mabang's smile completely vanishes. He sweat drops, asking who this kid is. Aeon looks up, finally recognizing the long black hair and the cold, handsome face of the Green Mountain Yang clan's young master. A massive bandit grunt steps forward, looking at Hojang with a face full of cheap bravado. He rests a heavy iron mace on his shoulder, getting right into our guy's personal space. He tells Hojang that if their captain asks a question, a little brat from a minor clan is supposed to answer. But before he can even finish the word, Hojang moves. A single, lightning-fast strike from underneath completely flattens the grunt into the dirt. Hojang casually bends down, picking up the heavy iron mace the dead bandit just dropped. He tests the weight, finding it much better than his wooden staff. He rests the massive iron weapon on his shoulder and starts walking directly into the center of the bandit army. The bandits instinctively surround him, drawing their swords, but their hands are visibly shaking. They look at their crushed comrade on the floor, sweating profusely as they wonder what kind of speed they just witnessed. Hojang does not give them time to think. He drops low, slamming the heavy iron mace into the ground to shatter their footing. Mabang panics, screaming at his men to stop him, but Hojang is already moving. He deploys the flying swallow method, his body splitting into multiple blue afterimages that sprint across the courtyard. He strikes the first bandit with a brutal overhead swing, the heavy iron crushing his skull on impact. Steel meets bone, and the sound of something breaking suggests his head was turned completely inside out. Hojang slides under a flying sword, his movement perfectly fluid as he dodges another strike. He sweeps his iron mace in a wide circle, breaking the ribs of two bandits and shattering their weapons into splinters. Mabang's jaw drops. He looks like someone who just realized they walked into a high-level raid boss room by mistake. Hojang appears directly in front of the last standing grunt, his movement completely silent. The bandit collapses to his knees without even being hit, his mind completely broken by the sheer terror of our guy's aura. Hojang stands amidst a pile of broken bodies, his posture completely relaxed, as if he did not just delete an entire squad in 10 seconds. Mabang stares in absolute horror. He realizes none of these men are breathing because Hojang specifically targeted their death pressure points with absolute precision. He loses his composure completely, his red aura flaring as he raises his poison daggers. He screams, demanding to know who this monster is. Aeon looks up, her face flushing slightly as she tries to thank him for saving her life, but Hojang does not play the hero. He grabs her arm in a brutal, crushing grip, completely ignoring her injuries. Aeon cries out in pain, asking what he is doing, but Hojang just tells her to shut up. He demands that she show him her true internal ki right now. He forces his own blue energy into her wrist, aggressively scanning her meridians. He looks her dead in the eye, silently asking himself if her clan's energy signature matches the traitors who slaughtered his family. This is the macro mystery of the series, and our guy is not taking any chances. The clash of their internal energies creates a bright swirling blue light that illuminates the dark courtyard. Hojang analyzes the flow of her wind ki, checking every single meridian path. He releases her hand, his expression turning cold and indifferent once again. He turns his back on her, casually telling her to take her useless brother and get out of his sight. Aeon is completely bewildered by his hostility, but she nervously warns him that Mabang's daggers are coated with a lethal neurotoxin. Hojang does not even look back, swinging his heavy iron mace as he walks toward the bandit boss. He tells her that if she hurt him the first time, she would already be gone, because right now she is just getting in his way. Aeon is completely intimidated by his cold gaze, her voice catching in her throat. She realizes she has no choice, dragging her poisoned brother onto her shoulders as she prepares to retreat. Hojang stands alone under the moonlight, staring down Mabang with absolute boredom. Mabang tries to regain his confidence, mocking Hojang for acting tough in front of a girl when his own clan's power is so insignificant. He notes that Hojang's weapon movement does not match the standard styles of the region. Hojang's eyes narrow slightly. He spins his mace, asking how a low-life bandit leader could possibly know about high-level unorthodox martial arts. He smiles, asking Mabang which specific technique he thinks he is going to use to take his life. Meanwhile, we cut to Aeon running through the dark forest, her brother Ju clutched tightly to her side. She moves as fast as her remaining wind ki allows, her face filled with frustration. She grits her teeth, muttering about how incredibly annoying the eldest son of the Yeon clan is. She promises herself that she will make him pay for this humiliation next time, but for now, she has to focus on saving her brother. Back at the burning pavilion, the sound of horses echoes through the trees as Shinmo arrives with the elite guards. He spots Jipyong watching the distance and reports that they have successfully put out the fires at the gate. He asks if they should go support Hojong. Jipyong just stands there, sweat dripping down his face as he looks at the battlefield. He slowly turns to the squad leader, his voice completely deadpan. He looks at the absolute path of destruction left behind by his older brother. We see a mental image of Hojong absolutely dominating the bandit leader in a single clash. Jipyong asks the squad leader if he honestly thinks a man who fights like a literal demon needs any of their help. Back in the courtyard, Mabang screams in frustration, swinging his daggers in a desperate frenzy. Hojong does not even use footwork, simply parrying every strike with the heavy iron mace. He finds an opening and lands a brutal strike directly to Mabang's ribs, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the clearing. Mabang coughs up a stream of blood, his defensive stance completely shattered by the sheer weight of the blow. He tries to throw a hidden dagger at Hojeong's throat, but our guy simply tilts his head a fraction of an inch to let the blade pass. Hojong leaps into the air, spinning over Mabang's head with perfect grace. Mabang looks up, his face pale as he realizes the absolute gap in their power. He looks like someone who realized the author didn't give him any plot armor. Hojong delivers a devastating kick directly to his chest, sending him crashing into the dirt. Mabang struggles to stand, clutching his shattered chest as blood drips from his mouth. He desperately raises his daggers, screaming that he will end this fight no matter what. Hojong yawns, looking completely bored by his opponent's pathetic display. He points out that Mabang is supposedly using the teachings of the Silent God, the greatest assassin in the world. But he notes that seeing it in action, Mabang is just using a cheap bootleg version to bolster his dual daggers. He asks him if he is not ashamed of his terrible form. Mabang loses his mind, screaming that his title is the Lord of Fire and Lightning and demanding respect. Hojong just stretches his neck, casually asking him if he really learned that technique from the Silent God. He leans forward, his purple eyes turning pitch black under the moonlight as he asks Mabang if he has ever actually seen the real, terrifying power of the Silent Red Fire in action. To understand the sheer scale of what our guy is trying to pull off right now, we need to take a quick trip into his memories. Here is the core logic behind the Four Guardian Gods technique. It is the absolute peak of his family's legacy, and it all starts with the North Divine Energy. This specific style channels the water god's ki, which is the most stable and delicate force in existence. At its absolute peak, this defense can casually shrug off direct hits from siege weapons. In his past life, Hojong sat before his old master, watching him manipulate the element with effortless grace. He was young, highly skeptical, and trying to figure out how a human body could possibly channel something that dense without exploding. His master demonstrated by tapping the air, creating a flawless ripple of liquid ki that hovered in the dark cave. He explained that once you master this flow, it delicately refines every single meridian in your body, turning your physical frame into a temple. A massive glowing projection of the northern tortoise appeared on the stone wall. That is the ruler of the north, the ultimate defensive guardian. Young Hojong looked at the beast and asked his master the obvious question. If he wanted to awaken this power, what was the shortcut? And his master hit him with the classic deadpan anticlimax, explaining that honestly, Hojong was way too weak for it. But then he dropped the actual secret. To force a premature awakening, you have to throw yourself directly into a sea of absolute murderous intent. The raw, boiling rage of an enemy is the exact spark needed to draw out the frozen water energy from your soul. Back in the present, Mabang is grinding his teeth so hard you can practically hear the enamel cracking. He is flaring his corrupt red aura, ready to show this arrogant kid why they call him a local boss. He launches a volley of poisoned daggers, the metal slicing through the cold air. Hojong does not even flinch, watching the bandit leader leap forward with his hands wrapped in blazing red ki. Mabang screams that these are the true teachings of the Silent Red Fire as he closes the distance. Hojong parries the first strike with his heavy iron mace, the physical impact sending a shower of bright orange sparks across the dirt. Mabang unleashes a relentless flurry of strikes, but Hojong's defense is a literal brick wall. He deflects every single blow without taking a step back. He stares at the bandit's blazing claws with a completely blank expression and calls the attack weak. He tells him that with only this much fire, he couldn't even put out a candle, asking if he has any actual talent. Mabang goes completely red-faced, his veins bulging as he screams that he is going to melt Hojong's organs. His eyes glow with a manic yellow light, his sanity completely leaving the chat. He throws his entire weight into a massive overhead claw strike, determined to turn our guy into charcoal. Hojang blocks it with the mace, the sheer collision of elements creating a mini explosion that shatters the stone wall behind them. Mabang's burning hand slams into the stone, melting the solid rock into liquid slag. But through the smoke, Hojang just smiles. It is a cold, calculated smirk that says everything is going exactly according to plan. Mabang is utterly bewildered, screaming, asking why this kid is laughing in his face. Hojang thinks to himself that he needs just a little bit more pressure. He is intentionally baiting the bandit to reach the perfect threshold of danger. Mabang dives again, his body completely enveloped in a roaring pillar of flame. Hojang watches him descend, calling for more fire, letting his defense drop at the absolute last second. He casually tosses his iron mace aside. It spins through the air and plants itself in the ground. He extends his bare, unprotected hands directly toward the incoming attack. Mabang screams for him to die, grabbing Hojang's wrists with his blazing hands, thinking he has officially secured the victory. He calls him a stupid brat for giving up his weapon. He laughs maniacally, boasting that he is going to burn Hojang starting from his fingers. But his laughter instantly dies as a strange, chilling sound fills the courtyard. He looks down at their joined hands, noticing thick plumes of pure white water vapor rising from the contact point. The ground beneath their feet is suddenly covered in a shallow pool of crystal clear water, ripples spreading outward. Mabang's sweat drops, his gaze tracking the freezing water as it climbs up his ankles. A perfect, glowing blue sphere of pure elemental energy encapsulates them both, cutting off the heat of the burning building. Mabang looks up and sees a colossal, translucent shell of pure ice materializing behind Hojang. He tries to pull his hands away, but his corrupt fire ki is completely frozen in his veins. Hojang lets out a quiet breath, announcing that the ruler of the north has finally woken up. The legendary black tortoise fully manifests, its massive reptilian head looming over the terrified bandit leader. Mabang looks at his palm, watching the glowing red symbol of his cultivation crack and dissolve into black liquid. He realizes that this entire time, Hojang was not defending. He was using Mabang's own fire ki as high-quality fuel to spark his own awakening. His entire life's work, the teachings of the silent red fire, was just treated as a light snack by our guy. He unloads a string of desperate curses trying to pull back. He asks what Hojang did to his internal energy, but our guy does not feel like explaining the details. He launches a simple, straight punch, the resulting shockwave tearing through the remains of the pavilion. Mabang is blasted across the clearing, rolling through the dirt like a broken ragdoll. Hojang walks toward him, his blue aura glowing brightly as he mockingly thanks him for the easy training session. Mabang is on his knees, blood dripping from his chin, his pride completely shattered as he begs for his life. Hojang bends down, his voice dropping to a whisper. He tells him that since he loves fire so much, he should spend his remaining seconds playing with it. He raises his hand, channeling a massive wave of pure wind and water ki. He strikes with a horizontal sweep, the sheer physical force sending Mabang flying backward. Mabang is thrown directly into the center of the raging forest fire he started. He screams as the flames consume him, his own element turning against him in his final moments. Hojang stands in silence, his back to the inferno, completely unbothered by the heat. He turns his head, his cold purple eyes reflecting the orange glow of the destruction. Jipyong is standing at the edge of the clearing, his face completely pale as he looks at his older brother. The next morning, Anhui City is a hive of activity as the locals begin the massive task of rebuilding the outer walls. Workers are carrying heavy wooden beams and bricks, discussing the wild rumors from the night before. One of the builders mentions that from what he heard, the young master of the Green Mountain Yeon clan caught the arsonist himself. The other worker looks shocked, asking if it is true that he burnt the bandit leader to death on the spot. A third worker laughs it off, saying there is no way a noble disciple of the Orthodox faction would ever act with such absolute demonic cruelty. Just then, a man in a dusty, patched-up brown coat comes jogging into the construction site. The manager of the pavilion immediately recognizes him, running forward with his arms wide open to greet him. He gasps, asking if the young master really journeyed all the way here, promising that they would have cleared their schedules if they had known. The beggar just smiles, saying he only came to see if the restoration of the restaurant was going smoothly. He waves goodbye and walks away, leaving the manager bowing in deep respect. The builders stare in confusion, asking who that simple-looking beggar was. The manager explains that he is the official successor of the beggar sect. The workers' eyes go wide. The beggar sect is the absolute authority on information in the murim, and their successor is a major political player. The successor, God Doiksang, stretches his arms as he walks through the bustling streets. He thinks to himself that Mabang was one of the unorthodox faction's 13 peak masters, and this random kid from a minor clan deleted him with zero difficulty. He grins, murmuring that he is dying of curiosity to see what the young master of the Green Mountain Yeon clan is actually like. He leaps onto a nearby roof, heading directly toward the training grounds of the gathering of successors. Meanwhile, out in the quiet forest, the sound of wind splitting echoes through the trees as Hojong practices his spear forms. He runs through the mechanics of the guardian tortoise, noting that while it is a defense-focused art, redirecting the opponent's force turn it into a high-level offensive tool. He takes a deep, steady breath. The water key is also exceptionally good at purifying any foreign toxic energy inside your meridians. He lowers his weapon, his expression perfectly calm as he stands under the falling green leaves. Shinmo steps out from the trees, bowing politely to ask if the young master has finished his morning training. Hoyong nods and asks where Jipyong is. Shinmo looks slightly uncomfortable, admitting that the younger brother asked to be left entirely alone for the day. Hojong is slightly surprised, asking if Jipyong really said those exact words. He looks past Shinmo, noticing a strange heavy tension among the elite guards standing in the background. The guards are keeping their heads down, completely avoiding eye contact with him. They saw what he did to Mabang, and they are currently terrified of their own young master. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, and Juge Ayeon steps into the clearing. Hojong tells her that if her wounds are fully healed, she should probably go back to her own clan estate. But she steps forward and grabs his sleeve. She looks him in the eye, stating that she has a very important question she needs answered before she leaves. She lets out a heavy sigh, trying to find the right words. Meanwhile, up in the branches of a massive oak tree nearby, Jipyong is sitting quietly, looking down at them. He clutches his knees, thinking about how he thought he knew everything about his older brother. He remembers the agonizing screams of Mabang burning in the ruins, shuddering as he wonders if his brother is actually a monster. He hears Hojong below, telling Aeon to stop following him through the woods. Jipyong peeks through the leaves, realizing they are walking away together. He sits there with a classic cartoon angel and demon hovering over his shoulders. The angel tells him that eavesdropping is against orthodox etiquette, but the demon makes a very solid point about how he needs answers. He silently apologizes to his father, dropping down from the high branch to follow them through the brush. He creeps quietly behind the trees, keeping his sensory perception locked onto their key signatures. Hojong stops in a small clearing, turning back to ask her what she wants. Aeon channels a small, swirling ball of wind ki in her palm, explaining that during the fight she struck Mabang directly in the stomach with her peak technique. She clenches her fist, asking how it is possible that the bandit leader took 0 damage from a direct hit, while Hojiang bypassed his defense instantly. Hojiang looks at her hand and asks if her clan's technique utilizes wood property ki. Aeon looks completely confused. Hojong walks over to a nearby birch tree, touching the bark. He explains that her ki has a cool, refreshing scent that smells exactly like birch trees. He points to a broken, decaying stump on the forest floor. He explains that Mabang's silent red fire is pure fire property ki, burning with the intensity of an open forest fire. He asks her if she honestly thinks throwing wood into a raging fire is going to make it go out. She fed his element. Aeon's face turns pale as the basic logic of the 5 elements finally clicks in her head. She realizes she was so obsessed with raw power that she completely ignored the fundamental properties of ki compatibility. She steps closer, asking him one more, much more personal question. She looks him dead in the eye and asks if he didn't think his execution of the bandit leader was a bit too cruel. She asks why he had to burn him alive, pointing out that his methods are far too brutal for a righteous cultivator. She says a normal person would find it horrifying and that anyone who witnessed the scene would be left with deep trauma. Hojiang's expression remains completely blank, but internally he finally understands. He realizes why his brother is avoiding him and why the guards are so stiff. He looks up at the sky, reminding himself that this is the orthodox faction. He realized he accidentally displayed the absolute merciless efficiency of the Black Emperor, but he does not regret it. He looks back at Aeon, pointing out that Mabang threatened his brother's life and her own. He says the bandit was a mass murderer who set fire to a crowded city block, endangering thousands of innocent civilians. He explains that while death is fair to everyone, the way you die should reflect the life you lived. He says that villains must die painfully, because that is the only true definition of justice. Aeon stares at him, completely silenced by the cold, absolute weight of his philosophy. She looks at his youthful face, wondering how an 18-year-old could possibly speak with the voice of a 50-year-old war veteran. She walks alongside him, noting that his speech and aura make him feel like an ancient grandfather. Hojong just replies that he is 18. She tells him to stop frowning then, teasing him that he looks like he has already lived through several stressful lifetimes. Hojiang continues walking in silence, his purple eyes fixed on the path ahead. He thinks to himself that Jipyong is still young and innocent, but one day, when the real war begins, he will understand why this ruthlessness is necessary to keep them alive. Ayan breaks the silence, her tone softening slightly. She remembers waking up in the medical room, realizing that Hojiang spent hours using his own ki to stabilize her broken meridians. She complains that she absolutely hates being indebted to people, and Hojiang casually tells her to do something useful so they are even, which earns him a sharp glare. She jogs ahead with a small smile, pointing out that she is technically a year older than him, so he needs to start calling her Nuna from now on. Hojiang just stares at her in dead silence. 2 days later, the city of Anhui is decorated with colorful banners as the official gathering of successors finally begins. The Yeon clan delegation rides through the crowded main gates, led by Shinmo. Hojiang and Jipyong are riding side by side. Jipyong is still quiet, but his posture is steady. Shinmo pulls back his horse's reins, announcing that they have arrived at the designated noble guest house. They dismount in the clean courtyard, the guards standing at attention. Shinmo walks up to the heavy double doors of the compound and knocks, announcing the arrival of the Green Mountain Yeon clan. The wooden doors slowly creak open, revealing the hosts. A group of heavily armed martial artists steps out, led by a stocky, powerful-looking master in premium robes. The master looks them over, repeating their clan name with a neutral expression. Shinmo bows formally, introducing himself as the squad commander of the Yeon clan's escort. The stocky man returns the bow, introducing himself as Han Homyong of the Sichuan clan, welcoming them to the estate. Hojiang's eyes narrow as he hears the name. He recognizes the poison dragon steel whip, a famous master of the southern territories. He repeats the name Sichuan in his mind. He shifts his gaze past Han Homyong's shoulder, looking at the young disciple standing in the back of the hall. His entire body goes completely rigid as his purple eyes lock onto a young man with a familiar, mocking smirk. That glowing purple poison needle. He can still feel the ghost of it burning in his chest, courtesy of the Sichuan Tang clan. And would you look at that? The universe has a twisted sense of humor, because standing right in front of him is the son of the exact man who stabbed him. The Sichuan elder tries to act polite, introducing them to the crowd. This is the first young master, Yan Hojiang, and his brother, Jipyong. But then he immediately tries to play a power move. Oh, which one is the second master? I heard he's the only one with actual talent. Complete and utter silence in the chat. Jipyong is sweating bullets, and Shinmo looks like he's about to catch a felony charge right here. Shinmo starts stepping up to defend the family honor, but Hojiang is already 2 steps ahead of him. He walks right past the elder like he's a piece of cheap lobby furniture. Let's settle down and get some food, I'm starving. Just completely left them on read. He didn't even give them a glance. Look at the elder's face. That is the exact face of a boomer who just got told "Oak Boomer" in front of his entire office. Meanwhile, the purple-wearing snake behind him is laughing. Bold move for a guy who looks like a wet paper towel. Meet Tang Yangsean. He's smug, he's toxic, and he's from the Sichuan Tang clan. Basically, 3 red flags in a trench coat. Jipyong is probably wondering if they're going to get kicked out of the banquet before they even get to taste the appetizers. 2 days later, at the official banquet hall, the successors are all gathered, and someone is already laughing like a cartoon villain. Say hello to the Peng clan twins, Manhwa and Daeho. These guys are built like absolute brick outhouses and have 0 volume control. Hojiang observes them calmly. The Hebei Conquerors. He actually met them briefly a couple of days ago, but in this life, you can't trust anyone without a proper vibe check. One of the twins grabs his hand for a handshake, but in the murim, a handshake is never just a handshake. It's a stealth key test. He's trying to squeeze our guy's hand to see what he's made of, but Hojiang's energy is completely solid. They start gossiping about Moyang Yonhwa, the daughter of the Moyang clan leader. And just like that, another unpleasant memory unlocks for our guy. In his past life, the Moyang clan did not play nice. He remembers the cold floor, the blood, and the ruthless strikes. You can see it in his eyes. The list of people he needs to get even with is getting longer by the minute, and he's keeping receipts. But he has to stay focused. There is only one major clan left to account for at this gathering, the Myeong clan. He scans the crowd, looking for their successor to see if their key signature matches the traitors who destroyed his home. But while he's busy playing detective, someone has already locked onto him. Zhuge Ayan is currently tracking him like a heat-seeking missile. She waves him over with a massive smile, leaving the giant Peng twins next to her completely jaw-dropped and simping. Over in the VIP section, we have Namgung Hyun, currently busy being the local popular guy and drinking tea with his fan club. He looks over, fully expecting Ah Hyun to be waving at him because he's a Namgung. He dismisses the girls. "Duty calls, ladies!" Hyun runs right past him. Hyun tries to slide in with a slick greeting, but she literally treats him like a background NPC. You again? Hojong asks. Hyun is just happy to see him. Hojong is like, it's only been 48 hours, calm down. Did you come all this way just to see me? She teases. Hojong's response? Go away, I'm busy. Hyun's ego just took a direct hit from an orbital laser. He is standing in the back, absolutely seething with jealousy. They sit down at a table to eat, and Ayan starts talking about how surprisingly powerful the Yeon clan's martial arts are. Hojiang tells her it's nothing to brag about, but she thinks he's just being humble. He deadpans, no, I'm being honest. I need to get way stronger. She laughs. What, are you trying to become the strongest in the world or something? Being the best is better than being mid, he says. Meanwhile, Hyun is sitting at the next table, eavesdropping like a toxic ex-boyfriend. Hyun is in his own head, screaming, the Namgung clan is the strongest! Who does this kid think he is? Hyung explains that absolute invincibility is a myth. The only thing you can do is keep endlessly leveling up. But Ayan says there is one historic exception to that rule. The Four Directions Martial Emperor, she says. Hojiang is casually sipping his tea, thinking to himself that the title sounds incredibly cringe and childish. But then, she drops the lore. She says this legendary warrior mastered 4 distinct arts to maximize attack, defense, and evasion, and even controlled a yellow dragon. Hojong freezes. The teacup stops right at his lips. 4 different martial arts? Maximizing attack, defense, and evasion? That is the exact mechanical description of his clan's ultimate secret, the 4 guardian gods technique. He stands up so fast his chair screeches against the grass. Tell me everything you know, he says, completely ignoring the atmosphere. But before she can answer, the purple snake slides into the frame. It's Tong Young Seon, wearing that same punchable, smug grin. He sits down at their table without asking. Mind if I join the party? Ayan's face says it all. She's putting on her best customer service smile, but her eyes are screaming for help. Hojiang looks at her and she gives him a subtle nod that translates to, please get this trash out of my sight. She politely lets him sit, but the vibe is officially dead on arrival. She tries to introduce them, but Yang Xian cuts her off. Don't bother. I already know who the nobody is. And honestly, I didn't come here to talk to him anyway. Ahien's internal dialogue is literally just pure, unadulterated disgust. He slams his empty cup down on the wooden table. Pour the tea. Ahien doesn't even flinch. She smiles warmly, lifts her index finger, and flicks the cup spinning across the table like a hockey puck. It lands right in front of him. Pour it yourself, she says, keeping that sweet, polite smile. The smug look on his face is starting to crack. I said, pour the tea. No, she says, absolute queen behavior. But you poured it for him, Yang Xian says, pointing at Hojiang. Ayan just shrugs. Jiang is my friend. He tries to lean in. I could be your friend too. She fires back instantly. Sure, if only you weren't so incredibly rude. And just like that, the fake pleasantries are officially over. His eyes narrow. Is that so? Ayan doesn't back down. She keeps her smile, but she's ready to throw hands. You're pretty cute, he says, trying to regain control. It's refreshing because the other girls around here are so obedient. That is a direct, greasy threat, and the tension is reaching a boiling point. Finally, Namgung Hyun decides this is his prime anime protagonist moment to step in. Hey, walk away. Stop harassing people and get lost, he says, trying to look as heroic as possible for Ayan. Young Xian tells him to watch his mouth unless he wants to get poisoned. Hyan just smirks. Are you threatening a member of the Namgung clan, the strongest clan of swordsmen? Young Xian slowly stands up, ready to escalate. The strongest swordsman is nothing compared to the strongest in the world, Young Xian says. Hyun asks who he thinks that is. Obviously the Sichuan Tang clan, he says. Meanwhile, our guy is in the back casually eating his lunch, thinking this is absolute toddler behavior. Then, a new voice booms across the entire courtyard. Who is the strongest in the world? A guy in dark armor strolls down the stairs. What kind of idiots call themselves the strongest when the Gujumyang clan is standing right here? The entire crowd of disciples gasps, and several of them drop their cups in shock. Hojong's eyes narrow. He knows that presence. This is Myung Horam, the 3rd young master of the Myung clan. The final piece of the puzzle just walked right into his lap. Hashtag Chapter 12. We open Chapter 12 with a beautiful shot of the pagoda rooftop as the wind picks up. Myung Horam walks down the stairs like he's walking a runway, radiating a massive golden aura. The entire crowd is whispering in absolute awe. The sheer pressure this guy is putting off is no joke. He mocks them immediately. Unrivaled, huh? That's a pretty big word for people who can barely handle a tea dispute. Hyun tries to salvage his pride. Perhaps if it was the Namgung clan or the Moyang clan. But the Tang clan? Be serious. Horam just smirks. It's a complete, public roast session, and the Tengai is the main course. Yangxian is physically shaking with rage. The veins in his forehead are popping. "What did you just fucking say to me?" he growls, his voice dripping with venom. Horam smiles calmly. "I said, don't use words you can't back up. It's embarrassing." "What?" "And calm down. You look incredibly weak when you yell." That is a massive emotional damage multiplier. Yangxian's purple toxic ki starts flaring up. He has completely lost his mind and his composure. He lunges straight at Horam, ready to tear him apart. Aiyan screams for Hojiang to watch out because they're sitting directly in the line of fire. But suddenly, a teacup flies through the air like a supersonic bullet, splitting the wind. Horam barely has time to react, raising his fist to block. The cup shatters against his golden aura. Both of them stop dead in their tracks, completely bewildered. "A cup?" Horam mutters. They look over at the table, and there is our guy, sitting comfortably with his hand raised. "My bad," Hojiang deadpans. "Slipped." This is absolute peak disrespect. Even Horam can't help but laugh at the sheer audacity. He lets the broken porcelain dust fall from his hand. "A mistake, huh?" Hojiang just nods, taking another slow sip of his tea. Zero fear, zero hesitation. They lock eyes. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a sword. Horam bursts out laughing. He is absolutely loving this. He walks over to their table. "You're a pretty funny young man. What clan successor are you?" Hojiang doesn't even look at him as he pours more tea. "Focus on the dog you were actually fighting." Meanwhile, Yangxian is standing there like a complete clown, totally ignored by both of them while leaking purple toxic ki. "Oi, trash from the Yeon clan," he growls. He steps forward, his toxic energy literally melting and burning the grass beneath his boots. "I'll kill you first." "Are you ready?" he screams, flaring his full power. Hojiang doesn't even blink. He just sips his tea, flicks his finger, and sends another piece of broken porcelain flying through the air. The impact splits the air, hitting Yangxian square in the forehead and knocking him clean out of his boots. He drops like a cartoon character. His elder screams in horror, and Hojiang just sighs. "You're being way too loud." He finally decides to stand up from his chair. Hyun tries to step in and stop him from making the scene any bigger, but our guy has zero interest in his input. Hyun can only stare in pure frustration. He is completely out of his depth. Hojiang walks right up to Myung-Horam, two absolute monsters standing face to face. He needs to know if Horam's ki matches the villains from his past. He needs a direct vibe check. Suddenly, a massive blue vortex of water and wind ki erupts from Hojiang, swirling around them. Horam is instantly shocked, sweat dropping. "He's reading my ki?" He grunts and flares his own golden flame energy to resist the invasion. It's a silent, terrifying battle of raw presence. Neither is backing down a single inch. Hojiang clicks his tongue. The reading is complete, and the energy is slightly different from what he expected. Jipyong runs up, terrified his brother is about to start a war in the middle of the banquet. "Stay back," Hojiang warns him. Ayan wants to intervene, but she's completely frozen by the pressure. She doesn't understand what's happening, but she knows one thing for sure. Looking at Hojiang's eyes, she realizes that absolutely no one in this courtyard can stop him if he decides to move. Suddenly, the clown in purple wakes up. "Ack!" His elder asks if he's okay, and Yangxian clutches his bruised head, trying to process what just happened. And then the realization hits him like a truck. He shoves his elder away in a violent fit of rage. "Let go of me!" he fainted, from a flying teacup, in front of every noble family in the murim. The humiliation is absolute, and he is red-faced with embarrassment. His purple poison ki starts overflowing, completely bypassing his safety limits. Jipyong's sensory genius instantly reads the flow. 3 yang ki! Brother, watch out! He's using a forbidden poison technique! Yangxian is muttering like a literal crazy person behind Hojiang's back, his hands glowing with lethal purple acid. He lunges with a desperate bloodshot strike, screaming, "Dai, dai, dai!" But our guy hasn't even bothered to turn around yet. The strike is coming down hard, aimed directly at the back of our guy's skull. But Hojiang does not even bother to turn around. He just reaches back and catches the wrist with perfect, bone-crushing accuracy. Yangxian's face instantly twists as his entire momentum is halted. He can feel the bones in his wrist starting to crack under a grip that is basically an industrial vice. He tries to use his other hand to salvage the strike, but the physical gap here is just comical. Hojiang twists the arm, guiding the momentum straight down, and slams him directly into the hard dirt. And to make sure this kid stays down, he deploys the Northern 12 Heavenly Walls, creating a massive defensive shell of water energy that blasts the poison away. Yangxian is on the ground, literally crying tears of absolute pain and frustration. Our guy stands over him like an absolute giant, holding him up by his ruined arm. And yes, if you look closely at his pants, the legendary heir of the Sichuan Tang clan has officially wet himself from pure terror. Looking at this pathetic sight, Hozhang's mind flashes back to his previous life. He remembers the red-haired warlord with the giant executioner's axe, but he quickly shakes the memory off. He has way more immediate problems to deal with than a ghost from the future. Right now, he needs to keep his head in the game and focus on the present. He has to identify the true masterminds behind his clan's future ruin, and this banquet is his best shot. He tosses the crying, wet mess of a successor aside like a sack of garbage right in front of Myong Horum. The third young master of the Gujumyong clan just watches this with a highly interested look on his face. Hozhang turns around to face him. The tension in the courtyard is so thick you could cut it with a sword. Horum slowly cracks his knuckles, and the sound is like dry branches snapping underfoot. He smiles, stepping forward. "Would you play a little with me?" The surrounding disciples start whispering. They wanted a show, but this is turning into a potential war zone. Horum shakes his head mockingly. "You're full of vigor. You're the successor of the Green Mountain Yeon clan, right?" He extends his hand, trying to act like the most diplomatic guy in the room. "First of all, as the most mature person here, I want to thank you for catching that rabid dog before he ruined the atmosphere. However, let's make things clear. This place is not just for us. I'll play with you properly later, so let's have a drink," and Hozhang cuts him off. "You talk too much." Horum's polite smile instantly vanishes. "What? If you don't come to me," Hozhang says, taking a slow step forward, "then I'll go to you." As his boot hits the grass, a ripple of heavy, concentrated energy spreads outward across the lawn. He is using static singularity. It is a high-level, unorthodox speed control technique that makes you move at a crawl but emits a suffocating pressure. To Horum, it looks like Hozhang is walking in slow motion, yet his brain is screaming at him to run away. Every single nerve in his body is suddenly on edge, his survival instincts firing on all cylinders. Before he even realizes what is happening, Hozhang is standing right in front of his face, staring down at him. And then, our guy gives him the most chilling, cold smile you have ever seen. Panicking, Horum immediately unloads with his signature steel chain strike, throwing a massive flurry of high-speed punches. The fists blur through the air, but Hozhang is just standing there, effortlessly deflecting every single strike with his palms. The crowd is completely blown away. The Myong clan's signature technique is insane, but what kind of elite fist art is Hozhang using to block it? Jipyong, watching from the sidelines, has his jaw on the floor. He realizes exactly what his brother is doing. He is using the Yeon clan's 13 fists, the most basic, entry-level, beginner martial art they teach to children. Hozhang is literally countering an elite, high-level technique using the equivalent of a tutorial punch. He slides his hand effortlessly past Horum's guard, redirecting his wrist, and with a quick snapping motion, he strikes Horum's arm with a heavy counterforce. A perfect transverse strike that sends a heavy shock traveling straight up Horum's arm. The impact forces Horum to slide backward across the grass, desperately trying to keep his footing. He drops into a crouch, holding his arm and grunting in pain. He looks down at his hands, sweating. "My bone would have broken if I hadn't dispersed the impact." He looks up at our guy, his face twisting with pure, seething anger. "This bastard!" Hozhang just stares down at him. "Look!" He walks forward slowly, the azure energy rising around him. "Are you going to keep playing around like this?" He raises his palm, and hexagonal plates of blue elemental ki start manifesting in the air around him. "You have to attack as if you are actually trying to kill someone. Only then will I show you what I can really do." Horum's eyes glow with a dangerous golden light. "You novice bastard!" But before they can turn the courtyard into a smoking crater, a loud shout echoes from the stairs. "Stop!" A massive squad of mansion guards runs into the clearing, drawing their swords. They quickly circle the two fighters, forming an iron wall between them. And stepping through the ranks is the pretentious White Knight himself, Namgung Hyeon, looking absolutely furious. "What do you think you are doing at a sacred gathering?" The tension is thick enough to choke on as the three successors stare each other down under the darkening sky. Hashtag Chapter 14 from. We open Chapter 14 with the guards completely surrounding the courtyard as the sun begins to set. Hyeon immediately tries to play the role of the grand moral authority. "Myung, you are the oldest successor here. I get why you wanted to teach a lesson to a rude newcomer, but this is too much." Then he spins around and points directly at Hozhang. "And you! You just picked a fight like some common street thug! No one in the history of this gathering has ever been this boorish." Hozhang just stands there, looking at him with an expression that says he is currently listening to a very loud, very annoying fly. Hyeon loses his mind at the lack of respect. "How much are you planning to underestimate the prestigious Namgung clan? Stop this unfair behavior right now!" he yells. Hojeong is just in his own head, wondering who invited this clown to the lobby. Suddenly, a clear, elegant voice cuts through the shouting. "Little Aeon," Heon mutters, his tough guy act instantly crumbling. Zhu Jaeon steps into the circle, walking right up to stand beside Hojeong. She looks at Heon with an expression of cold disgust. "We are in an official meeting. Please pay attention to how you address me." "Young Master Namgung Heon," she says, putting so much ice on his name he is practically shivering. She raises her hand, addressing the entire crowd of watching disciples. To begin with, she points directly at the unconscious wet puddle that is Tong Yang Seon. "Young Master Tang is the one who actually ruined this gathering. So why are you trying to pin the blame for everything on Hojeong?" Heon tries to save face, stammering. "But Lady Jaegal, you must have seen it too. Instead of stopping Tang, he actively launched a dangerous attack on Myung." Ayan just smiles. "Didn't Hojeong make it clear? It was a complete mistake. She is literally backing his obvious, shameless lie in front of the entire murim. True ride-or-die behavior." She turns her gaze to Horam, and surely a successor of the great Myung clan has the generosity to forgive a simple accident. Am I wrong? Horam just shrugs, a highly amused smirk on his face. He is more than happy to play along with this comedy. Ayeon continues her legal defense, explaining to the crowd that the Green Mountain Yeon clan has no secret throwing techniques, so obviously he just missed his target. She turns to Hojeong. "However, you still caused a disturbance. That is why I want you to explain your actions to everyone." Hojeong stays silent. He is not used to having people defend him, especially not beautiful noblewomen. She looks at him with pleading eyes. "Jong, please." And then, he feels a small, familiar tug on his sleeve. "Brother," Jipyong whispers. Hojeong looks down, his hard expression softening. Jipyong is looking at him with wide, worried eyes, begging him silently not to blow their cover and ruin the clan. Our guy takes a long, deep breath and sighs. He realizes he let his past life emotions get the better of him. He was too hasty. He thought he had found the shadow of the masterminds who murdered his family, and his murderous intent almost made him lose control. He steps forward, clasping his hands, and bows politely to Horam. "The Myung clan's martial arts are truly as formidable as the rumors say. I merely wanted to test my weak skills against a master. Please excuse my rudeness." Horam's smile widens. He knows this is a total act, but he respects the play. "I understand." Hojeong then turns to the crowd, rubbing the back of his neck like an embarrassed, dumb teenager. "I completely ruined the mood. My father always tells me to think before I act, but I guess I forgot again. If he finds out about this, he is going to lock me in the shrine to starve for 3 days straight," he says. The surrounding disciples start chuckling. Ayan giggles softly behind her sleeve, and even the stern guards are starting to relax. Hojeong adds, "I just hope none of you know my father. To make up for the trouble, I think I will have to personally pour a cup of liquor for everyone at tomorrow's banquet to ask for your forgiveness." Suddenly, a massive voice booms from the back. "Nonsense!" It is Peng Daeho, the giant twin from Hebe, stepping forward with a massive grin. He beats his chest, his voice shaking the leaves on the trees. "Look at this body! A single cup is not going to cut it! We are going to drink until we are absolutely wasted! If you can outlast everyone else, only then will I consider you forgiven!" Hojeong smiles. "You leave me no choice." The entire crowd bursts into laughter, completely won over by his sudden charm. "I didn't know the Yeon clan heir was such a manly guy." They all walk away talking about how cool Lady Jaegal was, leaving Hyeon standing in the center of the lawn, completely and utterly ignored. Look at his face. That is the face of a man who tried to be the main character and ended up as the comic relief. Horam walks off, glancing back with a knowing smile. He knows our guy is hiding a monster inside, and he is willing to wait. Meanwhile, the massive Peng Daeho spots the stocky elder, Han Homyong. "By any chance, are you the legendary Poison Dragon Steel Whip?" They walk off sharing stories, while down on the grass, Tang Yang Seon is still lying face down in his own puddle, completely abandoned by his own allies. The next day, inside the grand restaurant of the successor's manor. The atmosphere is loud and lively. Hojeong is eating quietly with Jipyong when a shadow falls over their table. "Excuse me." It is a rugged veteran in dark blue armor, his hand resting on the hilt of a massive sword. "I am Guard Captain Chuzong." He looks down at them with a cold, serious expression. "I will be blunt. Pack your things and leave this manor immediately." Jipyong's spoon hits his plate with a sharp clatter. "What did you just say?" The captain does not even blink. "You heard me. I am ordering the Yeon clan to vacate the premises before the main banquet starts at noon today." And over at the VIP table, Namgung-hyun is sipping his tea, wearing the smug, satisfied smirk of a man who definitely just used his family's money to pay off the guards. We return to the bustling main dining hall of the successor's manor, where everyone is enjoying their midday meals. But the comfortable vibe is instantly shattered by the sharp clatter of chopsticks being slammed down onto a table. Hojong doesn't even lift his eyes from his plate as he asks if they really want him to pack up and leave. Chuzong stands over him, looking cold and completely unyielding. Our guy looks up, his dark purple eyes narrowing just a fraction as he asks for a single good reason why. Chuzong crosses his arms, raising his voice so the entire room can hear. He claims Hojong is the one who single-handedly ruined yesterday's gathering and that his family has an extensive history of causing trouble. He formally states that as the head of security, he has decided the Yeon clan simply doesn't meet the qualifications to participate in this noble gathering. Jipyong slams his hands on the table and stands up, calling the whole thing absolute nonsense. He points out that yesterday's dispute was already fully resolved and pardoned. He explains that his brother was literally planning to apologize to everyone during today's banquet, but Chuzong just sneers, claiming Hojeong's attitude is already highly questionable. Chuzong points a heavy accusing finger directly at our guy's face. He yells that instead of reflecting on his actions, Hojong just strolled in here and started eating like nothing happened. He gestures at the small plate of simple tofu and greens sitting in front of Hojong, asking the room if this looks like the behavior of someone who is deeply sorry. Chuzong turns his back, ordering them to depart the premises as soon as possible, but Jipyong is completely red with anger. He takes a deep breath, preparing to shout at the top of his lungs because he cannot stand his brother being insulted like this. The entire dining hall goes dead silent as Jipyong steps out from behind the table, staring down the veteran guard. Jipyong points out the obvious logic. Chuzong is nothing but a guard hired by one of the host clans, meaning he has absolutely zero political right to judge the qualifications of another noble family's successor. Chuzong slowly turns his head back, wearing an incredibly patronizing smirk as he calls the young kid completely ignorant of how the world works. He gestures around the grand hall, reminding everyone that the elite Namgung clan is the sole host and sponsor of this entire event. He stands tall, boasting that because they are the hosts, they possess the absolute right to remove any troublesome rabble that might ruin the prestige of the gathering. He claims their second young master was generous enough to let things slide yesterday, but he is different, and he has no intention of letting a clear troublemaker stay. And right on cue, we see Namgung-hyun sitting at the VIP table in the background, casually sipping his warm tea with the most satisfied, punchable grin on his face. As Jipyong prepares to lose his mind, Hojong's calm voice cuts through the tension, softly calling his brother's name. Hojong casually reaches out with his chopsticks, picking up a perfectly glazed piece of pork belly from the plate. He lifts it up, gently guiding it directly toward his younger brother's wide-open, shouting mouth. Jipyong is completely stunned, his anger instantly evaporating into pure confusion as he swallows the meat. Hojeong smiles warmly, telling him he should start eating before the food gets cold. Hojeong adds with a completely neutral tone that it would be a massive shame to miss a good meal just because some random dog is barking loudly in the background. He looks up at Chuzong, asking why the guard is just standing there instead of asking the kitchen staff to warm up the dishes. Chuzong's face instantly turns a dark shade of purple. Chuzong slams his heavy boot onto the wooden floor with a massive impact, the shockwave rattling the nearby tables and cups. He leans down, veins popping on his neck as he demands to know what Hojong just said, but our guy doesn't even flinch, casually complaining that the guard is being way too loud. Hojong sighs, mockingly suggesting that since the local dog is barking his head off, he must be incredibly hungry, so they really need his actual owner to come and fetch him. Chuzong's teeth grind together so hard you can practically hear them cracking. He has never been this thoroughly disrespected by a teenager in his entire life. He reaches back, drawing his heavy broadsword with a sharp metallic ring, screaming that Hojeong is nothing but an arrogant infant compared to him. But before the blade can even clear the scabbard, a pale hand slides into the frame, firmly catching Chuzong's wrist. Namgung-hyun stands there, holding his guard captain back with a serious, calculated expression, telling him to calm down. Hojeong doesn't even look up from his tea, simply noting with a smug smile that the dog's actual owner has finally decided to show his face. Meanwhile, in a messy corner of the hall, a hand reaches into a hot pot of food, grabbing a massive piece of cooked meat. It's Ga Doiksong, the successor of the beggar sect, currently stuffing his face and chewing like an absolute wild animal. He lets out a massive burp, looking over at the confrontation with a highly amused grin, noting that this gathering is turning out to be full of wonderful trouble. He happily continues eating, loving the fact that absolutely nobody is paying attention to his terrible table manners while this massive drama unfolds. He looks closely at our guy, recognizing him as the mysterious young master from the Green Mountain Yeon clan who effortlessly defeated the bandit leader Mabang. anything. Hyeon steps forward, trying to sound incredibly reasonable as he points out that Hoyoung just publicly humiliated a guard captain of the Namgung clan, asking if he honestly expects them to overlook it. Hoyoung slowly stands up, pointing out the obvious flaw in Hyeon's little scheme. He asks why a grand noble heir would order a guard captain to do his dirty work, mockingly asking if Hyeon was actually that afraid to face him directly. Hyeon flinches, waving his hand dismissively while trying to act completely unbothered, stammering a weak response. Hojong leans in, his eyes turning cold. He tells Hyeon that if he's holding a petty grudge because of what happened to his younger sister Songhwa, he should act like a real warrior and challenge him to a proper spar instead of plotting with subordinates. Hyeon's eyes widen in pure, unadulterated panic. That is the exact name he wanted to keep hidden from the public. The surrounding disciples instantly start whispering to each other, realizing there is some deep, juicy family drama hidden beneath the surface here. Hyeon's internal dialogue is a complete mess. He cannot believe this kid actually brought up his sister Namgung Songhwa in front of the entire assembly. As the whispers grow louder, Hyun shouts for everyone to stop their speculation immediately. He points his finger at the crowd, claiming there is absolutely no way he would have ordered such a petty thing, stating that even suggesting it is a direct humiliation to his prestigious clan. Hojong just raises an eyebrow, asking with a highly amused tone if Hyeon is truly claiming he had absolutely nothing to do with the guard's actions. Hyeon nods right along, completely unaware that he just walked straight into a massive high IQ trap. Hojong's smirk returns as he points out that in that case, Hyun shouldn't have any problem at all if Hojong decides to teach a personal lesson to a guard captain who acted completely on his own accord. Chuzong steps forward, gritting his teeth. To save his master's face, he loudly takes full responsibility, claiming everything he did was entirely his own decision. Hojong nods, telling him that's perfect, proposing they settle the matter right now with a simple official spar on the training grounds. Hojong suggests that after he teaches the captain a highly painful lesson, they can proceed with the actual successors gathering in a much friendlier atmosphere. Chuzong confidently accepts the challenge, warning Hojong not to take back his words when he's lying beaten on the dirt. As the crowd begins to disperse toward the training grounds, the dining hall slowly empties out. Sitting in the dark corner, Myung-horum takes a slow sip of his drink, his smug smile wider than ever as he prepares to watch the show of a lifetime. Meanwhile, in a private guest room, Juge Aeon is currently losing her mind as she hears the news. "The Lightning Knight Chuzong?" she gasps. Her brother explains the lore. Chuzong is not just some random guard, he is a highly powerful veteran warrior rumored to have cleared out 30% of all the bandits in Henan and Anhui completely on his own. Aeon turns to Jipyong, asking why he didn't stop his brother from accepting such a dangerous, high-risk match. Jipyong just lets out a tired sigh, asking why she thinks he didn't try. He explains that Hojong is absolutely not the type of person to stop just because someone asks him nicely. He adds that once their family's honor is put on the line like this, backing down would make their reputation plummet to absolute zero anyway. Aeon stands up abruptly, slamming her fists together, declaring they cannot just sit here while Hojong walks into a trap. She looks over, expecting her brother to be ready to rush out, but Jigal-ju is just sitting there with a completely exhausted expression. Ju casually holds up her outer traveling garments, telling her he already knew she'd react like this and prepared her coat. Aeon snatches the coat, sprinting out of the room while shouting that she'll see them over at the training grounds. Jipyong and Jigal-ju just sit at the table, sharing a silent, deeply emotional moment of mutual sympathy for having incredibly exhausting older siblings. Back at the grand training grounds, a massive crowd of disciples and guards has gathered around the sandy arena. Chuzong stands in the center with his arms crossed, looking like an absolute human fortress as he asks if Hojong is finally ready. Hojong slowly spins a heavy training spear through the air, catching it with a clean, low-stance grip. But as he prepares to charge, Chuzong holds up his hand, arrogantly declaring he will let the young master strike 3 times first without counterattacking. Hojong stops, his eyes narrowing as he repeats the words. 3 times? Chuzong smirks, claiming that since he is a proud brigade leader of the elite Namgung clan, it is only natural to offer a massive handicap to a junior. Our guy's expression drops to absolute zero. He looks at Chuzong like he is already a dead man, his past life aura starting to quietly leak into the sand. We open chapter 16 with the 2 fighters squaring off in the center of the vast training grounds. Hojong stays completely silent, his purple eyes locked onto Chuzong's smug face as he adjusts his grip on the black spear. He slowly shifts his weight, sliding the weapon behind his back in a highly unorthodox, relaxed posture. Chuzong raises an eyebrow, completely confused by this bizarre, seemingly defenseless stance. He mockingly asks if Hojong is actually planning to fight, or if he's just going to stand there looking pretty. Hojong lets out a cold, dark chuckle, his voice dripping with pure menace as he tells the guard he just changed his mind. He asks Chuzong if he can truly take absolute responsibility for the arrogant words he just uttered. He slowly lifts the spear high above his head, the heavy steel tip pointing directly toward the blue sky. He calmly warns Chuzong that if he dares to draw his sword before those 3 strikes are up, if he breaks his word out of fear, his neck will go flying right off his shoulders. The sheer bloodlust in his voice makes the entire arena temperature drop. Aion and the surrounding disciples gasps in pure shock, unable to believe the insane level of confidence coming from our guy. The elite heirs start whispering, trying to analyze the bizarre, highly aggressive spear stance Hojong is utilizing. Even the top martial artists are completely baffled, wondering if such a terrifying ancient spear technique even exists in modern archives. Haiyan stands on the sidelines, sweating as he shouts at Chuzong to stop playing around and finish this quickly. Chuzong's smirk completely vanishes. For the first time, he feels a genuine chill of death crawling up his spine as he looks at the spear tip. He realizes that this is not the stance of an amateur, it is the stance of a seasoned killer. And then, Hojong moves. First strike. He slams his foot into the sand with a massive impact, launching forward like a launched missile. The air literally splits with a high-pitched scream as the spear thrusts forward with terrifying velocity. Chuzong barely has time to react, crossing his heavily armored forearms in a desperate defensive block. The spear tip collides with his bracers, and the sheer physical force of the impact shatters the ground beneath them. Chuzong let out a heavy grunt, his boots sliding backward through the dirt as the shock travels all the way up his shoulders. But before he can even process the raw power, Hojong is already airborne. Second strike, he spins midair, bringing the spear down in a massive sweeping overhead arc that cuts through the wind. Chuzong desperately tries to lean back, his eyes wide with panic as the cold steel passes inches from his face. The sheer wind pressure of the strike is so sharp it literally slices through his heavy blue fabric armor, exposing his chest. Chuzong lands on his feet, sweating profusely, realization hitting him like a truck. If that strike had landed a fraction of an inch closer, he would have been sliced in half, but there is zero time to breathe. Third strike. The spear tip blurs into a dozen distinct, high-speed thrusts, a wall of pure steel coming straight for his vital points. In that split second, Chuzong doesn't see a spear, he sees the literal face of death staring back at him. And out of pure primal survival instinct, his body moves on its own. He reaches back and draws his heavy sword to block. Steel meets steel with a deafening metallic clash that rings across the entire training grounds. Chuzong stands there, gasping for air, holding his drawn blade as the sand slowly settles around them. He is completely drenched in cold sweat, his heart hammering against his ribs as he realizes how incredibly close he just came to dying. He looks down at his chest, thinking that if he hadn't broken his promise and drawn his sword, his head would currently be rolling in the sand. Hojong slowly lowers his spear, his voice cold and flat as he notes the obvious. "You failed." He walks forward slowly, reminding the guard of the exact promise they made before the match started. He points the spear directly at Chuzong's face, stating that since Chuzong couldn't even last 3 simple strikes without drawing his sword, he now has to pay the ultimate price. Hojong drops into a low, predatory crouch, his purple energy flaring as he prepares to execute the guard right then and there. He launches forward, the sand exploding behind his boots as he closes the distance in a fraction of a second. The watching crowd of disciples can only stare in absolute breathless silence. Even the giant Peng twins from Hebei have completely lost their loud, boisterous attitude, their expressions turning incredibly serious. One of the twins mutters to his brother, realizing that this match has completely bypassed a simple, noble spar. They realize that the victor has already been decided, and now they are watching a literal execution. Chuzong grinds his teeth, desperately raising his sword to defend himself as Hojong's spear comes down like a hammer. Hojong spins mid-strike, utilizing the momentum to launch a heavy, physical kick directly into Chuzong's chest. The impact sends a sickening crunch through the arena, and Chuzong coughs up a spray of dark blood as he is sent flying backward. He rolls across the hard sand, desperately trying to find his footing while clutching his bruised ribs. But as he looks up, the spear tip is already coming down from above like a falling star. Chuzong lets out a desperate scream, realizing he has absolutely no time to parry or block the strike. Hojiang descends with absolute, cold precision, his spear aimed directly at the center of the guard's chest. In a final, pathetic bid for survival, Chuzong throws himself to the side, executing a highly unelegant, messy roll through the dirt. The legendary lazy donkey roll. The spear slams into the empty sand, creating a massive explosion of dust and rock that tears through the ground. Chuzong scrambles to his feet several yards away, gasping for air, covered head to toe in dirt and grime. He looks down at his ruined clothes, his face turning bright red with pure burning humiliation. He cannot believe that he, a proud brigade leader of the elite Namgung clan, actually felt a sense of relief just because he survived by using a peasant rolling technique. He looks up at Hojong, his eyes completely bloodshot as he shouts his own name, refusing to accept this massive loss of pride. A violent, bright green sword ki begins to erupt from his blade, the wind whipping around him as he unleashes his full, unrestricted power. He loudly apologizes to his young master for showing such an indecent, weak side of himself, claiming this behavior is completely unfitting for a Namgung warrior. But mid-speech, Hojiang is already standing right in front of him, having closed the distance without making a single sound. Chuzong's eyes widen in sheer terror. Completely losing his mind, Chuzong unloads verbally, swinging his glowing green sword with every ounce of physical strength he has left. He unleashes his ultimate high-level technique, creating 3 massive crescent waves of green sword energy that slice through the sand. "Life-chasing 3 swords," he screams, the lethal projectiles flying straight toward our guy's chest. The green light completely illuminates the training grounds, the sheer power of the strike threatening to tear the arena apart. Hojiang stands perfectly calm, spinning his spear through the green light with absolute hypnotic speed. He effortlessly parries and shatters the first 2 energy waves, his spear tip moving like a fluid stream of water. Jipyong screams for his brother in pure panic as the final massive collision of energy completely engulfs the 2 fighters in a blinding flash of light. The green sword wave is coming down hard, but our guy has already closed his eyes. Completely serene in the center of the storm, he snaps them open, his eyes glowing with a sharp light as he activates static singularity. He slams his boot into the dirt, releasing a dense ripple of heavy localized gravity. Chuzong's face instantly twists as his high-speed movement is suddenly ground to a crawl. He can't even process what kind of gravity-altering cheat code he is currently dealing with. His green blade swings through empty air, completely missing our guy's head as Hojong effortlessly slides past his guard. Hojong doesn't even bother to strike with the spear tip, he just spins the shaft and drives the heavy blunt end directly into Chuzong's arm. The impact splits the air with a loud crunch, sending Chuzong's posture completely out of alignment. And to make sure this kid stays down, Hojong deploys the Northern 12 Heavenly Walls, creating a massive defensive shell of water energy that blasts Chuzong backward. Chuzong is on the ground, screaming in absolute agony as he clutches his snapped wrist. He is sweating, panting, his teeth grinding together as he stares up at the absolute monster standing over him. And right behind Hojong, a massive translucent blue shell of the mythical black tortoise fully materializes, radiating an oppressive elemental pressure. Hojong just stares down at him with a look of pure disgust, his purple eyes colder than ice. Chuzong tries to scramble back, his face twisting with rage as he calls our guy a bastard, but Hojong is already shifting his grip on the spear. "I'll kill you!" the guard screams, but his voice is shaking and his green energy is completely flaring out of control. Hojong doesn't say a word. He just slides his hand down the black shaft, the steel tip humming with a dark, high-frequency vibration. Chuzong charges with a desperate, wild swing, but Hojong effortlessly parries it, spinning his body like a cyclone. He launches into the air, the spear tip splitting into a dozen distinct lethal afterimages, pointing straight down at the guard's vital points. The visual scale of this fight has completely bypassed a normal noble spar. This is a high-tier execution. He unleashes the Savage Beast Spear art, an ancient, highly aggressive, unorthodox style that targets the opponent with animalistic ferocity. A colossal, blue-scaled beast head literally manifests in the air, its jaws wide open as if preparing to swallow Chuzong whole. Chuzong lets out a blood-curdling scream as the pressure hits him, his survival instincts completely short-circuiting. The silhouette of the 2 fighters flashes against the pale sky, one descending like a predator, the other completely defenseless. The spear tip strikes down, creating a massive shockwave of dirt and wind that tears through the entire arena. Chuzong is launched backward, coughing up a spray of dark blood as he flies past the watching disciples. The Peng twins watch this with their jaws on the floor, completely stunned by the sheer brutality of the strike. Hojong lands elegantly, his spear held in a clean, vertical stance as he prepares to deliver the final lethal blow to the struggling guard. He launches forward again, his speed so fast he literally leaves a trail of dust in his wake. The spear tip is coming down straight for Chuzong's exposed neck as the guard lies helpless on the ground. Chuzong closes his eyes, his face completely pale as he prepares to meet his end. But suddenly, a loud metallic ring echoes across the training grounds as a wooden staff slides into the frame. It's God Doiksong, the successor of the beggar sect, wearing a massive sweaty grin as he catches the high-speed spear tip bare-handed. Hoyong's eyes narrow in surprise as he looks at the dirty, patched-up beggar who just interrupted his execution. Doiksong is physically shaking, his hands bleeding from the raw friction of catching the rotating steel tip. Hoyong recognizes him instantly. "You are the Dragonhead Union leader?" he mutters to himself. Doiksong grins, his palms covered in blood, as he comments that while it's a highly sweet sentiment to call him a leader, he is currently just a lowly successor. He asks Hojong to please tell his master to retire already, jokingly complaining that his hands are about to fall off from the strain. He whines that Hojong is incredibly strong, asking him to please stop the fight before they can even have a proper chat. Hojong slowly pulls his spear back, noting that if Doiksong had made even a single millimeter mistake, his hand would have been cleanly severed. Doiksong just laughs, saying he would have been an even more miserable beggar in that case. Doiksong scratches his head, asking if Hojong actually knows him, pointing out that he doesn't think he ever went to beg in the direction of the Green Mountain Yeon clan. Hojong quickly covers his track, stating he simply heard from the rumors that Doiksong is the highly talented future master of the Beggars Union. Doiksong blushes, scratching his messy hair, happily asking if there were truly such cool rumors about him circulating around. But while Doiksong is busy celebrating, Hojong's mind is currently running 1,000,000 miles an hour. He remembers God Doiksong from his previous life. They used to be close drinking buddies. But there is a massive logical error here. He only met God Doiksong after he became the legendary Black Emperor, which should have happened years after this current point in time. Doiksong was absolutely not supposed to be present at this successor's gathering in the original timeline. Hojiang realizes the shocking truth. The present timeline is actively being altered because of his own actions. He wonders what would have happened if he hadn't visited the Thorny Melody Pavilion. Would the Zhuge siblings have died by Mabong's hand, causing this massive butterfly effect? He is pulled out of his thoughts by Doiksong pointing toward the sidelines, noting that everyone is currently waiting for him. The surrounding disciples are whispering in absolute shock, asking each other if MC's actions weren't way too excessive for a simple noble spar. They murmur that this wasn't just a friendly match, Hojiang was genuinely fighting to the death. Chuzong is lying unconscious on the dirt, a bloody broken mess, while our guy stands over him like an absolute giant. Hojiang looks at the whispering crowd, realizing they are confused and terrified of his brutal nature, but he honestly doesn't care. He really was planning to kill the guard. Suddenly, a hand is raised from the crowd. It is Peng Daeho, the giant successor from Hebei. Daeho steps forward, his expression highly serious as he asks if Hojiang doesn't think he went a little too far with a simple guard. He points out that everyone here thought it was just a standard spar, asking if there was some deep hidden reason why Hojiang was fighting with clear killing intent. Hojiang lets out a long, slow sigh, realizes he has to play the political game to keep his family's cover intact. He steps forward, raising his voice so the entire assembly can hear, stating that since they want to know the truth, he doesn't need to hide it. He explains that it all started in the morning while he was casually having breakfast in the dining hall, and Chuzong came to see him. The surrounding disciples listen intently, their expressions shifting as they realize there is a massive backstory to this sudden conflict. And over at the stairs, Namgung Hyun is standing there, sweating bullets as he realizes where this story is heading. Hojiang smirks, turning his head slowly toward Hyun, letting out a sharp tsk sound. He points his finger directly at Hyun, loudly declaring that everything that happened today is entirely Namgung Hyun's fault. Hyun's face turns bright red with a mix of pure anger and embarrassment as the crowd's gaze shifts to him. Hojiang walks right up to him, mockingly suggesting that Hyun should have praised his subordinate a little more often. He smirks, claiming that squad leader Chuzong must have gone to such extreme lengths to threaten and kick the Yeon clan out simply because he craved his young master's praise so much. He tells Hyun that he should apologize to everyone since he clearly wasn't good enough at managing his own subordinate. Hyun's eyes widen in pure, unadulterated rage as he realizes he has been completely cornered in front of the entire murim. Even Doiksong is looking at Hojiang with a highly impressed expression, realizing how masterfully our guy just flipped the entire political narrative. Hyun stands frozen, the whispers of the crowd echoing in his ears as he tries to find a way out of this high IQ trap. Myung Horam is sitting in the back, nodding slowly with the most satisfied, amused grin you have ever seen. He is absolutely loving this high-tier drama. Hojiang smiles warmly at Hyun, mockingly noting that it's truly nice to see how much Hyun cares about his subordinate as the older one. He adds, with a completely serious face, that he also would have acted up if his own brother made such a massive mistake, but of course, his brother is different from a certain person. Hyon is physically shaking, his teeth grinding together as he steps forward to address our guy. And then, to the absolute shock of everyone present, the proud, arrogant successor of the dominant Namgung clan slowly bows his head. "I apologize," he mutters. He confesses to the entire crowd that he was indeed the one who ordered Choseong to humiliate and remove the Yeon clan, claiming it wasn't a mistake made by his subordinate. He bowed deeper, explaining that he merely tried to vent his lingering anger from yesterday's restaurant dispute, admitting he made a massive mistake as a host who should have been fair to everyone. He stands there, his face completely flushed with shame, his pride shattered into a million pieces. He looks up, his eyes wide with a desperate pleading expression, silently begging Hojeong, "Please blame my lack of virtue, and nothing else, and please, don't mention anything about the matter with Namgung Sanghwa," he whispers, terrified of his sister's brutal defeat being exposed to the world. Hojeong stands perfectly still, looking down at the bowing noble heir with an expression of complete indifference, and with a cold dark smirk, our guy's internal dialogue is incredibly simple. "I don't want to." But inside one of the grand private quarters, the vibe is anything but peaceful. A fist slams into the stone wall with a massive, bone-shattering impact, spiderweb cracks spreading across the bricks. "Damn it!" a voice screams, the sound echoing through the empty room. It's Namgung Hyun, currently pacing around his room like a literal psycho, his face twisted with pure rage as he yells about the humiliation he just suffered. He remembers how Zhuge Ayon stood right beside Hojeong, looking at him with that expression of complete disgust. "In front of Ayon as well?" he screams. He unloads verbally, throwing a massive flurry of high-speed punches at the stone wall, sending brick dust flying everywhere. His hands are bleeding, but he doesn't even care, his mind completely consumed by the image of Hojeong's smug face. He spins around, pointing his finger at his personal guard, who is currently standing at attention, trembling. He orders the guard to immediately find out which medical clinic Choseong is currently recovering at and report back to him. The guard shouts, "Yes, sir," and quickly disappears, leaving Hyun standing in the center of the ruined room. Hyun's eyes are completely bloodshot as he swears a silent, solemn oath that he will definitely find a way to kill Yeon Hojeong. Meanwhile, back at the grand training grounds, the sunset has painted the sky in beautiful shades of orange and pink. Hojeong stands comfortably, wearing a warm, gentle smile as he looks at the giant Peng Daeho. Daeho flinches, pointing at himself, completely confused. Me?" Hojeong casually tosses a heavy training staff through the air, catching it with a clean grip as the surrounding disciples watch. The staff flies straight toward Jipyong, who catches it with a completely blank, funny face. Hojeong politely asks Daeho if he would mind giving his younger brother Jipyong a proper sparring lesson. Hojeong pats Daeho's shoulder, explaining that while Jipyong's talent is the greatest in the Yeon clan, he hasn't faced any truly strong veteran opponents yet. He clasps his hands, suggesting that since the duel for pride is officially over, they should focus on gaining friendlier relations, as per the original purpose of this gathering. Jipyong looks at his brother with a mix of awe and slight terror, unable to believe how easily Hojeong can switch between a cold-blooded killer and a diplomatic master. He shakes his head with a tired smile, thinking to himself that his older brother is truly cunning and high IQ. Jipyong steps forward, bowing politely to the giant, formally requesting his guidance. Daeho bursts into a massive laugh, beating his chest, happily accepting the match. The surrounding disciples start cheering, their bodies itching for some action after watching such a high-tier fight. "I've always wanted to have a match with the Zhuge clan's young lady," one shouts. Moyoung Yeonhwa smiles, asking her brother if she can have a look at his martial arts for the first time in a while. Daeho's brother laughs, ready to show off. Meanwhile, Jagal-ju walks up to Ga Doiksang, bowing politely as he asks the future beggar sect master for some guidance. Doiksang lets out his signature goofy laugh, loving the sudden friendly atmosphere. He drapes his arms around Ju's shoulders, dragging him toward the arena while shouting that they should have some fun, leaving Horim watching them from behind. Horim slowly walks up to Hojeong, his golden aura flaring slightly as he points out that their own duel was cut short yesterday. He asks what Hojeong thinks about a quick round 2. Hojeong smirks, adjusting his grip on his spear, calmly accepting the challenge. "Let's do it. Round 2. And with a massive blast of energy, the title card The Black Emperor flashes across the screen as the two monsters clash. The surrounding disciples can only stare with wide eyes, completely blown away by the sheer velocity of the collision. The spear and the fists clash with such rapid frequency that the sound is like a continuous roll of thunder. "Is he really the same person who fought against Chuzong?" they gasp. Horum launches a massive flurry of high-speed golden strikes, but Hojong is right there, parrying every single punch with the shaft of his spear. The friction is so intense that the heavy wooden training spear begins to crack and splinter under the raw force of Horum's golden ki. Horum lets out a heavy grunt, bringing his fist down in a massive overhead strike, but Hojiang effortlessly blocks it, his feet anchored firmly in the sand. Hojiang looks up, his purple eyes locked onto Horum's face as he mockingly asks how the power feels. He spins mid-air, bringing the spear down in a massive sweeping overhead arc that cuts through Horum's defense. Horum flinches, his eyes widening as he realizes the sheer density of the strike is too heavy. "I can't block it?" his mind screams. He is forced to cross his arms, the spear slamming into his golden bracers with a deafening clash. The shockwave of the impact travels straight down his legs, shattering the ground beneath his boots. But Hojong doesn't stop. He guides the momentum into a quick snapping transverse strike that hits Horum's side. Horum is forced to slide backward across the grass, his boots carving deep trenches in the dirt. He drops into a crouch, a dark, heavy golden ki flaring around his palms as he prepares to unleash his ultimate technique. Hojong's eyes narrow as he looks at the golden fire-like energy swirling around Horum's hands. "That's..." Horum launches forward with a bloodshot smile, swinging his glowing golden fists with every ounce of physical strength he has left. Hojiang channels his azure water ki, his spear tip glowing with a bright blue light as he meets the strike head-on. The two elemental forces collide with a massive blinding explosion of light and wind that illuminates the entire sunset sky. The force of the blast shatters the training spear completely, sending splinters of wood flying through the air. Horum lands back on his feet, holding a broken piece of wood, sighing that it would be wise to end the fight here since their weapons are ruined. But as he looks up, Hojong is already walking away. Horum mutters. Hojong doesn't even look back as he waves his hand, simply saying he learned a lot and bids him so long. Horum stands in the center of the arena, staring at our guy's back in silence, a highly serious expression replacing his smug smirk. Hojong walks into the quiet, dark hallway of the inner manor, his face completely devoid of any warmth. His mind is currently replaying the clash, specifically focusing on the golden, fire-like ki that Horum unleashed. He walks slower, his expression turning incredibly dark as a hidden memory from his past life unlocks. He remembers a snowy, blood-soaked battlefield where a massive, terrifying demonic warrior was slaughtering his allies with that exact same golden ki. He remembers the screams of his men as they were folded like lawn chairs by the relentless golden strikes. His teeth grind together so hard they practically bleed as the realization hits him like a freight train. He stands alone in the dark corridor, his azure energy flaring with a violent, murderous intensity. The chapter ends on this massive, chilling cliffhanger as our guy realizes the terrifying truth: the Mayong clan are the actual villains behind his family's future ruin. Night has fallen over the Anhui guest estate, but while everyone else is sleeping off the banquet, our guy is out in the woods. Hojong is sitting under the moonlight, completely focused on his breathing. He is actively pushing his limits, expelling the turbid, dirty ki from his system as dark purple smoke. With a heavy sigh, he completely collapses backward into the grass, totally drained from the internal cleansing. He stares up at the crescent moon, his breathing finally slowing down. But a quiet mind is a dangerous thing for a regressor, because his thoughts immediately drift back to the Myong clan and the fight with Horum. He remembers how the high-tier clans strictly manage how their unique innate ki-controlling methods are passed down across generations. And then it hits him, the signature energy of that specific blade technique. In his past life, the demonic invaders who slaughtered his family didn't use a spear, they used a heavy blade, which is why his brain didn't register the connection immediately during the spar. He grits his teeth so hard his jaw aches, and suddenly we are slipping back into the memories he spent 26 years trying to run from. This is the exact night his original world ended. The bamboo forest was burning, and he was hiding in the bushes, completely paralyzed by raw, choking fear. Through the leaves, he watched a massive shadowed killer drop from the sky directly toward his little brother, Jipyong. Jipyong was already cornered, helpless against a blinding golden flame that was too hot to even look at. Even with a heavy blade hovering inches from his face and blood dripping down his forehead, Jipyong didn't scream for help. Instead, he looked straight into the dark forest and yelled at Hojiang to run as fast as he could. Jipyong collapsed into the dirt, his blood soaking the bamboo leaves, and he never looked back in Hojiang's direction. The killer stood over his body, but Jipyong kept his eyes locked away the entire time because he knew even a single glance would give away his brother's hiding spot to the murderers. And our guy just sat there, frozen like a coward, waiting until the heavy footsteps fully faded before his trembling body would even let him move. And then, he ran. Not to fight, not to seek justice. just to survive. He fled into the dark, carrying nothing but the heavy, suffocating guilt of being the brother who survived. He locked himself in a damp, pitch-black cave, screaming until his throat bled. He stayed in that cave, crying for 3 days and 3 nights, clutching his blood-stained robes and cursing his own weakness. That was the exact night his old gentle self died and the ruthless Black Emperor was born. Lying under the blue embers of his current key, he remembers the sacred promise he made to himself in that cave. Never again. No more running, no more regrets, and absolutely zero mercy for anyone standing between him and his family. Ugh, that's bitter. He sits up, trying to shake off the physical and mental poison. He snaps out of his thoughts as a massive, dusty foot suddenly steps right next to him. It is Ga Doiksong, looking down at him with a mix of concern and amusement, pointing out that all the grass around Hojong is literally dead from his leaking murderous intent. Hojong quickly wipes his face, instantly putting his cold, emotionless mask back on. He asks what brings the successor of the beggar sect out here in the middle of the night. Doiksong casually holds up a massive, heavy sack. Nothing much, just this. He sits down on the grass, teasing Hojong for skipping the massive success party the other clans are throwing tonight. He pulls out a giant jug of wine and a golden brown roasted chicken leg, looking like a professional food influencer. Hojeong lets out a tiny, genuine smirk at the sight. I'll pour the first cup, Doiksong says, setting the mood under the giant ancient tree. He places a clean silver cup on the flat stone table. They clink their cups together, 2 guys who are technically on opposite sides of the law, just sharing a quiet drink. It is a rare, peaceful moment. In a world where everyone is trying to backstab you for political leverage, a simple chicken leg and some wine is a massive win. Doiksong tells him not to worry about Jipyong, because the kid is currently at the party carrying the social vibes of the entire room. Hearing his brother's name makes Hojeong quiet down. Doiksong explains that Jipyong has a natural charm that attracts people because he is genuinely pure-hearted and unspoiled. Unlike a certain grumpy menace who walks around with a perpetual frown, Doiksong laughs. Hojeong just smiles. Of course he's different from me. Doiksong tells him he should smile more, taking a massive bite of the meat. Hojeong flatly replies, only if there is a reason to. Doiksong rolls his eyes. You've got it backward, hard-ass. You have to smile first to make those good reasons actually show up. He holds up his cup, whining that his arm is about to fall off, calling Hojeong a trickster for constantly changing the subject. Hojeong pours the alcohol, his tone suddenly shifting to something icy. Let me make one request. Doiksong looks surprised. A request? From you? A commission to the beggar sect? He slaps his cup down, grinning confidently. Hey, digging up secrets is how we make a living. Tell me what you need. I can find out literally anything. Hojeong leans over the stone table, his eyes locking onto Doiksong. In that case, he whispers his specific targets directly into Doiksong's ear. The wind blows through the trees as the silence stretches. Doiksong's playful grin completely vanishes, his face turning pale. Are you actually being serious right now? Hojeong deadpans. I am. Doiksong leans back, looking stressed. He says the first 2 requests are simple, but the third one, investigating that specific clan, is basically a death wish. Hojeong tells him if it is too difficult, he can back out. That instantly triggers Doiksong's pride. He stands up, slamming his foot on the stone bench. No, I can do it, but you have to tell me the reason for this insane request. Hojeong calmly raises 3 fingers. I have a total of 3 requests. If your boys are able to properly dig up everything I asked for, you'll come to know the reasons soon enough. The door opens slightly, casting light on Tong Yang-seon of the Sichuan Tang clan, wearing his signature purple robes and a twisted smirk. He asks the person in the dark what kind of massive resentment they have against Hojeong to go this far, laughing that even a dog wouldn't believe they have no grudge. We see Namgung-hyun standing in the shadows, his face twisted in absolute veins-popping rage, his eyes filled with pure murderous intent. Yang-seon smiles, completely enjoying the sight of his rival's mental breakdown. You definitely hate him. Extremely. Hyun snaps, throwing the doors open. Shut up! Do the job, or you'll be chewing on your own clothes like a defeated dog. Yang-seon just chuckles, telling him to keep his pride while he still can. Purple toxic ki flares around Yang-seon's hand. I was going to do it anyway, even if you hadn't asked. He clenches his fist, his face turning demonic. Watch and see. I won't return to Sichuan until my hand is covered in his blood. The next morning, the Successors Tournament arena is completely empty, heavily cracked and broken from all the high-tier clashes. The wind blows and Hojeong stands quietly at the edge of the courtyard. The Successors gathering has officially come to an end. Hojeong looks over the estate. He knows he needs to return to the Green Mountain Yeon clan as quickly as possible because he has a mountain of things to do. Now that he's identified the ultimate villain's identity, he can't afford to idle around. He needs to increase his cultivation realm and completely reorganize his clan's forces, and he can only hope the beggar sect's successor will manage to find the information he requested. Speaking of Doiksong, we see him packing a flask into his bag, telling Hojong it's better to strike the iron while it's hot. He slings his massive bag over his shoulder, leaping backward. He needs to dispatch his beggar network tonight if they want any chance of pulling off this investigation. Hojong asks if he should give the payment to the beggar sect contact registered at his clan's estate. Doiksong waves his hand, laughing as he runs off. I don't need it! Just prepare lots of delicious food for me instead. Watching his friend's goofy exit, Hojeong lets out a soft, genuine smile. Jipyong runs up, looking absolutely shocked to see his grumpy older brother smiling. Hojeong tells him, he will succeed. I believe in him. Suddenly, two absolute mountains of muscle walk up. It's the Peng twins, Manhwa and Daeho, waving farewell. Daeho looks genuinely devastated. He sniffs, complaining that it's too sad they didn't even get to share a single drink together. To make matters worse, he drops a massive, heavy slap directly onto Jipyong's shoulder, laughing about how Jipyong was too busy distributing liquor to everyone else yesterday. Jipyong smiles through the physical pain, completely hungover but happy. Hojong watches the wholesome interaction with a warm, relaxed expression. Are you leaving already? A voice calls out. It's Juje Ayeon. She looks genuinely disappointed, asking them to at least stay for lunch. Hojong, being the ultimate romance-repelling machine, flatly refuses. I refuse. We're heading in a different direction anyway. Jugeju tells Jipyong he should come to Jiangsu sometime so he can guide him around. Ayeon instantly snaps in the background. What about me? Hojong looks at her, deadpan. Same goes for you. Ayeon immediately gets flustered, muttering about why he hesitated before saying it. She quickly reaches into her sleeve and hands him a wrapped wooden tablet. Take this. And scram. Hojong looks at it. It's the bright wet tablet, a prestigious token from the Zhuge clan. Ayeon explains that their family recently started a weapon business southeast of Anhui, and she included a map with the tablet so he can visit. She points out that everyone saw him fighting with a basic iron rod or a spear, but she knows those aren't his actual main weapons. She wants him to go there and find a real blade that fits his true style. Hojong tightly grips the tablet, deeply touched. Thank you for doing this when we aren't even from the same clan. Ju suddenly grabs Jipyong in a massive farewell hug. Ayeon smiles, explaining that if it weren't for Hojeong saving them, the Zhuge clan's first son and daughter would be dead. Their father would definitely agree that this trade is highly profitable for them. The four of them share a final warm laugh. Jipyong and Ju have officially formed the exhausting older sibling support group, and it's beautiful. The Yeon brothers wave goodbye as they finally walk through the main gates of the Anhui estate. The successors watch them leave. The Peng giant grins, but Ayeon sighs, noting that Hojong left without even looking back once. He's just too cold. A young woman with deep maroon hair steps up behind them. Ayeon, he was so amazing, wasn't he? Ayeon turns around. Oh, Yeonhwa. Yeonhwa stares at the empty gate, completely impressed. She notes that after seeing him for just a few days, she finally understands how the Green Mountain Yeon clan managed to skyrocket into the 7 great clans so quickly. Ayeon stays silent, her eyes locked on the distant road. She wonders when they will see each other again, and more importantly, what kind of relationship they'll have when they do. Will they be trustworthy allies, or will they end up as enemies that must be defeated? Meanwhile, up in the high window of the estate, someone is definitely not planning on being allies. Nam Gunghyun watches the two brothers walk away, his face twisted in pure disgust. Humph. He grits his teeth so hard they're practically cracking, red anger radiating off him. I can't stand the sight of him. He clenches his fist until his knuckles turn white, turning to his hidden guard. Tell the guy from Tang Clan. Our target is leaving right now. The assassin is officially on the hunt. We transition back to the Green Mountain Yeon clan headquarters. Patriarch Yeon is sitting at his desk, working under a quiet lantern. A knock sounds on the door. Patriarch. The general administrator slides the door open, stepping inside with a scroll in his hands. He reports that they just received news that the young masters are returning to the clan. The patriarch nods, but the administrator continues, handing him a highly prestigious, heavy scroll. And the Moyang clan sent us a letter. The patriarch unfurls the paper, looking completely baffled. The Yeon clan has absolutely no connections or history with the powerful Moyang clan, so why would they suddenly write to them? He reads the letter and his eyes widen in pure shock. What is this? They want to combine forces between the two clans? We immediately shift locations to the towering grand estate of the Moyang clan's patriarch office. Inside, we see a man quietly writing at his desk, surrounded by massive bookshelves. A small chubby sparrow lands on the windowsill, tilting its head as it watches the man write. The sparrow flies straight into the room, landing right on the desk. The bird hops straight into the wet inkwell and then casually strolls across the pristine scroll, leaving a trail of tiny black bird footprint ink stains all over the official document. It literally walks right over the masterfully written characters, completely ruining the letter. The man's face goes completely dark, his long black beard twitching with irritation. But the sparrow doesn't care about his anger. It just hops over and happily nuzzles its head against his hand. The man lets out a soft sigh, his anger vanishing as he gently strokes the bird's head. In the very next second, his hand flares with a blinding, crackling wave of yellow lightning ki. With a single, casual squeeze, he completely shatters the heavy gold inkstone into tiny pieces, the raw shockwave vibrating through the entire desk. This absolute powerhouse is none other than the legendary sword god, Gun. We open back at the Green Mountain Yang clan estate, specifically inside the quiet, sunlit study of the patriarch. Our guy's father is staring at a heavy scroll, completely baffled by the business proposal he just received from the Moyang clan. Here's the context you need to file away. 300 years ago, after the massive blood religion disaster, the Moyang clan packed up and moved. They left Liaoning province and settled right in the middle of the Hunan province, which is entirely landlocked. Because they are completely surrounded by mountains, Patriarch Yan assumed they would have zero interest in sea-based trade. He rubs his temples, realizing this sudden proposal is highly irregular and likely carries a hidden political trap. He calls in General Taikyung, ordering him to quickly prepare paper, ink, and a writing brush. He slides the paper screen open, staring out at the falling autumn leaves. As the general leaves to fetch the writing materials, the patriarch's stern expression softens just a tiny bit. He notes that the weather is starting to get quite cold, silently wondering if his two boys are traveling back safely. Well, let's check in on those boys. They are currently on a dirt path, and the vibe is highly tragic. Jipyong is literally sweating through his robes, looking like a college student after their first wild weekend. He groans about how incredibly hot the sun is, completely miserable. Hojong looks back at him, asking if he is actually doing okay. Jipyong admits he is absolutely not okay, and the relentless running is making his hangover 10 times worse. Behind them, squad leader Shin notices the guards are completely out of breath, and his face goes totally red. He unloads verbally, screaming at them to organize their ranks and stop slacking off in front of the young masters. Hojong notes that their stamina is embarrassingly weak, questioning if they even deserve to carry the elite squad name. The guards instantly freeze in terror as a massive, dark blue aura of pure physical dread manifests behind Hojong. Hojong tells Shin to keep the men here to rest while he goes ahead to find some food and water. A few minutes later, our guy spots a 3-story wooden inn sitting quietly alongside the forest path. He slides the heavy front door open, the wood creaking loudly in the empty space. The entire ground floor is completely empty, with tables and chairs left untouched. Suddenly, a tiny rustling sound comes from behind the kitchen counter. The tavern owner pops his head out, shaking with fear, as Hojong casually asks for enough food and water to feed 30 men. Before the owner can answer, a heavy footstep sounds from the staircase behind them. Hojong doesn't even turn his head, his expression completely flat. A hand tightly grips a segmented steel whip. It is Tong Yangseon, wearing his bright purple robes and carrying a smug, punchable smirk. Welcome to the roadside ambush, courtesy of the Sichuan Tong clan. Yangseon leans against the railing, asking our guy if he is shocked to see him here. Hojong sighs, asking if losing his sister's arm wasn't enough of a lesson for his family. That instantly sets Yangxian off, and a thick, toxic purple ki begins flaring around his hand. Hojong's eyes narrow as he notices a faint, sweet scent filling the tavern air. Yangxian laughs, telling him he has already been infected by the poison floating in the room. He asks if our guy has ever heard of the legendary shadow poison. He explains that because it is completely colorless and odorless, normal martial artists wouldn't notice it until their lungs start melting. He takes a step forward, completely convinced he has this fight won. He boasts that trash like the Yeon clan would never be able to notice, and then his entire jaw is physically relocated by a brutal high-speed strike from Hojong. No dramatic speech, no letting the villain finish, just pure physical consequence. Yangxian flies across the tavern, crashing through 3 heavy oak tables before vomiting a fountain of black blood onto the floorboards. He clutches his shattered jaw, completely terrified, wondering how on earth his poison didn't work. He calculated the dosage perfectly, but our guy is just casually walking toward him like he's checking the mail. Yangxian tries to reach for his weapon, but Hojong's boot comes down directly on his face, pinning him to the floor. From the second-floor balcony, a loud, panicked scream echoes through the tavern. It is Han Homyong, the fat elder of the Tang clan, looking down at his young master being used as a doormat. He leaps over the railing, surrounded by a dozen masked red spider assassins who drop from the ceiling. He screams at our guy to stop right now, drawing his sword in a desperate panic. Hojong simply applies a tiny bit more pressure, grinding his boot heel directly into Yang Seon's cheekbone. "If I don't stop?" he asks, his voice dropping to absolute zero. Homyong is sweating bullets, calling him a lunatic for taking a young master hostage. Homyong doesn't even look at the masked guards, keeping his finger pointed straight at the fat elder. He tells Homyong to step forward immediately if he doesn't want to watch his precious young master's neck snap like a dry twig. The heavy floorboards creak as Homyong is forced to take a slow, agonizing step forward. They stand face to face, with Yang Xian whimpering in the dirt beneath Hojong's boot. Suddenly, Homyong tries to pull a fast one, launching a high-speed swipe to grab our guy's leg. He genuinely thinks he's fast enough to pull off a rescue operation. He is not. Hojong effortlessly dodges the swipe and delivers a crisp, deafening slap that sends the fat elder spinning. Homyong stumbles back, clutching his heavily swollen cheek in utter disbelief. Hojong holds out his hand, calmly demanding that the elder hand over the weapon he is holding. Homyong looks at the heavy segmented steel whip in his grip, completely baffled. Hojong's eyes are completely cold, waiting for him to make a decision. To help him decide, our guy presses his boot down even harder on Yang Xian's face, making him let out a pathetic, high-pitched screech. Yang Xian's eyes roll back from the sheer physical agony. Homyong completely loses his nerve, frantically handing the steel whip over to avoid a total disaster. Hoyong weighs the segmented weapon in his hand, feeling the familiar balance of the metal. He gives it a light flick, and the metal segments split open, slicing through the air with a loud crackling sound. The masked red spider assassins in the rafters tense up, realizing the vibe in this tavern has just shifted. Homyong runs back to his guards, his survival instincts finally kicking in. He frantically yells at the red spider squad to fall back, realizing they are completely out of their depth, but the assassins have already committed, launching themselves from the second floor with their blades drawn. They really thought numbers would save them. The steel whip splits the air like a localized hurricane, shattering their swords and their bones in a fraction of a second. The physical impact is so immense that 3 assassins are thrown through the tavern walls, leaving nothing but red splatters. Homyong stands in the center of the ruined room, his eyes wide with absolute soul-crushing terror. He is sweating so hard he can barely breathe, muttering to himself, "What did I just watch?" He stands frozen, staring at the absolute carnage around him. Our guy is just standing there, looking completely untouched, holding a heavily bent and bloody metal handle. Hojong sighs, looking at the broken whip. "I overdid it." He notes that if he had his legendary Tempest Axe from his previous life, this cheap squad would have been dealt with in one swing. He tosses the ruined handle aside, muttering that he'll have to find a stronger chain weapon later. Homyong is shaking, his pride as a Tang clan elder completely shattered as the metal pieces clatter at his feet. He screams in a fit of desperate rage, lunging at our guy with his bare hands. He throws his entire weight into a massive heavy strike. Hojong doesn't even bother dodging. He grabs Homyong by the throat, redirects his momentum, and slams his heavy body directly into the unconscious Yang Xian. Yang Xian gets completely crushed by his own guardian, a loud crack echoing as his eyes roll back into his head. Homyong wheezes, realizing he just physically demolished his own young master. He frantically shakes Yang Xian, crying out for him to wake up, but the purple-haired kid is completely unresponsive. Hoyong watches the comedy show, tapping his chin. I wonder what the patriarch of the Tang clan will do to you. He told you to protect his son, but you ended up using him as a cushion. Homyong's face goes completely pale as the psychological trap snaps shut. He begins trembling, realizing that if he returns to Sichuan like this, the executioners will be waiting for him. Hojong lets out a soft, terrifying smile, asking him if he wants to live. He tells him that if he wants to survive, he just needs to answer one very simple question. Homyong frantically nods, completely broken. Homyong sits down on an overturned bench, leaning forward. He notes that this specific roadside inn is incredibly far from Hefei, and they ran non-stop through random backroads to get here. Homyong looks up, completely confused. Hoyong asks how a bunch of guys native to the distant Sichuan province knew exactly which backroad his caravan would take. He lets out a massive grin, telling him not to make this harder than it needs to be. He grabs Homyong by the chin, his fingers digging into his flesh like iron claws. "Who told you that we were heading this way?" Meanwhile, back in the forest, Jipyong is still fast asleep on the grass, looking completely peaceful. Squad leader Shin is standing guard, keeping his eyes on the tree line. Suddenly, his eyes go wide in pure shock. Hojong casually walks out of the bushes carrying a massive sack of steamed buns, his clothes completely covered in blood splatters. Shin runs forward, panicking at the sight of the blood. The other guards draw their weapons, thinking they are under attack. Hojong casually pulls a fresh bun from the bag, telling them to calm down because the blood isn't his. He feeds the sleeping Jipyong while Shin asks if he dealt with the ambushers. Hojong smiles. Ah, I didn't kill them, though I might have kind of turned them into vegetables. Shin and the guards look at each other, sweating profusely. He notes that he even took further measures to ensure the problem solves itself. He reflects on his psychological play, noting that sometimes a carefully placed rumor is significantly stronger than the sharpest sword. 3 days later, a luxury carriage arrives at the massive gates of the dominant Namgung clan estate. A clean, premium leather boot steps down onto the polished stone pavement. Namgung Hyun has officially returned, looking incredibly smug as he expects news of Hojiang's death on the road. But as he walks through the main courtyard, the surrounding servants and guards start whispering, looking at him with clear disgust. He stops, looking around at the hostile atmosphere, completely confused. He shrugs it off and pushes the heavy doors to his father's private study open. "I've returned, father," he says, but his words are cut short as a ruined piece of paper flutters past his face. He looks down at the desk, his eyes widening in confusion. His father, the terrifying patriarch of the Namgung clan, is frantically painting orchids, surrounded by dozens of torn, ruined scrolls scattered across the floor. Hyun's stomach completely drops. He remembers that his father only paints orchids when he is trying to suppress an earth-shattering rage. The patriarch slowly turns around, asking him if the news is true. Hyun freezes, sweating profusely as his father asks if he used another clan's blade to attempt a cowardly murder. The room goes completely cold, the heavy pressure in the air making it difficult to even stand. "Are the rumors about you ordering the eldest son of the Tang clan to kill the young master of the Yeon clan true?" His son, Namgung Hyun, is standing by the door, sweating through his expensive silk robes as his father stares him down. The patriarch points out the obvious. If you are going to hire a Sichuan assassin to do your dirty work, you should at least keep your family name out of the dirt. He taps his chin, trying to analyze how a supposedly flawless plan went so horribly wrong. He gives his son exactly 2 options. Either something completely shattered your composure, or Yeon Hojong is significantly stronger than we calculated. Or, of course, it is both. Hyun is panicking internally, realizing his father has completely read through his desperate moves. The patriarch shifts his gaze, asking a very personal question. "Did you seriously fall for the eldest daughter of the Ju clan that hard?" He glares at his son, his eyes sharp enough to cut glass. He explains his toxic philosophy. The only time a martial artist truly becomes weak is when they let love cloud their judgment and make a mess of their plans. Hyun bows his head, admitting he has absolutely no excuses for his failure. His father casually mentions that he has already sent a messenger hawk to the Juge clan. Hyun looks up in shock, but the patriarch tells him not to get ahead of himself. "You are a son of the great Namgung clan," his father says, his tone completely cold. He clarifies that he isn't trying to get them married. He wants Hyun to use the Zuge daughter as a psychological grinding stone to rebuild his shattered composure. Hyun grips his fist, swearing that while he lost to Hojong once, he will never let it happen again. The patriarch lets out a small nod, using his heavy steel shears to trim a branch off his bonsai tree. The severed branch falls to the floor as his expression turns incredibly dark. He decides it is officially time to settle their accounts with the Green Mountain Yeon clan. We cut to a massive title card. 20 days later, we are back at the grand estate of the Yeon clan. The front doors slide open, and our guy casually walks in, followed by a completely lifeless Jipyong. Patriarch Yeon and his general administrator stare at them, looking completely stunned. The patriarch coughs, trying to maintain his strict, majestic composure as he welcomes his sons back. Hojong looks at his trembling younger brother and tells him to go get some rest, which Jipyong accepts with tears of absolute joy. The administrator pours Hojong a hot cup of tea. Hojong grabs the cup and casually chugs the boiling water in one go, leaving the poor administrator completely terrified. The administrator just stares at him, wondering if the young master's throat is made of actual steel. Patriarch Yeon asks the burning question, "Why are you and your entire escort squad in such a pathetic, exhausted state?" Hojong sits down, calmly explaining that he decided to do a little bit of physical training on their journey back. The patriarch looks confused. "What kind of training?" Hojong deadpans. "I ran." He breaks down his routine. He started by sprinting for 8 minutes straight, followed by a light jog, and then increased the sprint time by 8 minutes every single day. The patriarch sweats. "You did that extreme cardio routine with Jipyong?" Hojong smiles. "No, I did it with the entire Blue Operations Squad, including squad leader Shin." We see a flashback of the guards literally weeping as they try to keep up with our guy. The patriarch is speechless, realizing his elite guard unit has been subjected to a 20-day marathon nightmare. He asks if Hojang didn't go a bit too far, but Hojang puts his cup down, stating this is only the absolute beginning. He explains that achieving the absolute peak of martial arts requires this level of physical hell, and even then, success isn't guaranteed. Patriarch Yeon stares at his son, his mind racing. He remembers how Hojang used to be a weak, quiet boy who could barely hold a wooden training sword. But looking at him now, he realizes his eldest son has officially transformed from a child into a fully mature, terrifying adult. He quietly closes his mouth, accepting his son's growth. The conversation shifts to politics. The patriarch mentions that they had some incredibly toxic interactions with the Namgung clan while the boys were away. Hojang asks if the Namgung's second young master was the one behind it, and his father nods. Hojang looks up, his eyes narrowing. His father flares with a massive red aura of parental rage, which is a side of his father Hojang has never seen before. The patriarch explains that something highly unexpected happened. The patriarch of the Namgung clan actually sent an official apology. Not only that, but Namgung Sanghwa also stepped forward and publicly confessed to all of her past crimes. Hojang immediately processes this, realizing the tactical game the Namgung family is playing. He points out the political maneuver to his father. The Namgung patriarch completely abandoned his daughter to save his son's reputation, framing the whole thing as a personal grudge that has nothing to do with the main family. A visual of a massive venomous snake appears behind the Namgung family name. The patriarch nods, admitting their methods are surprisingly underhanded even for a high-tier clan. He asks Hojang if he thinks they should accept the official apology. Hojang raises his hand, calmly agreeing to accept it because taking the apology will significantly increase the Yeon clan's public reputation. The patriarch stands up, telling him to go get some well-deserved rest. Hojeong walks toward the heavy wooden doors, ready to head back to his quarters. But before he can step out, his father calls his name one last time. Hojeong, the patriarch says, his expression soft but proud. You did exceptionally well. Hojang freezes for a brief second, his eyes softening as the words land. He turns back with a warm, genuine smile. It was nothing, father. The next morning, the sun rises over the massive Yeon clan training grounds. Hojang is standing in the center of the yard, wrapping a massive, heavy iron chain around his shoulder. He tightens the heavy metal plates onto his arms and legs, creating an insanely heavy-weighted training suit. He takes a deep breath, adjusting his stance under the immense physical weight. He stomps his foot down, shattering the dirt beneath his boot. And then? He leaps into the air, beginning a brutal, high-intensity training regimen. 1 month passes, with Hojang practicing his forms under the pouring autumn rain. 2 months, and after 4 months we see him moving through the snow-covered bamboo forest, his speed so high he is leaving physical rifts in the air. Fireworks suddenly explode in the night sky above the estate. The new year has officially arrived. The morning sun shines on the quiet training yard. Hojang drops the massive, shattered iron chains and weights onto the ground, the metal clattering loudly. He steps out of the training gear, revealing an absolutely jacked, shredded physique. Bro spent the winter playing weighted vest simulator, and now he has an 8-pack. He lets out a long, warm breath into the cold winter air. He smiles, his eyes burning with absolute confidence. He is finally ready to face the real villains. We open on a private letter from Ga Doiksong. He writes that he has successfully completed all 3 of Hojang's highly sensitive requests. He complains that he almost died shitting from the sheer stress, nearly losing all of his hard-earned beggar funds in the process. He warns our guy that he will come to find him in person in exactly half a month, so Hojang better prepare some top-tier delicious food, or he is going to throw a massive fit. Hojang lets out a soft chuckle as he finishes reading the scroll. But his expression quickly turns serious. He analyzes the situation. The fact that an elite spy like Doiksong is coming to deliver the information in person rather than sending a secure letter means only 2 things. Either the information is so incredibly sensitive that a leak would destroy them, or the volume of secrets he dug up is simply too massive to write down. He tightly grips the scroll, his eyes glowing. Once he gets his hands on that intelligence, it will finally be time to launch his real counteroffensive against the cult. Suddenly, a heavy shadow falls over him. He looks up to see his father standing at the top of the stone stairs. The patriarch stares down at him in silence. Hojang tilts his head, wondering what brings his father out here. The patriarch asks if he has finished his daily physical conditioning. Hojang confirms he is done. I have something important to do with you, the patriarch says, turning around. Follow me right now. Hojang looks slightly worried, wondering what this is about. He follows his father's heavy footsteps, racking his brain to figure out if he did something wrong. He reasons that all he has done for the last 4 months is train quietly, so there shouldn't be any issues. They walk deep into the quiet bamboo forest, the sunlight filtering through the green leaves. Hojong looks around, realizing this is the exact spot where they first discussed his true azure innate ki breakthrough. The patriarch stops in front of a massive wooden weapon rack, casually placing his hand on the frame. Pick one. Hojong stares at the weapons, his heart skipping a beat as he realizes what this means. His chest tightens with excitement. His father is actually demanding a serious, full-power spar. Hojong grabs a heavy iron spear from the rack, asking if his father is going to face him seriously. The patriarch lets out a small, confident smirk. "If I wasn't, would I have brought you all the way out here?" Hojong doesn't hesitate. He takes a stance, flaring with a massive wave of blue ki. The patriarch notes his choice of weapon. A spear, huh? He slowly reaches down, his fingers tightly wrapping around the handle of his massive broadsword. The leather scabbard falls into the dirt with a heavy thud. The blade flares with a blinding, crackling wave of blue energy. Hojong instantly analyzes his father's energy. He recognizes the unique flow of the devoted sword's thoughtful ki, combined with the king's 8 children's sword technique. He smiles, his unorthodox blood starting to boil as he realizes his father is holding absolutely nothing back. The tension in the clearing is thick enough to choke on. Hojong asks if his father wanted this spar simply to measure his growth over the last 4 months. The patriarch steps forward, his blade humming. "That's right, but there is another, much more definite reason." Hojong readies his spear. "What is it?" The patriarch smiles. "I'll tell you after you survive the spar." They stand at opposite sides of the clearing, their massive blue auras shaking the surrounding bamboo. Hojong stomps his foot, shattering the ground as he launches himself forward like a blue comet. He thrusts his spear with terrifying velocity, the tip aimed straight for his father's guard. But his father casually deflects the high-speed strike with a single, effortless flick of his wrist. Hojong's eyes go wide, realizing his father bypassed his speed with zero effort. His father's raw physical pressure is immense, sending a massive shockwave that shatters the surrounding stone. Hojong leaps into the air, spinning his spear to launch a heavy downward crescent strike. Steel meets steel, and the violent shock travel all the way up his arms as their weapons clash repeatedly in mid-air. Hojong drops to one knee, preparing to transition into a hand-to-hand counterattack. He deploys the flying swallowtail palm, while his father counters with the heavy reverse dragon palm. The physical impact of their palms meeting creates a massive, explosive shockwave that clears every single bamboo tree within a 50-yard radius. Hojong slides backward through the dirt, gasping for air as his father stands completely unfazed, his hands still flaring with ki. "Impressive," the patriarch says. Hojong grins through his sweat. "That is exactly what I wanted to say to you." The patriarch raises his blade straight into the sky, the blue energy condensing into a thin, razor-sharp line. Hojong's expression goes completely rigid as he recognizes the stance. "No way!" His father executes a high-speed slash, cleanly slicing through 3 massive stones in a fraction of a second. The debris flies everywhere as the wind pressure cuts through the clearing. Hojong focuses his vision, his heart pounding. The sheer speed of the slash is almost invisible to the naked eye. Hojong barely manages to dodge, the wind pressure slicing a neat line across his cheek. His father launches forward, executing the single steadfast bullet sword, a high-speed thrust that moves like a sniper round. Hojong spins his spear, his blue water ki swirling around him as he prepares to redirect the thrust. He screams, letting out his full, unrestricted power as he charges straight into his father's blade. The ultimate test of the Yeon family is officially underway. The tension in the bamboo grove has officially broken. Hojong charges straight forward, his blue spear slicing through the electric air. His father stands perfectly still, watching his eldest son close the distance with terrifying velocity. The spear spins in a massive, high-speed arc, creating a vacuum that literally pulls the surrounding leaves into a vortex. Steel meets steel, and a deafening shockwave travels straight through the clearing, shattering the loose stone beneath their feet. Hojong doesn't pause for a single second, instantly launching into a flurry of high-speed thrusts. The patriarch is genuinely surprised, realizing his son intentionally closed the distance to neutralize the long reach of his sword. It is an endless, relentless onslaught, with Hojong operating on the classic gaming logic that the best defense is a completely overwhelming offense. But the patriarch's broadsword moves like a solid wall of iron, deflecting every single strike with microscopic movements. Hojong leaps into the air, bringing his spear down in a massive overhead split. His father's eyes narrow as he realizes these aren't simple, flashy forms taught in academy books. These are brutal, highly practical moves designed for actual survival. Another massive blue explosion tears through the canopy, the raw kinetic energy clearing a 50-yard circle. Hojong slides backward through the dirt, his boots digging deep into the shattered earth to stop his momentum. He catches his breath, realizing he has swung his weapon dozens of times, yet his father's guard is completely untouched. The man is standing there like a literal fortress wall, completely devoid of a single opening or structural weakness. Hojong's hand tightly grips the spear shaft as he prepares to push his limits even further. He stomps his foot down, flaring with an even more violent wave of blue ki. He smiles, his unorthodox blood boiling as he realizes he can finally fight someone with absolutely everything he has. The patriarch senses the terrifying shift in his son's aura and takes a deep, serious stance. With a silent nod, they lock eyes, and the final exchange begins. They move simultaneously, their weapons clashing in a blinding blur of blue light. The shockwaves from their collision are so immense they are literally uprooting the surrounding bamboo. The wind pressure from the duel slices clean through solid tree trunks like hot paper. One final, massive eruption of pure energy completely blinds the clearing. Small pebbles slowly clatter back down into the dirt as the dust begins to settle. Hojong stands in the center of the ruined grove, steam rising from his shoulders. He looks down at his hand, which is trembling violently from the sheer physical feedback of the clash. He notes that while his physical vessel is stronger, the offensive White Tiger Ki refuses to manifest unless he is in a genuine life-or-death battle. His father slowly sheathes his heavy broadsword, looking completely relaxed. He walks over to the weapon rack, asking his son how he found his style. Hojong catches his breath, stating that his father's style represents absolute perfect completeness. He explains his analysis, noting that his father doesn't rely on a single element or technique, leaving him with zero physical or tactical weaknesses. The patriarch is quiet, deeply impressed that his son read through his entire lifetime of cultivation in a single spar. He turns his back, looking out at the falling leaves. He places his hand on the wooden rack, his expression turning highly emotional. He admits that as a father, he secretly hoped his sons would follow the exact same path as him. Hojong looks slightly confused, wondering what his father is building toward. The patriarch explains that the second their swords crossed, he knew Hojong was already climbing a completely different mountain. He looks back, his eyes sharp. "You have absolutely no intention of becoming the patriarch of this clan, do you?" Hojong freezes, his heart skipping a beat as his father completely reads his true intentions. The patriarch notes that what his son truly desires is not bound by the small borders of the Green Mountain Yeon clan. He explains that the true reason for today's spar was to see if Hojong wanted to accept the position of vice patriarch. Hojong's eyes go wide in shock, but his father simply lets out a soft sigh, noting that even parents cannot control their child's ultimate destiny. He turns around, his cape fluttering in the autumn wind. "Your martial arts are truly spectacular," the patriarch says, walking back toward the estate. "Make sure to share them with me often." Hojong stands in the ruined grove, watching his father's retreating figure. "Father." The patriarch stops, slowly looking back over his shoulder. Hojong takes a deep breath, his voice steady. "Even though our paths are completely different, my heart will always belong to this place. Even if the entire world decides to label me a devil and cover my name in dishonor, to protect this clan, I will gladly point my sword against the entire world." The patriarch stares at him, completely stunned by the sheer weight and maturity of his son's declaration. He slowly turns back, letting out a short, mocking laugh. "Nonsense." He walks away, his voice carrying the absolute, unshakable energy of a true father. "If the entire world is foolish enough to call my son a devil, then this world will simply have to face my sword. Go get some rest." The wind gently blows through the bamboo leaves as the sun finally sets over the mountain. Night falls over the grand estate, the quiet buildings cast in deep blue shadows. Inside his private quarters, Hojong completely collapses backward onto his wooden bed. He stares up at the ceiling, muttering to himself about the sudden vice-patriarch proposal. He honestly assumed his father would offer that prestigious position to his younger brother Jipyong. He rolls over, his expression turning highly serious as the weight of his past memories begins to creep back in. He whispers an apology to his father, knowing he has a bloody path he must walk alone. Because if he doesn't stop the impending demonic invasion of the three cults, there won't be a Green Mountain Yeon clan left to protect. He rubs his temples, his head physically hurting from trying to manage the political chess and the impending apocalypse at the same time. Meanwhile, back in the patriarch's study, his father is standing quietly by the open window, holding a hot cup of tea. He stares out at the moon, completely lost in his own thoughts. He sighs, whispering to his late wife that their eldest son has grown into someone far too mature for his age. A soft, polite footstep sounds from the doorway behind him. It is General Administrator Taekyung, stepping into the room while shivering slightly from the chilly winter draft. He bows politely, presenting a highly prestigious, heavy white scroll. "I have received an official reply from the Moyong clan. The patriarch unfurls the scroll, his brow furrowing as his eyes scan the characters. He notes that the Moyang clan is incredibly tenacious, suggesting a business partnership once again after being ignored. He turns to his administrator, asking for his honest opinion on the matter. Taekyung speaks up, admitting that he is actually in favor of accepting the business proposal. He explains his reasoning, pointing out that expanding their trade will secure the funds needed to help the common people recover from the summer flooding. The patriarch agrees it is a noble point, but he remains highly suspicious of the Moyang clan's true long-term political plans. Taekyung takes a step forward, his voice dropping to a confidential whisper. The crescent moon shining down on the peaceful Yeon estate. The patriarch is still staring at his administrator in absolute disbelief. Hojong and the Moyang daughter, Taekyung nods confidently, explaining that Moyang Yonha is not only exceptionally intelligent, but she also carries a highly respected, lovely personality. He points out that since Hojong is destined to carry the future of the clan, he will need a powerful, capable ally standing right by his side. He looks at the patriarch, emphasizing that having a brilliant partner to protect his flank is essential for any ruler. The patriarch strokes his beard, looking highly conflicted as he processes the massive political implications of this marriage. He takes a slow sip of his tea, realizing that matching his absolute menace of a son with a refined noblewoman is going to make the future extremely complicated. We flash forward exactly 10 days later. The morning sun is shining brightly on the training courtyard. Jipyong and Hojiang are standing outside when a loud, incredibly cheerful voice suddenly echoes from the gates. It is God Doiksong, wearing his dusty, patched-up robes and carrying a massive, goofy grin on his face. He waves frantically, yelling that he has been literally starving for 3 days straight and demanding they bring out the food immediately. Hojiang lets out a soft, teasing smirk, warning him that if he leaves even a single grain of rice on his plate, he won't get any soup. We cut to a glorious, top-down shot of a massive circular table packed with dozens of premium dishes, dumplings, and roasted meats. Exactly 10 minutes later, Doksong is lying completely flat on his back, his stomach swollen like a literal beach ball. Jipyong is staring at him, utterly traumatized by the speed of the consumption. Doiksong lets out a massive burp, laughing that back in his teenage years, he could easily vacuum up 12 pounds of pork in one sitting. Jipyong is frantically counting on his fingers, trying to calculate how one human body can physically contain that much mass. Hojiang asks if he wants some hot tea to digest, but Doiksong flatly refuses, yelling that he needs heavy alcohol instead. Hojiang tells Jipyong to go fetch some wine, and the younger brother quickly runs off, happy to escape the chaotic atmosphere. The humor beat immediately ends. Doiksong sits up, his playful expression completely vanishing as he puts his hands together. Shall we talk business? He leans over the table, stating they will start with the first request, a complete, up-to-date status report on the Murim world. He reports that everything is surprisingly quiet, other than some highly suspicious fraud monks from the small Thunderclap temple slowly expanding their borders. Hojiang asks if there are any specific movements from the underground cults. Doiksong confirms there are absolutely none, which means the 3 cults from Hojiang's past life are still quietly biding their time in the shadows. He reaches into his dusty robes, pulling out a heavy, sealed white scroll. Now, for your second request. This contains every single detail we could dig up on Moyang Gun's half-brother, Moyang Wu. Doiksong stares at our guy, his eyes incredibly sharp and suspicious. He admits he is highly curious why Hojiang is so intensely interested in a half-brother who was cast aside by the main Moyang family. Hojiang unfurls the scroll, his eyes scanning the detailed map of the Zhejiang sea trade routes. Doiksong explains that Moyang Wu is currently in complete charge of the clan's coastal trade, pulling in profits that easily rival the budget of the entire main family. We see a silhouette of a highly refined, powerful merchant standing by the docks. Doiksong confirms the man is exceptionally skilled and carry massive political influence. He adds that according to their spies, Wu's personality is completely different from his arrogant, warmongering brothers. Hojiang closes his eyes, his mind flashing back to his previous life as the unorthodox sovereign. He remembers Moyang Wu bowing deeply in the dirt before him, begging for help to save his brother. He knows Wu is a genuinely humble, benevolent leader who actually cares about the livelihoods of the common people. Hojiang's eyes snap open, burning with determination. He knows that if he wants to unite the highly hypocritical orthodox factions against the coming apocalypse, he absolutely needs Moyang Wu on his side. Doiksong leans forward, his voice turning incredibly serious. But your third and final request, let me ask you something. Hojiang takes a quiet sip of his wine. Go on. Doiksong locks eyes with him, his face completely pale. How on earth did you know? How did you know that the Gujumyang clan was secretly training their disciples in the forbidden death sword technique? Hojiang's aura drops to absolute zero, his eyes glowing blue. We cut to a massive, dusty canyon deep in the mountains, the sound of heavy pickaxes echoing through the valley. Dozens of emaciated slave laborers are pushing heavy wooden carts filled with ancient, carved stone blocks. Standing on a high cliff overlooking the excavation, a large warrior asks his commander how the digging is progressing. The commander bows politely, confirming that they will completely clear out the ancient ruins in exactly 5 days. A massive, dark-skinned man with wild black hair, red eyes, and a terrifying scar over his brow slowly turns around. This is Myung-chun, patriarch of the Gujumyang clan. He lets out a twisted demonic grin, ordering his commander to bury every single laborer alive the second the excavation is finished. He laughs maniacally, his red eyes burning with pure, unadulterated madness. He boasts that 300 years ago, after their ancestors in the legendary Four Directions martial emperor drove out the blood religion, a massive portion of their family's ultimate arts was lost. But now, he screams, flaring with a violent golden fire aura, the complete unrestricted martial arts of the Four Directions will finally be in my hands. He turns back to his subordinate, asking if they have received any updates from the Moyang clan regarding their alliance. The commander reports that the Yeong clan has been continuously delaying their response, making the Moyang family highly impatient. Myung-chun sneers, stating that if the Yeong clan is foolish enough to decline their business alliance, they will simply have to use absolute, crushing force to destroy them. The commander looks slightly worried, asking if he is absolutely sure about launching a direct assault. Myung-chun lets out a low, terrifying chuckle, the yellow fire key starting to crackle around his shoulders. He slowly reaches down, his fingers curling into a heavy, suffocating fist. "Let's test it," he whispers, his demonic aura completely filling the sky. "Let's see exactly how many days the Green Mountain Yeong clan will survive against my new power." Winter in the murim is not for the weak. The trees are bare, the ground is frozen, and the air is filled with the high-frequency screech of pure martial energy tearing the atmosphere to shreds. Deep in the snowy woods, our guy is putting in the kind of overtime that would make a sweatshop look like a vacation. He is pushing his physical limits to the absolute edge, but his face is not just showing fatigue, it is showing pure, unadulterated rage. Because every single time he closes his eyes, he remembers them. The Gujumyang clan, the monsters who slaughtered his family in his first life. His memory flashes back to a few days ago, when Ga Doiksang delivered the intelligence report. The moment those words left Doiksang's mouth, Hojiang's composure did not just slip, it completely evaporated. His blue energy flared so hard it practically turned the room into a pressure cooker. The poor messenger was nearly blown through the drywall just from the sheer weight of our guy's bloodlust. And right now, standing in the freezing snow, the memory of that demonic golden fire aura is eating him alive. He remembers his father's final moments. He remembers the smell of blood and burning ash. His chest feels like it is physically on fire, a violent mixture of past life trauma and present-day impatience. He takes a deep breath, trying to force his boiling meridians to cool down, but it is not working. The trauma of watching everyone you love die is not something you just meditate away. He looks down at his hands. In his first life, he was too late, he was too weak, he was too busy being a rebellious outlaw to protect his home. And now, knowing his family's killers are already moving in the shadows, his internal engine is running at 1,000,000 miles an hour. He cannot calm down. The sheer anxiety of the ticking clock is making his blood boil. He channels his blue water energy, but instead of the calm, fluid motion of the true azure silk, he is just venting raw, violent destruction, slicing through solid stone and ancient trees like they are wet paper. He lets out a silent internal scream of pure frustration, realizing that even with all his past life knowledge, he is still physically limited by his 18-year-old body. The trees around him crash to the frozen earth, the impact echoing through the quiet valley. He stands in the middle of the clearing, his chest heaving, steam rising from his skin in the winter air, and that is when a calm, heavy voice cuts through the quiet. His father has been standing there the whole time, watching. Patriarch Yeon walks forward, his eyes scanning the absolute war zone his eldest son just created out of a few pine trees. Hojiang immediately clamps down on his aura, pretending he was just getting a little too passionate about his morning cardio. His father tells him to relax. He points out that Hojiang's current combat prowess is already on par with the elite squad leaders of the great sects. There is no need to speedrun his cultivation. Then, his father reaches into his robes and pulls out a handwritten book. A scripture. He explains that while Hojiang's martial arts are incredibly fast and lethal, they are also highly aggressive, leaving him open to counterattacks once his stamina dips. To fix this, the patriarch personally spent the last few weeks writing down the secrets of the Amugi palm, a high-level defensive counterattack style. Now, our guy's first thought is that he does not really need this because his Four Guardian Gods technique already has the ultimate defense, but as he looks at the hand-drawn ink and the slightly messy notes on the pages, he realizes something that makes his cold, unorthodox heart soften. His father personally sat at his desk for hours after working his day job running a whole clan just to write this guide for his son. It is a level of parental care he never got to experience in his original, lonely timeline. He quietly thanks his father. The patriarch looks at him for a long moment, his face serious. He asks if Hojong is planning on leaving the estate tomorrow. Hojong nods. The timeline is moving too fast, and he cannot just sit at home eating rice balls while the villains are actively planning his family's funeral. He needs to leave the safety of the Green Mountain and personally measure the strength of their potential enemies. His father does not argue, he simply nods, telling him to follow him because he has one more thing to give him before he leaves. Our guy is slightly confused, but he quietly falls in step behind his dad. Cut to midnight on the market street outside the clan estate. The stalls are closed, the lanterns are dim, and the streets are completely empty. They stop outside a massive, quiet workshop at the edge of the market district. It is a place Hojong knows well, but he did not expect his father to bring him here at this hour. He looks at the heavy wooden sign, realizing what kind of establishment they are standing in front of. His father pushes the heavy doors open, the wood creaking loudly in the quiet night air. Inside, the forge is dark, but the smell of coal, hot iron, and heavy oil is thick enough to choke a horse. A massive, calloused hand rests on a heavy iron smithing hammer. An elderly man wipes his hands with a soot-stained rag, stepping out of the shadows with a wide, friendly grin. Meet Pyeon Il-kong. He is not just any local blacksmith, he is a master craftsman whose talents are highly respected by the patriarch. Hojong is slightly surprised to see a blacksmith, but Pyeon casually announces that the specific item his father requested is finally ready. The patriarch asks if the modification was difficult. Pyeon laughs it off, saying 15 days was more than enough time since he was not building it from scratch. He walks over to a large rack and grabs the edge of a clean white cloth, pulling it back with a dramatic flourish, and what is underneath makes our guy's eyes widen in genuine shock. For context, almost every single noble heir in the murim uses a sword. It is the elegant, socially acceptable choice for polite society. But sitting on the rack is a massive, beautifully polished 6-foot spear axe, a brutal heavy weapon designed to cleave through steel armor. It is a weapon meant for a frontline warlord, not a refined, noble young master. Our guy is absolutely speechless. His father tells him to stop staring and pick it up. Hojong steps forward and wraps his fingers around the cold steel handle. The moment his hands close around the grip, he feels it. He gives it a light test swing, the heavy blade cutting through the air with a terrifying low hum. The balance is perfect. The distribution of weight is immaculate. It has the exact heavy bone-crushing physics of his legendary past-life weapon, the Tempest Axe. He looks at his father with a genuine, happy smile and tells him it is absolutely perfect. The patriarch smiles back, knowing his son is not built for the elegant, fragile sword arts. They bid farewell to the master blacksmith and step back out into the quiet, snowy night. As they walk back toward the estate, the giant spear axe resting comfortably on Hojiang's shoulder, the atmosphere is surprisingly peaceful. The father and son walk side by side through the snow, the quiet crunch of their boots the only sound in the forest. But then, the patriarch clears his throat, his tone suddenly shifting from proud father to slightly awkward parent. He casually asks Hojong if he has any plans of getting married anytime soon. Our guy nearly trips over his own boots. Hojong quickly replies that he has zero plans for marriage right now, his mind too busy trying to prevent the literal apocalypse. The father nods, but then drops a name that makes Hojong's internal alarms start screaming. Moyong Yonha. He explains that the maritime-based Moyong clan suggested a massive joint trade business and as a sweetener proposed a marriage alliance between their daughter and the Yeon clan's eldest heir. Now, in the murim, strategic marriages are basically the equivalent of corporate mergers. It is a very standard way to secure alliances, but the patriarch quickly tells him to forget about it, smiling as he says he is personally against loveless marriages and will not force his son into anything. But our guy is not listening to the relationship advice. His brain is currently running a massive analytical simulation. Why would the Moyong clan suggest a joint trade alliance and a marriage proposal to a struggling bottom-tier family like the Yeon clan? He recalls the original timeline. After the Yeon clan was destroyed, the Moyong clan did not just succeed, they became the undisputed, richest, most powerful clan in the entire land. And during that same time frame, the demonic Gujumyeon clan was actually slowly declining. How did the Moyang clan achieve such absolute dominance? How does their massive coastal trade wealth connect to the downfall of their rivals? A strange, cold feeling of discomfort settles in his stomach. The math is not mathing. There is a massive invisible thread connecting these events, and he is standing right in the middle of it. He stops walking and looks his father dead in the eye, asking who exactly suggested this marriage alliance in the first place, because he knows his father is a proud traditional man who would never trade his son's future for business. Someone must have planted the seed. His father calmly replies that it was suggested by General Administrator Taekyung, the quiet, gentle man who manages the clan's finances. The patriarch defends him, saying Taekyung only suggested it out of genuine concern for the clan's future prosperity, so Hojong should not be upset with him. But our guy's face completely darkens. A cold, terrifying realization washes over him. The invisible enemy is not just waiting for them in the distant mountains. The rot has already reached the very heart of his home. Within his own clan, there is a traitor. Cut to the next chapter. It is late winter night, and the snow is falling heavily over the quiet administrative building of the Yeon clan. General Administrator Taekyung walks into his office, shivering from the cold, rubbing his hands together to get some feeling back in his fingers. Suddenly, a cold, smooth voice cuts through the dark room, greeting him with absolute politeness. Taekyung nearly jumps out of his skin, his heart skipping a beat. He quickly turns on the lights and finds our guy casually sitting in his personal armchair, draped in shadows like a comic book supervillain. Hojong offers a cold, polite smile, saying he simply stopped by because he had a very important matter to discuss with him. He asks Taekyung if he has some spare time, his sharp purple eyes locking onto the administrator like a predator analyzing its prey. The air in the room instantly turns to ice as they sit down across from each other. Taekyung, trying to maintain his professional, harmless scholar persona, quietly pours a fresh cup of hot green tea for the young master. Hojong takes the cup and casually mentions that he heard a very interesting rumor about Taekyung, bringing up the idea of his marriage to Moyang Yonha. Taekyung immediately drops to his knees, frantically apologizing and claiming he only suggested it out of a sincere desire to see the Yeon clan grow stronger. But our guy just chuckles, telling him to stand up. He says he is not offended at all. In fact, it actually made him quite happy, because what young man would not want to be paired with a beautiful, talented noblewoman? He takes a quiet sip of the tea and then gently places the cup back on the table with a soft click. But then his smile vanishes. He looks at Taekyung and says it is a genuine shame that a man of his standing has such incredibly poor insight. He agrees that Moyang Yona is indeed beautiful, elegant, and highly capable, but then he leans forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. He explains that an outstanding, ambitious woman like her would only make his life difficult, as she is the type who would devour her husband to feed her own ambitions rather than support him. Taekyung is visibly sweating now, completely unsure of where this conversation is going. Hojiang leans back, tapping his fingers on the armrest, and says he wants to make a small, personal request of the administrator. He wants Taekyung to go back to his father and ask him to introduce another woman from the Moyang clan instead. He explains that since he has to get married for strategic reasons anyway, they should look for a woman who is noble, but perhaps far more malleable and less ambitious than Lady Yonha. And then he flashes a highly ambitious, slightly sinister grin. He says he needs this marriage to succeed so he can secure a massive power base and take his rightful place as the next patriarch, outshining his younger brother Jipyong. Taekyung is absolutely stunned. He tries to play the voice of reason, pointing out that Hojiang is already the eldest son and the natural heir. But Hojiang leans close to his ear, his voice filled with venomous sibling jealousy. He asks if everyone does not already know that his father secretly prefers Jipyong and wants to make him the next vice patriarch. He tells Taekyung that if he helps him secure this marriage power base, he will make sure the administrator is highly rewarded once he takes over the clan. Taekyung looks at him, a subtle, dark understanding forming in his eyes. He bows deeply, promising to handle the matter with absolute discretion. Hojong walks out of the office, his expression turning cold the second the door closes behind him. He just played the role of a greedy, power-hungry, jealous older brother to absolute perfection, and the mole fell for the bait hook, line, and sinker. Cut to the next morning inside Patriarch Yeon's sunny office. General Administrator Taekyung is presenting a stack of financial documents for the Patriarch's review. The Patriarch flips through the pages in silence, the quiet scratching of his pen the only sound in the room. Taekyung hesitates for a moment, shifting his weight nervously from foot to foot. And then, he gently brings up the topic of the first young master's potential marriage. He suggests that instead of Lady Moyang Yonha, perhaps they should look for another candidate within the Moyang clan. The patriarch stops writing, his hand resting heavily on the desk. His face immediately darkens, and he asks for the specific reason behind this sudden change of heart. Taekyung gulps, nervously sweating, but quickly deploys his carefully prepared lie. He explains that Lady Yona is simply too outstanding and highly cherished by the Moyang patriarch. If a smaller, struggling clan like the Yeon family aggressively demands their most prized daughter, the Moyang patriarch might take it as an insult and reject the proposal entirely. And if they reject it, it could severely damage their budding maritime trade partnership, causing massive financial losses for the Yeon clan. It is safer to ask for a less prominent daughter to ensure the business deal goes through smoothly. The patriarch looks at him in silence, his sharp eyes analyzing the administrator's face. He asks if Taekyung genuinely believes that the business partnership with the Moyang clan is that critical for their survival. Taekyung nods vigorously, delivering a highly moving speech about how securing these maritime trade funds will drastically reduce the hardships of their common disciples and people. He looks like a saint who only cares about public welfare. The patriarch sighs, his shoulders relaxing slightly as he hears this. He says that since it is for the livelihood of their people, he will accept the reasoning and agree to the change. He instructs Taekyung to prepare a formal letter to the Moyang clan, requesting a meeting to discuss a different marriage candidate. Taekyung bows deeply, a polite, humble smile plastered on his face as he exits the office. But the second the heavy office doors slide shut behind him and he is out of the patriarch's line of sight, his humble, loyal expression completely vanishes. He hands the official scroll to a trusted messenger, ordering him to deliver it to the Moyang clan with absolute speed. He stands on the steps, watching the messenger depart, his eyes filled with a cold, triumphant light. He lets out a long, quiet sigh of absolute relief. And then, a slow, incredibly sinister smirk spreads across his face. He thinks about how long he has had to play this pathetic, submissive role. 8 years? No, 10 years. 10 years of pretending to be a loyal, harmless, low-level scholar. But today is finally the day his double life comes to an end. Because with this letter, the patriarch of the Moyang clan will have the perfect excuse to use the joint business venture to slowly and systematically devour the Green Mountain Yeon clan's territory, asset by asset, from the inside out. He praises Lady Yonha in his mind, thinking about how brilliant she was to use herself as bait to completely cloud the judgment of the Yeon clan's leadership. He casually greets a passing guard with his usual friendly smile, but his internal monologue is running on pure, megalomaniacal energy. He thinks about how his true master, the Moyang patriarch, is now one step closer to becoming the undisputed ruler of the entire murim. He walks away, fully convinced that he has just secured his spot at the right hand of the future rulers of the world. Cut to that very night. Inside Taekyung's quiet, dark administrative office, a beautiful ceramic teapot sits on the table, steam rising from a fresh cup of high-grade Longjing tea. Hojong is sitting across from him, holding his cup, commenting on how incredible the scent is. Taekyung, laughing heartily, boasts that he spent all his personal savings to acquire such a precious tea. He says he originally planned to present it to the patriarch, but since the young master is here, he is happy to share. Hojeong praises him, saying he always knew Taekyung was no ordinary administrator. Taekyung rubs the back of his neck, laughing off the praise, calling himself a mere humble scholar who simply does his best for the family. But then, Hojeong's voice goes completely flat. He says that from this moment on, he plans to work very closely alongside him. Taekyung, still thinking he has successfully manipulated the greedy young heir, smiles warmly and says he is looking forward to it. And that is when our guy slowly tilts his cup and casually dumps the extremely expensive, precious Longjing tea directly onto the wooden floor. Taekyung freezes, his eyes wide with confusion and horror as the tea pools around his boots. He asks what on earth the young master is doing, and that is when the temperature in the room drops to absolute zero. A massive, suffocating blue aura flares around Hojong, his eyes glowing with the terrifying, cold light of the Black Emperor. His friendly face turns into a mask of pure, demonic malice. He looks at the trembling administrator and says, "Right, now let's see how this fraud tries to wiggle out of it." Taekyung immediately tries to play the dumb card, acting like he has absolutely no idea what rat bastards our guy is talking about. But Hojong does not have the patience for acting class today, so he crushes his teacup into solid powder to remind this man who he is dealing with. Taekyung stammers that a harmless, weak coward like him could never be a spy, but our guy has already memorized the entire playbook of the unorthodox underworld. He explains that an amateur spy tries to stay completely hidden, using a low-profile position and an unassuming personality to blend into the woodwork. But Taekyung did the exact opposite. He was bold enough to position himself right next to the patriarch, managing the entire clan's wealth. He was not just some low-level informant, he was a premium, deep-cover strategic asset. Taekyung laughs nervously, claiming there is a massive misunderstanding, but Hojong simply smiles and calls for backup, and right on cue, a very familiar dusty foot steps into the room. Ga Doksung strolls in, looking like he just rolled out of bed but carrying a highly confidential piece of parchment. He reveals that his beggar's sect boys intercepted a highly encrypted report Taekyung was attempting to mail out to the Moyong clan. The realization hits Taekyung like a truck, and his face goes completely pale as his entire life's work is laid out on the table. His hand starts trembling violently, his mind racing to find any possible way out of this room. Hojong stands up, towering over him, and asks if he wants to walk to the dungeon on his own feet or if he prefers the sliding across the floor method. The administrator's gentle, scholarly mask completely breaks, revealing the cold, desperate face of a trapped rat. He quietly whispers a curse as the heavy wooden doors of the clan's private prison slam shut behind him. The heavy sound of footsteps echoes through the damp stone corridor. It is a place designed to keep monsters quiet, and now it has a brand new tenant. The guards lead Taekyung down the hall, his hands bound, but his face is surprisingly calm. They toss him into a heavily reinforced cell, the iron bars cold and unforgiving. The lead guard locks the door and stares at him, his face filled with absolute disbelief and disgust. He asks how Taekyung could possibly betray them after spending 10 years eating their food and living under their roof. Taekyung does not even look at him, keeping his eyes on the floor as the guard's anger rises. The guard steps close to the bars, his hand gripping his weapon. He warns the former administrator to prepare himself, because once the patriarch decides on a sentence, an easy death will be completely off the menu. They walk away, leaving Taekyung alone in the quiet blue-tinted darkness of his cell. He sits there for a moment, listening to the fading footsteps of the guards. Outside, the moon is full, shining brightly over the snowy rooftops of the estate. Taekyung drops to his knees, closing his eyes, and begins to quietly chant a sequence of words. Man who can hear, man who can speak, the northern skies, great sky. And right as the last word leaves his mouth, a heavy iron key slips through the window bars and lands softly on the dirt floor. Our guy was right. The spy ring has deep roots. Taekyung grabs the key and immediately moves to the back wall. He starts counting the stone blocks, his fingers searching for a very specific seam in the masonry. He finds the lower left stone, traces his finger up 3 blocks, and then slides his finger 2 blocks to the right, revealing a hidden, perfectly concealed keyhole. With a soft click, the solid stone wall begins to slide open. It is a secret escape tunnel, pre-built and waiting for this exact worst-case scenario. The wall seals behind him, leaving the cell completely empty. Meanwhile, out in the snowy courtyard, a sentry is pacing back and forth, keeping watch over the perimeter. Another guard approaches him, calling out his name, Niall. He asks if there is any unusual activity. Niall replies that everything is quiet, and the other guard asks why he is here since this is not his usual patrol sector. Niall smiles, claiming he is simply here to relieve his buddy so the guy can finally go grab some dinner. The hungry guard is slightly surprised but highly appreciative of the favor. He mentions how incredibly tense the atmosphere is today, especially with the news of the general administrator being dragged off as a spy. Niall chuckles, handing him a small food pouch and tells him to go fill his stomach and relax. The guard runs off, leaving Niall alone in the quiet courtyard. Niall's friendly expression instantly fades. He turns and walks quickly toward a quiet storage building at the edge of the grounds. He pushes the heavy doors open, expecting to find his escape contacts waiting inside. He steps into the dark room, his eyes scanning the empty space. The building is completely silent, which is highly unusual since his accomplices were supposed to be staging their breakout right here. He looks down and notices a bowl of food sitting on the table, completely cold and untouched. His instincts scream that something is wrong, and that is when the front doors are kicked wide open and a tall silhouette holding a massive spear axe steps into the moonlight. Hojong offers a cold smirk, asking if Niall would like some fresh, hot food from a local restaurant or if he prefers cold rice. Niall realizes his cover is completely blown. He grabs the heavy bowl and hurls it directly at our guy's face as a distraction. Hojong does not even flinch, casually tilting his head as the bowl flies past. But Niall is already moving, launching himself toward the roof to make a desperate escape. But our guy's reaction time is not human. He swings his massive spear axe, the sheer kinetic force of the blow shattering the wooden ceiling into splinters. Niall manages to scramble onto the snowy roof, his heart hammering against his ribs as he looks down. But the second he stands up, his jaw drops. Standing on the surrounding roofs are the elite warriors of the Yeon clan, their swords drawn. Hojong strolls onto the roof, resting his massive weapon on his shoulder, and casually informs him that his stable contact has already been arrested. He looks up, his eyes cold under the moonlight, and tells the spy to climb down before things get messy. At the exact same time, inside his private study, Patriarch Yeon is quietly polishing his sword. He looks at his reflection in the pristine steel, his face showing the heavy burden of a leader who has just discovered a cancer inside his own home. With a single lightning-fast swing, he slices the corner of his heavy wooden desk clean off, his posture radiating absolute quiet fury. He sheathes the blade, his eyes focused and determined. He stands by the window under the full moon, waiting for the final piece of the trap to spring. Back on the rooftops, Niall is backing away, his teeth clenched in pure desperation. He realizes there is no way out of this estate without a fight. He launches himself at Hojong, his movement incredibly fast as he tries to close the distance. He demands to know who our guy is, completely unable to believe that this massive presence belongs to the sheltered rookie first young master. He yells that there is no way a pampered heir could possibly know their secret infiltration routes, their contact points, and how to wield a weapon of that size. Hojong let out a tired sigh, running a hand through his hair. He complains about having to listen to the squeaking of rats at this hour of the night. He slams the butt of his spear axe into the roof tiles, the impact cracking the stone, and orders the spy to just kneel. Niall snaps, flaring a violent purple shadow aura around his body as he charges. He splits into multiple fast-moving afterimages, his speed impressive for a mid-tier spy. He launches a flurry of high-speed strikes, aiming directly for our guy's vitals. But Hojong stands perfectly still, casually deflecting every single strike with minor, effortless movements of his weapon's shaft. Niall is panicking now, realizing his target is reading his movements perfectly. He prepares his trump card, a lethal, flesh-melting poison coated on his fingernails. All he needs is a single scratch to end this. He lunges for a final strike, but our guy is already done playing. He swings the massive spear axe in a clean vertical arc and completely removes Niall's entire arm from his shoulder. Niall freezes, staring at the empty space where his limb used to be, his brain struggling to process the sudden lack of arm. And then, the pain registers and he collapses onto the snowy roof, screaming in absolute agony. Hojong stands over him, his face completely devoid of emotion, and asks why he is screaming if he was supposedly prepared to sacrifice his life for his mission. He calls him a pathetic amateur and raises his massive weapon. With a single quick stroke, the screaming stops. Niall's body collapses onto the cold roof tiles, the snow slowly turning red. Hojong sheathes his weapon, muttering that his side of the operation is officially wrapped up. Meanwhile, deep in the snowy forest outside the estate, a figure is running desperately through the drifts. Taekyung is slipping and sliding, his expensive robes covered in mud and snow as he flees. He thinks he has made it. He thinks his secret escape tunnel worked perfectly. But as he breaks into a clearing, he freezes. Standing under the moonlight, his sword drawn and glowing with a calm blue aura, is Patriarch Yeon. Taekyung immediately drops to his knees, begging his former lord to show mercy and let him leave the province. The patriarch looks down at him, his voice heavy with disappointment. He notes that Taekyung at least had the decency to still call him patriarch, but his request is denied. Taekyung's face turns ugly, and he tries to threaten him, claiming that if his master learns of his death, the Moyang clan will return and turn the entire Green Mountain into a sea of blood. But the patriarch cuts him off, explaining very calmly that there is no one left to deliver the news of his death. Niall and every single contact in the stables have already been neutralized. Taekyung's eyes go wide with horror, his voice cracking as he asks how they could possibly trace his entire network in a single night. The patriarch offers a proud, subtle smile, saying his eldest son is far more capable than anyone realized, and Taekyung made the fatal mistake of underestimating him. Taekyung's mind flashes to Hojong's smug, calculating face, and his blood runs cold as he realizes his 10 years of careful planning were dismantled by an 18-year-old in a single afternoon. He loses his mind, letting out a screaming curse at our guy's name. But before the insult can leave his lips, a flash of blue steel cuts through the winter air, and the former administrator's head rolls silently into the white snow. The patriarch quietly sheathes his sword, muttering that he has heard quite enough of his filthy last words. Cut to 5 days later. The winter moon is high, and the estate has returned to its quiet, orderly routine. But there is a new addition to the main courtyard, heavily guarded by the family's elite sentries. Taekyung's head sits on a wooden display table, a highly public and brutal reminder of what happens to those who try to play double agent with the Yeon clan. Inside the main building, Patriarch Yeon stands by the window, looking out over his domain. Hojeong is sitting across from him, explaining that the Moyang clan is not their only problem. He is certain they have joined forces with the Gujumyang clan. The patriarch asks why he is so confident of this alliance, as the two families have no historical ties. Hojeong replies that he cannot share his sources just yet, but he knows the truth. Later that night, he returns to the bamboo forest to practice his forms. He swings the massive new spear axe, his movements becoming more fluid as his muscles adapt to the weapon's weight. He closes his eyes, mentally connecting the dots of his past and present lives. The Moyang clan who planted spies to devour their wealth, and the Gujumyang clan who are currently excavating the ancient death sword technique to slaughter his family. They are working in tandem. In his first life, they waited for the Yeon clan to grow weak before launching their total, merciless assault. But as he opens his eyes, a cold, sharp purple light flares in his pupils. He grips the spear axe, channeling his azure silk energy through the heavy metal shaft. He is not going to wait for them to build their armies this time. He is going to take the fight directly to their doorsteps. He launches a devastating strike, the blue shockwave completely clearing the surrounding bamboo trees in a single massive explosion. He walks out of the training grounds, his weapon resting on his shoulder, his resolve absolutely set. He approaches the main gates of the estate under the quiet midnight sky. A figure is sitting on the gate wall, swinging his legs and chewing on a piece of straw. It is Ga Doiksong, who simply smiles and hops down, ready to accompany our guy on his dangerous journey. But right as they take their first steps outside the gate, the high-frequency whistle of an arrow cutting through the cold night air shatters the quiet. Doiksong's goofy expression instantly vanishes as he spins around, his reflexes kicking into overdrive. A silhouette leaps down from the dark sky, landing with terrifying speed right in front of them. The shadow draws a curved blade, its eyes locked onto our guy, screaming that they have an enemy attack. The mysterious shadow leaping from the sky? Turns out, it is not a high-tier assassin trying to claim our guy's bounty. Doiksong is standing there, completely bewildered, watching the incoming sword strike, and realizes the attacker is none other than Yeon Jipyong, our guy's younger brother. Hojang does not even look surprised. He just stares at his brother with his usual stoic expression. Jipyong does not hesitate, throwing himself into a high-speed offensive sequence, his blade whistling through the cold air, but Hojang effortlessly parries the strike with the heavy shaft of his new spear axe, not even breaking a sweat. Doiksong is standing in the background, scratching his messy hair, completely confused as to why the second young master is launching a surprise PvP match at midnight. Jipyong pushes his speed to the absolute limit, his blade clashing against the spear axe over and over in a beautiful shower of sparks. He is trying to find any possible blind spot in his older brother's ironclad stance, swinging with everything he has got. But Hojeong casually rotates his massive weapon, creating a localized vortex of blue azure silk energy that completely disrupts Jipyong's footing. The sheer pressure of the wind forces Jipyong to halt his advance, his blade resting just inches away from the massive spear axe blade. The shockwave of their final exchange clears the snow around them, leaving a perfect circle of dry dirt on the road. Jipyong stands there, panting heavily, looking up at his brother with a mixture of awe and frustration. He sheathes his sword with a heavy sigh, running a hand through his messy hair, admitting defeat. He admits that despite all his secret training, he still cannot close the massive gap between them. He explains that he had to check his growth because if he does not constantly rush to grow stronger, he feels like he will lose his brother to the dark path he is walking. He quietly asks if Hojang is truly leaving the province tonight. Hojang nods, and Jipyong looks down, muttering that his brother could have at least said a proper goodbye instead of slipping away like a thief in the night. Hojang looks at him, his gaze softening just a fraction, and tells him that the road ahead of him is a dark, bloody path of an asura, and he does not want his little brother to have to witness that horror ever again. He turns his back, his massive spear axe resting on his shoulder, and begins to walk away into the darkness. Jipyong stands under the moonlight, watching his brother's silhouette slowly fade into the winter trees. He bows deeply toward the departing figure, quietly wishing him a safe journey. As Hojeong and Doiksong disappear down the road, Jipyong tightens his fist, whispering to himself that he will diligently train every single day until he is strong enough to stand by his brother's side. Meanwhile, we transition to a completely different region. A majestic, sun-drenched canyon with sheer green cliffs stretching into the clouds. A small brown sparrow chirps happily on a tree branch before fluttering down and landing gently on a massive, bare, muscular shoulder. Meet Moyang Gun, the absolute patriarch of the dominant Moyang clan, currently meditating shirtless on the edge of a cliff like a literal main character. His daughter, the brilliant Moyang Yeonha, approaches him with a gentle smile, warning him that he might catch a cold training in the mountain draft. She hands him a fresh spy scroll, reporting that their intelligence assets inside the Gujumyang clan have confirmed a massive development. She explains that the patriarch of the Myang clan successfully excavated their ancestors' lost legendary arts and immediately buried hundreds of innocent slave laborers alive to keep the secret safe. Gun quietly lets the little sparrow rest on his fingers as he sheathes himself back into his expensive silk robes. He asks if there has been any response from the Yeon clan regarding their highly suspicious trade and marriage proposal. Yeonha replies that the Yeon patriarch has been completely silent, calling him a frustratingly cautious and intelligent leader. She adds that their planted spies have not sent any reports for days, which is highly alarming. Gun's eyes narrow as he processes this piece of information. He dismisses the worry, claiming they planted 3 high-level spies, including Taekyung, and there is absolutely no way a minor clan like the Yeon family could have unmasked them so easily. But right then, a messenger rushes up the cliffside, looking completely panicked. He reports that a massive, absolute information control and blackout has been imposed across the entire Jiangsu province. Gun's face goes dead serious. He realizes that a blackout of this scale is mechanically impossible for the struggling Yeon clan to execute on their own. They must have secured the help of a massive professional information network. His mind flashes to the only faction capable of pulling off such an immaculate information blockade, the beggar sect. But instead of panicking, a dark, incredibly arrogant smile spreads across his face. He mutters that this is actually getting quite fun. He reaches for his sword, his body suddenly flaring with a violent, bright blue lightning key. He leaps into the air above the massive canyon, his presence completely dominating the skyline. With a single devastating swing of his blade, he unleashes a colossal shockwave of lightning energy that literally splits the entire Rocky Mountain Canyon right down the middle in an earth-shattering explosion. The absolute scale of his power is terrifying, leaving a smoking ravine where solid stone stood just seconds ago. He lands calmly back on the grass, his eyes cold and focused. He tells Yeonha that since their subtle plan was disrupted, they will simply have to destroy the Yeon clan much faster than originally anticipated. Cut to 5 days later, inside a bustling, elegant riverside pavilion in Haenam, Shangchu. Leaning casually against the wooden pillars of the crowded restaurant is a massive, brutal 6-foot spear axe, and sitting at the table next to it is Ga Doiksong, currently inhaling bowls of noodles and rice at a speed that violates several laws of physics. The local waiters are standing in absolute awe and disgust, muttering about whether this man has a black hole for a stomach. The other patrons are actively whispering, completely terrified of the sheer size of the weapon leaning against the wall. Hojang is sitting across from him, looking incredibly elegant and unbothered, sipping a quiet cup of tea. When a passing customer gets a little too close, Hojang casually tilts his spear axe, the heavy blade landing with a loud thud that makes the poor man nearly wet his pants. The locals whisper that the delicate, handsome young man carrying such a monstrous, bone-crushing weapon is a highly disturbing combination. Hojang tells Doiksong to slow down, promising him that nobody is going to steal his cold rice. Doiksong, with his mouth completely full, angrily complains that he had to sprint with his own 2 legs all the way from Jiangsu to Haenam, while our guy got to ride a comfortable horse like a high-tier noble. Hoyoung deadpans that he literally offered him a horse, but Doiksong refused because beggars apparently have a strict union rule against equestrian transport. Hoyoung chuckles, throwing a silver coin to the waiter, telling him to keep the food coming on his tab. Doiksong happily cleans his teeth with a toothpick, finally looking satisfied. He leans forward, his playful expression fading, and asks when Hojang is going to tell him the real reason they traveled here. He points out that Haenam is the home territory of the Gujumyeon clan, and coming here with a giant weapon is basically the equivalent of poking a sleeping tiger with a very sharp stick. Hojang looks out the window, his eyes cold as ice, and says the reason is actually very simple. And we transition straight into the next chapter as our guy flashes a highly confident, slightly sinister smirk. He tells Doiksong that they did not come here to hide, they came here to be seen. He explains the macro strategy. Moyang-gun has undoubtedly received the news of their sudden arrival in Haenam by now. But because of the total information blackout the beggars imposed in Jiangsu, Gun has absolutely no way of knowing how they discovered his secret plans. He will be sweating, wondering if his secret alliance with the Gujumyeon clan has been completely exposed. Doiksong nods, slowly catching on to the sheer 4D chess-level genius of our guy's plan. Hojang explains that by moving abnormally fast and arriving right next to their allies' doorstep, they have completely deprived Moyang-gun of the time needed to think and coordinate a proper response. He will be incredibly anxious, desperate to make contact and figure out what the Yeon clan is planning. Stoic Song asks why they don't just sit in the tavern and wait for the Moyang clan to send an emissary to negotiate. Hojiang flatly refuses, saying that is not how a cautious player like Moyang Gun operates. He explains that Gun is a highly calculated, paranoid leader who will never expose his own hands first. He is a man who only moves when he is 100% certain of a guaranteed victory, so instead of exposing his own clan's involvement, Gun will naturally instruct his secret partners, the Gujumyang clan, to send a vanguard squad to test their strength first. And right on cue, the trap is set. Cut to 6 days later. The evening sun is setting over the Henan market district. An arrogant martial artist dressed in premium black and gold robes approaches Hojiang's table, his footsteps heavy and deliberate. He looks down at our guy, demanding to know if he is indeed the first young master of the Yeon clan. He smugly informs Hojiang that the Gujumyang clan has officially arrived, and someone of high standing wants to see him immediately. Hojiang slowly places his teacup down, a cold, sharp smile playing on his lips. He stands up, towering over the messenger, and says he would be absolutely delighted to free up some time for them. They walk deep into the quiet, dark forest outside the town under the midnight sky. The messenger points toward a small campfire crackling in a distant clearing, saying their squad leader is waiting for him there. But as Hojiang steps forward, the messenger arrogantly reaches out and blocks his path. He sneers, telling our guy that he should drop his massive, heavy spear axe before entering the presence of their leader. Hojiang does not even argue. He just lets out a quiet, terrifying chuckle that makes the messenger's spine tingle. He casually walks right past him, completely ignoring the warning, and a calm female voice from the campfire tells the guard to stand down. Sitting on a log by the fire, looking completely relaxed and smug, is Myung Onji, assassin squad leader of the Gujumyang clan. She scans our guy's physical build, laughing as she comments on the ridiculous size of his axe. She asks if such a heavy toy isn't a bit too much for a delicate young master of a clan known only for swordplay. Without a single word, Hojiang slams the heavy steel head of his spear axe directly into the dirt, the impact shaking the ground around her campfire. He stands before her, draped in shadows, looking down like an absolute menace. He flatly replies that carrying it is not particularly difficult. Anji smiles, calling him incredibly bold for walking straight into an obvious trap without any guards. She tells him to state his business. She asks where his annoying beggar companion is, claiming her scouts have been looking for him all night. Hojiang tells her to relax and enjoy the night. He says he wants to tell her a very interesting story first. He mentions how his family recently discovered a deep cover spy who had been hiding in their estate for 10 long years. He explains that it was a massive, bloody hassle to weed out the entire network and clean his house. And then, his voice drops to absolute zero. He says they discovered a pack of greedy jackals who joined hands with a stupid, arrogant clan to try and devour his family. He points out that while the Moyang clan should be the most desperate to cover their tracks, the Gujumyang clan was the first to show up, almost as if they received a desperate request to capture him. Anji's smug expression completely vanishes, her eyes widening in genuine panic as she realizes our guy did not walk into a trap. He intentionally used himself as bait to lure their entire squad out. Hojiang grips his massive spear axe, a terrifying, bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face as he asks if her squad are indeed those exact jackals. Onji lets out a frustrated sigh, realizing their cover is completely blown. She admits that her assassin squad was indeed ordered to capture him and find out exactly how much the Yeon clan knows about their grand alliance. She flares a suffocating dark purple shadow aura, snapping her fingers as her hidden assassins materialize from the trees. She commands them to attack, telling them to break his limbs and make him kneel. The battle begins instantly. The smug messenger from earlier lunges first, throwing a high-speed punch coated in purple energy. But Hojiang's reaction speed is on a completely different level. He fluidly dodges the strike, his body shifting like water. The messenger tries to recover, his eyes widening in pure horror as he realizes our guy is already mid-swing. With a single, effortless horizontal slash of his massive spear axe, Hojiang completely deletes the messenger's head from his shoulders in a spectacular splash of blood. First blood. One hit, next problem. Anji screams in absolute rage, immediately deploying her signature technique, pear tree flower root touch. She shoots out multiple glowing purple energy ropes, aiming to bind our guy's limbs and restrict his movements. The glowing purple key ropes coil through the air like living snakes, wrapping around his position. But Hojiang simply leaps high into the air, the massive spear axe spinning in his hands like a helicopter blade, completely cutting through her energy construct. He brings the heavy weapon down with an earth-shattering overhead strike, the impact creating a massive explosion of dirt and fire that engulfs the clearing. Anji is forced to back away, using her arms to shield her face from the blinding dust and flying debris. A thick, heavy mist of dust and smoke covers the entire battlefield, completely cutting off all visibility. She warns her remaining assassins to stay alert, but before she can finish her sentence, a warm splatter of fresh blood hits her face. Through the thick smoke, she can hear the quiet, wet sound of flesh being cleaved apart as her elite squad is silently dismantled in the dark. She panics, flaring her golden fire aura to illuminate the dark woods, frantically searching for the killer. And that is when she looks up, and a primal cold sweat of absolute terror washes over her. Standing on a high tree branch, his eyes glowing with the pitch-black aura of the Black Emperor, is Hojiang. She points upward, screaming for her remaining elite assassins to launch a coordinated high-altitude strike to bring him down. The assassins leap toward the branch, their blades drawn, but our guy does not even bother to dodge. He simply stands there as they approach, his face completely calm. Because right behind him, a colossal wave of pure, translucent blue water energy begins to rise. The sky itself seems to drown as a massive, legendary, divine beast materializes from his ki. The legendary black tortoise of the north fully manifests, its massive translucent blue shell absorbing their ultimate attacks like they are minor rain droplets. Anji is completely frozen, her mind unable to process the absolute monstrosity of the power standing in front of her. Is this a god? Is this a spirit? Hojiang steps forward, his massive spear axe resting on his shoulder, his glowing purple eyes locking onto her as he delivers a single absolute command that echoes through the entire forest. A few yards away, her backup scout squad is quietly scanning the perimeter under the moonlight, fully expecting to catch our guy trying to make a run for it. The lead assassin motions for his squad to fall back, muttering that the coast is completely clear and nothing is out of the ordinary. But right behind him, a massive crude wooden club slowly rises from the dark grass like a scene straight out of a horror movie. The assassin catches a glimpse of the shadow, his eyes widening in pure horror as his internal alarms start screaming. But it is already too late. A loud, heavy thud echoes through the clearing as the club connects, sending the scout face first into the dirt. Multiple figures emerge from the bushes, moving with the quiet precision of street-smart veterans. The remaining assassins panic, yelling out in shock as they realize they have just been ambushed by a pack of beggars. And stepping out of the shadows, wearing his usual smug, lazy grin, is our favorite drinking buddy, Ga Doiksong. He chuckles, commenting on how our guy Hojiang predicted their escape route down to the exact tree. He shakes his hand, loudly complaining about getting dirty blood splattered all over his clean rags as the battle begins. He reflects on their strategy, remembering how our guy explained that while the Orthodox faction loves to sit around and have useless meetings, these underhanded clans prefer the far more efficient method of burying their rivals in the dark. The lead assassin recognizes Doiksong, his voice shaking as he asks how the successor of the prestigious beggars sect could stoop to dirty, unorthodox street tactics. Doiksong simply spits on the ground, his expression turning cold and dismissive. He tells the assassin to take his fancy, strongest clan title, throw it in the trash, and throw away his testicles while he is at it. The sheer level of disrespect is immaculate. He raises his club, and his beggar crew charges in, beating the absolute brakes off the remaining scouts in a beautiful, uncoordinated street brawl. Meanwhile, back in the clearing, the main fight is running at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Hojiang is a literal whirlwind of destruction. The elite assassins try to coordinate a dual-blade strike, leaping at him from his blind spots. But our guy simply shifts his weight, the massive spear axe cutting through their steel weapons with a deafening screech of colliding metal. The assassins do not even have time to process the shock before the heavy blade sweeps through, cleaving two of them completely in half in a spectacular splash of red. Anji is backing away, her jaw practically on the ground as she watches her elite subordinates get deleted in under 5 seconds. Another assassin, Myung-do, completely loses his mind at the sight of his fallen brothers and charges blindly, screaming that he will rip our guy to pieces. Anji desperately yells for him to stop. Hojiang's purple eyes go icy cold. He does not even bother to adjust his stance. He simply spins the spear axe, utilizing the sheer centrifugal force of his metal-suppressed weighted iron training. Myung-do's eyes widen as the wind pressure hits him, realization arriving a fraction of a second too late. The flat side of the heavy axe hits him square in the chest, the impact breaking his ribs and sending him flying. He crashes violently into a massive pine tree, his body slumping to the ground completely unconscious. Onji is trembling now, staring at the absolute monster standing in front of her. She realizes that in a straight physical clash, her entire squad combined has a 0% chance of survival. She tightens her fist. her fingernails digging into her palm as she forces her trembling legs to move. She quietly orders her last remaining Shadow Scout to fall back, coordinate with the perimeter units, and report the situation to the main branch. Hojong stands in the middle of the carnage, casually resting his bloody weapon on his shoulder, grumbling to himself that Doiksang is going to lecture him for being too rough with his brand new toy. The Shadow Scout leaps back, vanishing into the trees, while Anji bolts in the opposite direction. Hojong watches her go, a small, amused hum escaping his lips. He realizes she is intentionally heading deeper into the thick forest, trying to lure him into an environment where a 6-foot heavy weapon is at a massive physical disadvantage. He lets out a dark, mocking grin. He mutters that the assassin squad leader is actually trying to use her head for once. This is going to be fun. As dawn begins to break, painting the sky in gorgeous shades of pink and purple, the fleeing Shadow Scout is sprinting through the dense foliage, convinced he has made a clean getaway. But as he breaks through a line of bushes, he freezes. Standing in front of him are his fellow squad members, all neatly wrapped up like Christmas hams. Another scout is struggling against his ropes, desperately yelling for help. But before the runner can draw his blade, a dusty wooden staff rests gently on his shoulder, and a goofy voice whispers in his ear. The scout looks up to see God Doiksang smiling down at him from a branch, looking like a very smug, ragged forest spirit. Doiksang cheerfully announces that his crew are the official cleaners of these streets, and they do not like litter. He commands his boys to tie the new arrival up with the rest of the collection. The beggars quickly execute the order, and Doiksang strokes his chin, looking at his captive audience. He notes that while capturing these spies is great, it is still not enough concrete evidence to publicly expose the Gujumyeon clan without triggering a massive political backlash against the Yeon clan. He decides to put the deep thinking on hold until our guy Hojeong finishes wrapping up his main target. But suddenly, the temperature in the forest drops. A heavy, suffocating purple mist begins to seep through the grass. The sky itself seems to darken as the raw, toxic pressure of high-level ki ripples through the trees. Doiksang's playful expression completely vanishes. He grips his wooden staff, his knuckles turning white as his own blue energy flares to counter the pressure. He leaps into the air, his movement incredibly fluid for his size. He deploys one of the beggar sect's signature arts, 10,000 Village Autumn Gust, sending a massive, high-velocity storm of razor-sharp leaves to clear the toxic mist. He screams through the woods, frantically warning our guy to capture the squad leader alive instead of deleting her from the map, because they desperately need her mouth to talk. Deep in the thick brush, Anji's boots crunch softly against the dry leaves as she runs. She stops to catch her breath, leaning against a tree, her heart pounding, but the second she looks up, her blood runs cold. Standing on a high branch directly above her, looking down like a silent gargoyle, is Hojeong. He drops down, his massive spear axe spinning, channeling a thin, high-frequency stream of blue energy that slices the surrounding branches to pieces. Anji barely dodges, the wind of the blade grazing her cheek. She hears that terrifying, heavy hum of his physical pressure again. She stares at him, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and primal fear, wondering if this man is secretly harboring some kind of demonic monster inside his body. She realizes that even with her high-level agility, she cannot land a single clean hit on him. His movements are too precise, his defense too absolute, and before she can recover her stance, Hojeong is already in front of her, the massive axe blade slicing down toward her neck. She performs a desperate, ugly roll through the dirt to survive, the heavy blade splitting a solid stone boulder behind her into twin halves. The impact creates a massive dust cloud, and Hojeong lands elegantly on a tree stump, resting his weapon on his shoulder. He smirks, asking her if she can really keep this pathetic running routine up all morning. Anji grits her teeth, realizing she has been backed into an absolute dead end. She stands up, her posture shifting as she decides to throw away her safety and play her absolute trump card. A violent, roaring golden flame-like aura begins to erupt from her body, the sheer heat of the energy melting the frost on the surrounding grass. Hojeong's eyes narrow as he looks at the golden fire. His playful expression instantly vanishes, replaced by a mask of pure, bone-chilling focus. Anji sneers, claiming that he is not the only one who has been hiding high-tier secret martial arts. She pushes her golden fire aura to the absolute maximum, her eyes glowing yellow as the ground beneath her feet begins to crack and melt. But our guy's reaction is not what she expected. A cold, suffocating blue light flares in his pupils, his entire presence dropping to absolute zero as he recognizes the signature energy of the monsters who murdered his family. Anji charges, her speed doubled by her golden fire aura, launching a high-altitude dive kick. She bounces off the tree trunks using the vertical environment to execute a high-speed, unpredictable aerial assault. Hojong parries every single strike, the collision of his blue water ki and her golden fire creating massive colorful explosions that light up the forest. Anji pushes her offensive, throwing a high-velocity sequence of palm strikes aiming directly for his chest. One of her strikes grazes his shoulder, the heavy kinetic impact tearing his silk robes and leaving a smoking, singed mark on his skin. But our guy does not even flinch. He steps into the heat of her flames, his face completely cold as he grabs her wrist in a vice grip, absorbing her energy waves. He unleashes a clean, high-pressure palm strike directly into her ribs, the blue shockwave blowing her back and shattering her momentum. As the smoke clears, Hojong stands in silence, his long black hair draped over his face. But his mind is not in this forest. He is currently trapped in a violent, bloody flashback of his past life. He remembers the night his family was destroyed. He remembers the giant, terrifying warriors of the Gujumyang clan crashing through their gates. He remembers his father, Patriarch Yeon, standing alone, tanking dozens of sword strikes with his bare body to buy his sons time to escape. He remembers the sight of his younger brother Jipyong lying dead in the snow, his body cold. The memory of that helpless, agonizing despair hits him in waves, his teeth grinding together so hard they bleed. He looks up, his eyes completely pitch black and glowing, his bloodlust so suffocating that even the birds in the surrounding trees fall silent. Anji, completely oblivious to the fact that she has just triggered a literal raid boss phase, leaps back into the air with a smug grin, asking if he is ready to surrender and come quietly. Hojong does not answer. A massive, roaring torrent of blue azure silk energy erupts from his body, turning the grass around him to solid ice. Anji's smile instantly freezes as he vanishes from her sight, his speed completely bypassing her perception. Before she can even blink, Hojong materializes directly in front of her in midair, grabs her face with his bare hand, and slams her head directly into the hard ground with the force of a falling meteor. Anji coughs up a heavy spray of blood, her brain rattling as she struggles to process the sheer, terrifying physical strength of his grip. She desperately flares her golden fire aura, creating a localized shield of solid energy blocks to push him away, screaming that his physical strikes are futile against her clan's absolute defense. She boasts that this secret art of the Gujumyang clan can tank any physical weapon in existence. But Hojong simply raises his massive spear axe, his face showing a level of cold, robotic malice that makes her spine tingle. He swings the heavy weapon down with pure, unadulterated rage, the sheer weight of the blow cracking her golden shield like cheap glass in a single hit. Anji screams in genuine primal terror as he swings again and again, each consecutive blow shattering her defense and driving her deeper into the dirt. She frantically begs him to stop. But Hojong does not stop. He raises the massive axe high above his head, the blue energy around it humming with the force of a hurricane. He looks down at her, his voice flat and dead, whispering that when they slaughtered his father and brother in the snow, they did not stop either. He swings the massive weapon down with a final, earth-shattering execution strike. Right at that exact second, Ga Doksang slides into the clearing, screaming at our guy to stop before he completely deletes their only source of intelligence. The massive explosion of dirt and debris completely engulfs the clearing, the shockwave knocking several trees flat. As the dust finally settles, Doiksang is standing there, completely pale, staring at the massive crater. The giant blade of Hojiang's spear axe is embedded deep in the dirt, resting just a fraction of an inch away from Anji's neck. Anji is lying in the crater, completely bloodied, unconscious, and broken, but still breathing. Hojong slowly sheathes his weapon, casually telling Doiksang that she is not dead, though she will definitely be spending the next few months eating her food through a straw since he crushed at least 5 of her ribs. Doiksang lets out a massive sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. His beggar scouts run up, casually asking when they finally get to go grab lunch. Doiksang snaps, screaming at them to shut their hungry mouths and go call a doctor immediately before their prize asset bleeds out in the dirt. Hojong walks over, pointing at the bound assassins and says they officially have their evidence. He says they have captured an entire active intelligence squad of the Gujumyang clan operating outside their borders. But Doiksang shakes his head, looking serious for once. He points out that while this is a massive capture, it is still not enough concrete proof to legally link them to the Moyang clan. If they present this to the Murim Alliance now, the Myeong clan will simply claim Anji was acting on her own accord and feign total innocence, leaving the Yeong clan open to a massive countersuit. He estimates they need to launch a deep cover investigation into Jiangsu province to trace their secret contact networks. He sighs, explaining that even if he gets his old man, the Dragonhead Union leader of the beggars, to personally authorize the mission, it will take at least a full month to secure the proof. Hojong's face darkens. He flatly replies that a month is far too slow, the apocalypse is on a tight schedule, and they need a much faster, more reliable method to force their hand. He casually asks Doiksong who he thinks would be harder to take down in a straight war, the Gujumyang clan or the dominant Moyang clan. Doiksong strokes his chin, saying that is like asking whether a tiger or a lion is a more dangerous predator. But he ultimately concludes that the Moyang clan is far more dangerous due to their immense historical prestige, their vast coastal trade wealth, and how the public perceives them as righteous protectors. Hojiang nods in agreement, pointing out that the Gujumyang clan is a relatively young family with a history of aggressive, excessive expansion, meaning the common public already looks at them with suspicion. He adds that he has not established a connection with Moyang Gun's benevolent brother yet, and trying to take on both powerhouse clans simultaneously is a terrible meta build that will only get them killed, so instead of fighting both, they need to exploit the cracks in their alliance. A brilliant, highly mischievous smirk spreads across our guy's face as he asks Doiksong if they shouldn't just pretend to have gone completely crazy and try to make friends with the lion to destroy the tiger. Cut to the magnificent, sunlit headquarters of the prestigious Moyang clan. Inside their private tea room, an attendant frantically slides the doors open, gasping for breath as he calls for the patriarch. Moyang Gun stops drinking his tea, his sharp eyes narrowing, as the messenger reports that an official emergency letter has just arrived from the Beggars' Union. Gun takes the scroll, his daughter Yonha watching in silence, both of them highly suspicious since the beggars have never contacted them directly before. But the exact second Gun's eyes scan the first line of the letter, his face completely freezes. A massive, violent surge of bright blue lightning ki flares from his body on its own accord, the raw energy completely splitting the heavy solid wooden table in front of him clean in half. Yonha is absolutely stunned, watching her father's legendary lightning energy activate automatically, wondering what on earth could possibly be written on that parchment to evoke such a physical reaction from a sovereign. Gun hands the scroll to his daughter, a low, rumbling laugh escaping his throat. He tells her to read it, calling the sender an absolute magnificent brat named Yeon Hojiang. A wide, bloodthirsty, and highly amused smile spreads across the sword god's face. He laughs, admitting that the boring patriarch Yeon has somehow managed to raise a literal, terrifying monster of a son under their noses. Yonha quickly unfurls the scroll, her sharp eyes scanning the bold, elegant calligraphy, and her face completely freezes in pure, unadulterated shock as she reads the final, audacious line written by an 18-year-old. Our guy just invited the strongest boss in the region to a co-op raid against his own secret allies. So, Moyang Gun is currently holding the most audacious piece of paper he has ever seen in his entire life. Our guy sent a letter to the strongest man on the coast basically telling him, I know your secrets, I know your goals, and I know you want to wipe us out. And then he casually drops the ultimate prize, the Murim Alliance leadership. He is telling the sword god that he knows exactly what his lifelong dream is. Imagine spending decades building an army, planning a grand political conquest, and then some 18-year-old kid from a minor clan just writes it all down on a scroll like he is reading a restaurant menu. Moyang Gun is not even angry. He is genuinely impressed. He realizes this kid is not just some arrogant young master-playing hero. He actually has a plan to deliver a fatal blow to the Gujumyang clan. The proposal is simple. Let us meet in Hanam, pretend we do not trust each other, and build a conspiracy that actually works. And the postscript is the ultimate power move. The longer you delay, the more you lose, and until you decide, I am just going to keep running wild. Moyang Yonha asks if this could be a trap. Gun smiles. He knows how to read handwriting. This is the writing of a man who faces his enemies head-on, not some coward hiding in the bushes. It is the confidence of someone who does not even care if the deal falls through, because he knows he can handle the consequences anyway. He admits he has been through countless battles, but he never expected to be completely surprised by a single letter from a teenager. The idea of destroying the Myang clan together actually has his blood pumping for the first time in years. He asks Yonha what she thinks, but she already knows her father's mind is made up. She adjusts her robes, knowing there is no stopping him once he gets that look in his eyes. She tells him to go ahead. His heart is already in Hanam anyway. Gun looks out the window, processing the distance. It is just the right distance for a little outing. The lion is officially leaving his cave. Meanwhile, out in the crowded streets of Hinam Shengchu, our guy is casually strolling through the market. He has his massive 6-foot spear axe resting on his shoulder, looking like an absolute menace while people around him are just trying to buy cabbage. God Doiksong is currently buying street food like he has not eaten in 3 business days. He drops some coins, tells the vendor to keep the change, and runs off with his pile of rice dumplings. The vendor is literally sweating, thinking this wild-haired beggar was about to slice him in half over a payment dispute. Doiksong catches up, stuffing his face, and asks if it is really okay for them to be leisurely shopping like tourists right now. He reminds Hojong that the Myeong clan is definitely going to send their absolute best combat specialists next, not some soft assassins like Onji. He is also worried about what happens when Moyong Gun actually shows up, and what they will do if the sword god decides to just eliminate them instead. Hojong looks at him completely deadpan. Worrying about things you cannot control is just a waste of energy. Besides, he actually wants them to send their strongest. He explains that his martial arts are still in the developmental stage. Here is the deal with the Four Guardian Gods technique. He has already mastered the defensive water property, the Black Tortoise. But to unlock the aggressive metal property, the White Tiger, he needs a catalyst. He needs to fight people who are strong enough to actually threaten his life. Doiksong just sighs. He realizes our guy is functionally insane, treating an elite assassination squad like a personal training routine. He asks how Hojong can be so incredibly resolute all on his own, carrying the weight of two massive clans on his shoulders. Hojong looks at the rice dumpling in his hand. In his past life, he was the Black Emperor. He had an army, he had subordinates, and he had power. But he was completely alone. He had no family. This time, things are different. He has a horizon. He has a father who promised to wage war against the entire world to protect him. He has a home to return to and a brother who is working his head off to catch up to him. He looks at Doiksong and says, quietly, that he is not alone. Doiksong gets completely freaked out by the sudden emotional sincerity and tells him to stop being creepy, reminding him that this is strictly a business relationship. He points his finger, demanding a massive meal once this job is over, and tells him not to worry because the beggar sect always delivers. As he walks away, Hojong warns him that there are 6 pursuers currently tailing them. Doiksong tells him to take care of himself. Hojong blends back into the crowd, his purple eyes tracking every shadow in the alleyways. He lets them follow him, leading them away from the busy market and into the quiet outskirts of the city. He enters a dense bamboo forest. The rustling leaves are the only sound for miles. He finds a large, flat rock in a clearing and stops. He rests his spear axe against his side. He slowly unwraps the bamboo leaf from his rice dumpling. He sits down, taking a quiet moment in the middle of a literal death trap. He takes a bite, looks into the dark trees, and says that this is his first meal of the day, so they need to wait until he is finished eating. The response is a sudden, sharp whistling sound. The air splits as a heavy wooden staff or spear is hurled directly at his head. He doesn't even stand up, he just flicks his spear axe and deflects the projectile into the dirt. Shadowy figures drop from the bamboo tops. The elite squad of the pure white army has arrived. Hojong sighs, complaining that he cannot even enjoy a single meal in peace in this province. He stands up, facing 5 masked assassins who are circling him with coordinated combat stances. Then, the bamboo parts, and a massive shadow towers over the clearing. A deep voice asks if he is indeed Yan Hojong. Hojong looks up, completely calm, and confirms his identity. The massive warrior smiles, revealing a row of sharp teeth under a thick goatee. A violent orange-gold fire aura begins to ripple off his shoulders, and he says that he has clearly come to the right place. Hashtag Chapter 36. We are back in the bamboo forest, and Myeong Chisan is currently looking down at our guy like a raid boss who just entered the starting area. His fire ki is so heavy that the surrounding air is literally shimmering with heat, drying out the green bamboo leaves in seconds. The 5 shadow assassins keep their weapons drawn, locking down every single escape path. Hojong does not even shift his stance, he just rests his spear axe on his shoulder, analyzing the muscular giant in front of him. Chisan looks at the deflected wooden staff on the ground and admits he is genuinely amazed. He introduces himself as Myeong Chisan, a commander of the pure white army. Hojong repeats the name of the unit, noting that they seem a lot more disciplined than the idiotic thugs he handled last time. Chisan actually laughs at the disrespect. He appreciates the kid's absolute lack of fear. He has spent his entire life refining his swordsmanship, and he can recognize a real monster when he sees one. The shadow assassins tense up, waiting for the order to strike, but Chisan raises a hand to hold them back. He goes quiet for a long moment, the smile disappearing from his face. Then, he actually bows his head and apologizes to Hojong. He says he is sorry for sending his inexperienced niece, Myeong Onji, to deal with him first. Hojong's eyes narrow. He realizes this guy is completely different from the usual arrogant villains who just scream about vengeance. He has real composure. Chisan says that meeting a warrior of Hojong's caliber is a matter of fate, and it is clear the pure white army is dealing with a trained wolf rather than some wild cat. He asks one specific question. Did Onji use her secret techniques during their fight? Hojong confirms that she did, and that the result of that life-or-death struggle is exactly why she is currently locked in a cage. Chisan crosses his arms and says that he personally does not count on secret techniques to win his battles. He explains that even though his patriarch believes in those ancient scrolls, a true warrior's strength cannot be measured by a few fancy tricks. He raises his massive palm, and a sudden, highly concentrated flare of golden flame erupts from his fingers. He says his power has nothing to do with lineage or secret manual cheat codes. It is the result of pure, endless training and polishing. But then his expression goes completely cold as he grabs the hilt of his heavy saber, stating that since Hojong saw their clan's secret arts, he cannot let him leave this forest alive. Hojong flares his own blue true azure silk ki, the water-like energy swirling around his blade. He looks at Chisan and says that he is easily the strongest person he has met since his regression. And then he drops the ultimate line. He hopes Chisan understands that he is going to use him as a personal grinding stone to force his own growth. Chisan's grin returns. It is simple then. He takes a heavy step forward, the ground literally cracking under his boot, and the clash is instantaneous. Chisan moves with terrifying speed for his size, his heavy saber coming down in a massive arc. Steel meets steel, and the impact shakes the entire clearing. Hojiang grits his teeth, feeling the sheer kinetic force travel all the way down his spine. This guy is strong. Suddenly, one of the shadow assassins in the trees draws a bow, aiming directly at Hojiang's blind spot. The arrow splits the air, flying straight toward the clash. But Chisan is not having it. He physically redirects his strike, his heavy blade slicing through the bamboo to deflect the arrow mid-flight. He roars at his own men, telling them not to interfere in a duel of strength. The distraction gives Hojong a split second to reset his footing as Chisan's massive blade slams into the dirt, creating a shockwave that clears the bamboo leaves. Hojong thrusts his spear axe forward, utilizing the fluid mechanics of the flying swallow method. Chisan parries the thrust with the flat of his blade, his physical mass absorbing the kinetic energy easily. He counters with a brutal palm strike aimed directly at Hojong's chest. Hojong is forced to drop his weight using the flying swallowtail palm to redirect the massive kinetic impact, but the sheer force still sends him sliding back through the dirt. Chisan does not let up for a single second, leaping into the air and bringing his sabre down in a massive two-handed cleave. Hoyong blocks with the shaft of his spear axe, but the downward pressure is so immense his knees almost buckle. They are locked in a struggle of raw physical strength, the golden fire ki and blue water ki grinding against each other. Hojong punches upward, trying to break the lock, but Chisan parries with his forearm. Hojong realizes his defensive water barrier, the black tortoise, is excellent for absorbing damage, but it is not going to win him this fight. Chisan kicks him back, sending him flying into a cluster of bamboo trees. Hojong crashes through the stalks, blood dripping from a small cut on his forehead. He looks up, his purple eyes burning. If this continues, his physical body is going to give out before he can break through this giant's defense. Chisan charges again, his blade shimmering with that heavy golden heat. Hojiang closes his eyes for a fraction of a second, focusing on his meridians. He needs to stop defending. He needs to attack. The extreme physical danger triggers his body's survival mechanics. The internal flow of his ki suddenly turns incredibly cold, sharp, and metallic. A massive roaring white tiger made of pure sparkling blue and white lightning metal ki manifests behind him, clearing the sky as Hojong leaps straight into the air to deliver his counterattack. The steel is clashing so hard right now that the shockwave is literally tearing the surrounding bamboo to shreds, and up in the trees, the shadow assassins are having a complete existential crisis because their commander told them not to interfere. But Myung Konglum is screaming at them to attack anyway, because he can feel the sheer kinetic pressure in the clearing expanding rapidly. He is not wrong. Our guy is currently standing in the center of a storm, his eyes glowing with that cold purple light. He takes a deep breath, regulating his circulation. Chisan looks at him, mockingly telling him to take his time if he is breathless, but he is completely misreading the situation. Suddenly, a shadow assassin breaks rank and hurls a black arrow directly at Hojong's back. Hojong's head snaps back. He is actually furious. He looks at the dropped rice dumpling on the dirt road and declares that this was his lunch. He catches the arrow mid-flight and hurls it straight back through the skull of the assassin who threw it. Now the speed shifts completely. He leaps. His spear axe comes down like a meteor, shattering the stone courtyard. The shadow assassins scramble, trying to coordinate their formation, but Hojong is already moving through them. A horizontal swing deletes another guard's chest plate. He spins the shaft, parrying 3 blades at once. The steel is ringing, a continuous high-frequency scream echoing through the trees. One of the assassins gets a lucky graze across his shoulder, and Hojong realizes his current defensive output is just not cutting it. He slides back, his boots digging deep into the mud. He needs more power. Meanwhile, Chisan is absolutely seething. He turns on his nephew, demanding to know why he ordered the assassins to interfere in his duel. He tells him that this battlefield is his and asks if a direct descendant really thinks it is okay to meddle in a collateral's fight. Hojang ignoring them entirely, focusing on his internal meridians, he is maximizing the intake of vital energy, drawing it deep into his lungs. This is the secret behind the 4 guardian gods. The breathing technique is not about collecting energy, it is about compressing it until it changes state. Chisan is still lecturing his nephew, telling him that he is too obsessed with administrative hierarchy to understand what real martial arts look like. He tells him that relying strictly on secret manual cheats is why their direct line is so soft. But before he can finish his speech, his instincts scream. He grabs Kanglum by the collar and hurls him 50 feet into the bushes. Because Hojang is already coming down from the sky, his spear axe trailing a massive glowing blue vortex, Chisan barely gets his cyber up in time. The impact is so heavy it literally drives his knees into the dirt. Hojiang is pressing down with his full weight, his face inches from Chisan's, grinning like an absolute madman. Kanglum crawls out of the leaves, terrified, and orders the remaining Shadow Squad to launch a desperate all-out attack. 6 assassins drop from the canopy simultaneously, their blades aimed at Hojiang's neck. They think they have him cornered, but then the wind stops. The entire clearing goes dead silent as a freezing, metallic pressure floods the forest. Chisan's eyes go wide. He screams at his men to get out of there, but it is already too late. A massive blue and white celestial tiger head manifests behind Hojang, its jaw opening in a silent roar that splits the earth. A hurricane of razor-sharp wind blades erupts from his body. Miles away, guards near the city gates stop in their tracks, wondering if they just heard a literal tiger's roar coming from the western mountains. Back in the clearing, the shadow assassins are literally trembling, their weapons shaking so hard they can barely hold them. They are looking at a level 80 raid boss who just entered his second phase. Kaisan is bleeding from his ears, the sheer atmospheric pressure of the wind crushing his lungs. He realizes that this is the real deal. This is the peak of orthodox martial arts. Hojang stands in the center of the gale, the wind lifting his hair as he smiles. It has been a very long time since he felt this specific element. The guardian god of western heaven, the ruler of the wind. The white tiger is officially awake. Chisan charges, his gold aura flaring in a desperate attempt to counter the freezing wind. Hojang doesn't even move his feet. He just swings. The spear axe slices through the air, creating a vacuum that drags Chisan's heavy frame forward. The commander is blown back, his feet leaving the ground as he coughs up a spray of blood. He slides across the dirt, wondering what kind of absurd physical strength he is dealing with. He looks up to see the ground beneath Hojang's boots shattering as the white wind begins to condense into solid spikes of ice metal energy. This is the white tiger's dominion. Chisan grits his teeth, knowing that if he hesitates for even a microsecond, he is going to die in this forest. He raises his blade, channeling every drop of his remaining life energy into his signature Eastern Heaven form. Hojang matches his stance, his body splitting into 3 distinct blue and white afterimages as he moves. The wind is screaming, a deafening roar that drowns out the sound of the Shadow Squad's panicked retreats. One of the assassins can only watch as the sky above them turns completely white. The afterimages merge. Hojang brings his spear axe down with both hands. The 9 gale slashes of the white tiger. The clearing is completely consumed by a blinding blue-white flash, and the entire bamboo forest is systematically leveled to the ground. The dust cloud is so massive, it looks like a literal mountain collapsed in the middle of the province. Myung Konglum is lying in the dirt, screaming for his uncle through the absolute chaos. Chisan is still standing, but his breath is coming in ragged, bloody gasps. His broad saber is chipped to pieces, the gold energy around his arms flickering like a dying candle. He looks up, and through the dust, the white tiger's eyes are staring straight down at him. His own eyes go blood red out of pure, survival-driven adrenaline. He charges one last time, swinging his broken blade with everything he has left. The steel is clashing in a series of desperate, high-frequency impacts. Hojiang parries every single strike, his spear axe moving with the fluid, effortless speed of a martial artist who has already won. Chisan tries to execute his 1000 observation form, attempting to read the wind currents to find an opening. But Hojiang's speed is completely outside his calculations. The white tiger's paw slam manifests as a massive downward strike of raw wind pressure. Hojiang lets out a quiet breath as he swings. The blade of his spear axe connects. The impact creates a shockwave that splits the remaining stone pagoda ruins in half. Shattered weapons and broken armor plates rain down across the dirt. Kanglum crawls forward, the dust clearing from his vision. And his heart stops. His uncle is lying flat on his back, a pool of dark blood slowly expanding beneath his chest plate. Hojang exhales a long, white cloud of steam, resting his spear axe on his shoulder. He looks down at the fallen commander. The blade is dripping with blood. He admits quietly that Chisan was a genuinely strong man. The balance of his swordsmanship was so refined that it actually reminded him of his father, Patriarch Yeon, which means, by extension, that Chisan was a much better representative of the Myeong clan than his pathetic nephew. He turns his purple eyes toward Kanglam, pointing the bloody tip of his axe directly at his throat. Kanglam is shaking so hard he can barely breathe, completely frozen under the pressure. Hojong flares his blue-white aura one last time and tells him to quietly go back and act as a messenger to his father. Cut to the Gujumyeong clan mansion. Kanglam is lying on a medical bed, his face completely pale, shivering under a heavy blanket. Patriarch Myeong Chun is standing over him, his face contorted in absolute, earth-shattering rage. The family physician tries to explain the recovery timeline, but Chun grabs him by the throat and hurls him across the stone room. He demands to know how a direct descendant of their elite lineage could return in such a pathetic, broken state. Kanglam can only mumble about the tiger, the wind, and the disaster, his eyes rolling back in terror. Chun's gold fire aura begins to ripple off his shoulders, cracking the marble floor beneath his boots. He is clenching his fists so hard his knuckles are turning white. This kid is officially a disaster-level threat. He demands to know where Myeong Chisan is, and what he was doing that led to this absolute failure. The high-ranking elder standing in the shadows delivers the final blow. Chisan is dead, and the entire elite retrieval squad has been completely wiped out. Chun goes silent. He realizes that this 18-year-old kid's martial competence already surpasses their top 10 commanders. The rumors about the Yeon family's eldest son were not exaggerated after all. His eyes go cold. He orders the elder to release the blue wolf. The elder flinches. He warns him that releasing that specific unit will cause severe public scrutiny from the other orthodox clans. Chun looks at him like he is an idiot, pointing out that they do not even know if Anji is still alive, and that reputation means absolutely nothing if they lose their territory. He says that to catch a rampaging tiger, you do not send hunters. You release mad wolves. The elder bows, accepting the command. He walks down a long, mist-covered stone corridor, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He pulls a massive, heavy iron key from his sleeve and inserts it into a reinforced lock. The heavy steel door slowly creaks open, revealing a pitch-black abyss. Inside the darkness, dozens of glowing white and blue eyes suddenly snap open. The elder tells them that they have a very ferocious prey to hunt. Meanwhile, back in the quiet Hinam forest, our guy is sitting on a flat stone, cultivating in peace. He is using the defensive black tortoise to stabilize his core, balancing out the explosive metallic energy of the newly awakened white tiger. He blows away the remaining dark impurities with a long, controlled exhale. The white tiger is an incredibly fierce and rough element. He realizes that if his muscles, ligaments, and joints had not been sufficiently refined by his 4 months of brutal weighted training, his body would have literally torn itself apart under the pressure. He looks at his hand, a small swirl of white wind rippling off his palm. It seems his physical spec is finally starting to fit the martial requirements. He stands up, looking out over the clearing. He adjusts his spear axe, dropping into a low, aggressive stance. He executes a rapid swing, a localized white tiger's dominion shockwave instantly clearing a line of trees 500 yards away. He looks at the damage, wondering if his current output is still too small compared to his past life. He decides to attempt the extreme. He flares his ki, the colossal white tiger head manifesting behind him once again. The wind begins to scream, and then his stomach growls. The tiger instantly vanishes, and Hojong just stands there looking slightly embarrassed in the quiet forest. He decides that he should probably fill his stomach before attempting any more world-ending techniques. Cut to a cozy local tavern in Henam. Smoke is rising from the chimney, and the smell of hot food is in the air. Hojong is sitting alone at a corner table, taking a quiet sip of tea, finally feeling like a human being again. Suddenly, 2 cups clink together on his table. An exceptionally attractive, voluptuous woman with a dark braid stands over him, smiling. She says that she is alone too, and asks if she can join him, noting that she always has a soft spot for handsome outsiders. So, our guy is currently sitting in a tavern, being approached by a woman who looks like she is about to ask him to subscribe to her premium platform. Except, her premium platform is specialized in targeted assassination. He casually tells her to have a seat, not even looking up from his plate. She sits right on his lap, trying to play the seductive local card to cloud his judgment. She notes that he has a beautiful face she has never seen around Henam before, and asks where on earth he has been hiding. He deadpans that he was in the mountains for about 8 days, and she giggles like he just delivered a stand-up comedy routine. She introduces herself as Nangpo, leaning in close to ask for his name. He introduces himself as Yeon Hojiang, completely unaffected by the physical contact. She points her finger at his 6-foot spear axe, asking if he is an axe practitioner since the weapon is so ridiculously large. And then, our guy delivers the ultimate anti-Riz line of this lifetime, telling her to stop right there because even a slaughterhouse butcher smells less of blood than she does. She tenses up immediately, her smile freezing as he tells her there is absolutely no need to make unnecessary efforts to build a relationship. He looks her straight in the eye and calls her a bastard from the Myeong clan. Her playful expression completely vanishes, her eyes turning sharp as she asks if it was really that obvious. She slides off his lap, admitting she probably shouldn't have leaned in so close to his nose since his sensory specs are clearly off the charts. Hojiang casually takes a sip of his drink and advises her that next time she should put the poison in her sleeve instead of trying to slip it into his cup. He tells her, flatly, that it does not matter anyway because every single one of them is going to die by his hands. She stretches her arms, showing off her figure, and mockingly asks how a young greenhorn like him could possibly know who she is. She sits down at the adjacent table, crossing her legs with absolute confidence. She says it is understandable that he has never heard of them, because everyone who has ever met their unit is currently lying in a grave. She asks if he has ever heard of the Hyeongsan Swordmaster, the last remaining master of a powerful righteous faction. She raises her 5 fingers, asking him to guess how many members of their unit it took to bring that master down. Just 5. She explains that despite being hailed as a rare master, he was nothing special once their coordinated chain traps locked him down. Hojiang takes another drink, processing the math. An elder-level master taken out by only 5 people is a solid combat spec. He asks how many of them came to Henom this time. She grins, her eyes wide with sadistic anticipation, and says all of them. She boasts that their master has taken a highly specific interest in him and guarantees that with all 70 members of their Blue Wolf sect present in the city, his fate is sealed. She even claims that if their entire unit is deployed, even the legendary 13 seats of Divine Heaven might not stand a chance against them. Hojiang looks at her like she just claimed a level 10 player could take on a level 99 raid boss. He tells her that pitiful nobodies like them wouldn't make a difference even if there were 700 of them, and that his father alone could wipe out their entire lineage. She laughs hysterically, clapping her hands, and says it has been a very long time since she was so thoroughly underestimated. She stands up, her sandals clacking against the wooden floorboards as she begins to walk away. She bids him see you tomorrow, warning him that overconfident kids usually end up biting the dust early. He tells her to just piss off. As she exits, the customers at the other tables look on in absolute confusion. She disappears into the night, leaving a faint trail of purple residue on the floor. Hojiang sits in the quiet tavern, his eyes narrowing. 70 of them. This is actually a very convenient setup. Suddenly, his internal radar spikes. He senses a massive crushing pressure entering the Hanam borders. Outside, near the docks, the lion has officially arrived. Moyong-gun steps off the vessel, his daughter Yeonha walking quietly behind him. Hojiang smiles, looking out the tavern window. The sword god is finally here. In his past life, Moyong-gun was a supreme master who eventually climbed to the summit of the Murim alliance, serving as both a trusted comrade and a bitter rival. A young beggar leans over the tavern railing and Hojiang calls him over, handing him a coin. He tells the boy to deliver a specific verbal message directly to the giant in the blue and white robes. Cut to the shoreline where the sun is slowly beginning to set over the Hanam harbor. Yeonha approaches her father, handing him a freshly unrolled scroll containing their spy's latest intelligence report. Gun reads the scroll and sighs, complaining that they came all the way to Hanam for what looks like a completely wasted trip. He explains that the Gujimyeon clan's patriarch has officially released the Blue Wolf Squad to capture Hojiang. Yeonha's face goes pale. She knows the lore. The Blue Wolves are the absolute worst group around, willing to poison entire town wells or burn down villages just to secure a single target. She says this is more of a battle of mental strength than raw martial arts skill, and that this is not a situation a young master who just started rising to the top can handle. Suddenly, the young beggar boy from the tavern approaches Moyong-gun, bowing low and asking for a spare penny. Gun casually drops a silver coin into the boy's bowl. The boy takes the coin, steps back, and prepares to deliver the message. He looks up at the sword god and states that young Master Yeon has requested to meet them tomorrow morning, and that his specific instruction was to convey this, "I will clean up the trash in the city before we meet." Moyong-gun is stunned for a fraction of a second, then bursts into a booming, roaring laugh that echoes across the docks. He tells Yeonha that this kid is an absolute menace, and that Hanam is turning out to be a very interesting place indeed. Cut to Hojiang's private room. It is the dead of night, and he is sitting quietly in the dark. A single shaft of moonlight illuminates a long leather roll on the floor. He slowly rubs his eyes, waking up from his brief rest. He stands up, looking out at the faint morning glow on the horizon. It is officially time to start the shift. He uncoils the leather roll. Inside are dozens of perfectly balanced razor-sharp throwing daggers. He picks one up, channeling his blue azure silk ki until the steel is wrapped in a vibrant, crackling blue flame. And the hunt begins instantly. A disguised Myeonclon spy sitting in an alleyway is suddenly pinned to the stone wall by a blue glowing dagger through his throat. The body collapses in the dirt, and the nearby citizens scramble in terror, having no idea where the strike came from. The other hidden scouts in the market look around in absolute panic, their cover completely blown in a single second. They look up to the sky trying to locate the source of the attack, and they see Yeon Hojiang standing on the tiled rooftop, holding 5 blue flaming daggers between his fingers, calmly asking if they should start with the morning cleaning. Down in the marketplace, a local street vendor is loudly promoting his fresh catch, shouting that his fish are cheap. A customer laughs, asking if he isn't selling them too cheap for their actual market value. The vendor smiles, holding up a massive carp that is literally as big as a 6-year-old child. But before he can finish his pitch, a blue flaming throwing dagger splits the air and embeds itself directly into his forehead. He collapses onto his stall, the giant carp sliding into the dirt as the onlookers scream in horror. Another disguised merchant nearby reaches for his sleeve, but a second dagger pierces his chest before his fingers can even touch his weapon. He falls backward, his blood spraying across the stone tiles. The crowd is in complete chaos now, running in every direction as they realize people are dropping dead in broad daylight. Hojong leaps across the rooftops, his purple eyes tracking every disguised Blue Wolf operative trying to blend into the fleeing crowd. He notes that there are significantly more than he expected. He decides to speed things up, dropping down like an absolute meteor. He spins his spear axe in a massive horizontal circle, the vacuum of his wind ki instantly slicing through 3 disguised assassins who were trying to draw their bows. Another operative tries to launch a spear from behind a market stall. Hojong doesn't even look back, he just flicks a dagger over his shoulder, the steel piercing the assassin's throat with perfect precision. He completes the spin, his axe head splitting the wooden tables and sending the remaining scouts flying into the canal. He stops, looking around the devastated market street, analyzing the remaining energy signatures. He senses that the area with the heaviest, most concentrated murderous intent is located further up the mountain path. He looks toward a massive stone statue carved directly into the cliffside where dark purple energy is visibly swirling around the entrance. He runs, slamming his boot into the ground as he activates his white tiger's dominion. The wind pressure carries him up the steep cliffside, his body trailing a massive streak of blue light. He leaps over a high stone archway, his spear axe raised. He sees a swarm of black-clad ambushers waiting for him on the stone stairs and decides to test their specs. He descends like a hurricane, the wind of his white tiger form systematically clearing the stairs. An assassin's spear tries to intercept him, but the metal of Hojong's axe simply shears the spearhead clean off. He swings upward, the kinetic force shattering the stone steps and launching 3 more ambushers into the sky. He executes a mid-air spin, his movement so fast it looks like a glitch in the animation. He lands a heavy vertical cleave that splits the lead assassin's chestplate in half. The man is blown back, blood spraying from his lips as he crashes into the stone temple walls. Hojong resets his footing instantly, sliding across the stone platform. The remaining Blue Wolf members launch a coordinated flurry of throwing needles, creating a dense grid of purple light. Hojong spins his spear axe in a high-speed defensive circle, the wind barrier of his newly awakened forms deflecting every single needle into the dirt. He charges forward through the deflected needles, his boots cracking the stone floor. He clenches his fist, channeling his pure blue azure silk ki into his knuckles. He strikes the cliffside stone wall repeatedly. 1, 2. The impacts are incredibly fast, each strike depositing a heavy wave of kinetic energy deep inside the mountain structure. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He looks up at the towering peak above him and delivers the 10th strike. The final blow creates a deep hollow resonance that echoes throughout the entire valley. He pulls his fist back, looking at the small crack he made on the surface. He looks across the gap, seeing Nangpo and the remaining elite core of the Blue Wolf Squad gathered on a high ledge. He notes that all the trash that needs to be cleaned up is finally in one place. The remaining 5 elite commanders stand behind Nangpo, their weapons drawn and ready. Nangpo is actually sweating now, her eyes wide with shock as she asks him what kind of monster he is. Hojang tells her that they already finished introducing themselves yesterday and asks if she really expected him to have the specs of some inexperienced greenhorn. He rests his massive spear axe on his shoulder, telling them to stop growling and come at him because he needs to finish this cleanup before sunrise. Nangpo loses her composure completely, screaming for her squad to deploy their ultimate poison. She releases a massive, explosive wall of dark purple toxic gas that instantly covers the entire cliff face. The remaining Blue Wolf assassins pull their masks tight, preparing to navigate through the smog. One of them laughs, calling him a stupid bastard and stating that the toxic smoke will engulf his lungs in seconds. He says that even if Hojang manages to escape the smoke, they will easily stab him to death in his blinded state. Nangpo grins, her face twisted in a maniacal expression as she declares that the hunt has officially begun. The purple gas completely consumes the area, but then a sudden violent vortex begins to spin in the center of the cloud. Hojang's eyes glow with a cold metallic light through the purple haze. A colossal gust of wind erupts from his body, the vacuum completely reversing the trajectory of the poison. The toxic cloud is blown directly back onto the assassins, who are caught completely off guard. The Blue Wolf members start coughing violently, their lungs burning as they choke on their own lethal gas. They scramble in panic, realizing that he is not just deflecting the wind, he is causing the storm himself. The massive celestial blue and white tiger manifests behind Hojang, its eyes burning with pure destructive energy. He tells them to stop their nonsense and disappear like the trash they are. He raises his spear axe and swings it down, striking the base of the cliff face. The entire cliffside begins to buckle and slide, tons of massive boulders and stone columns collapsing down upon the choked assassins. The operatives scream in horror as a literal landslide of stone begins to bury them alive. Nangpo slides back, trying to escape the falling rock face. And then, she realizes what he did earlier. Those 10 weird punches to the rock wall were not a flex. He was using the void penetration technique, systematically destroying the mountain's internal structural integrity from within before the fight even started, leaving her to scream in terror as the entire mountain collapses on her head. It is a dark, rainy night in Hanam, and the storm is currently pounding against the tiled rooftops of the high-end villa. Inside, the sword god, Moyang-gun, is staring out the window, his eyes reflecting the lightning. His lead administrative servant enters the room, bowing low, and asks if he would like to retire to bed for the night. His daughter Yeonha steps forward, her eyes sharp as she addresses her father. Suddenly, the servant reaches out and snuffs the candle flame, plunging the room into shadow. Moyang-gun halts in his tracks, his senses instantly going on red alert. A thick, heavy red mist begins to seep through the window frames, carrying a very distinct, metallic scent. Yeonha's eyes widen as she immediately recognizes the smell of raw blood. And through the window, they see a silhouette standing in the rain. Yeon Hojang is standing on the stone platform, soaking wet, his heavy spear axe resting against his shoulder as his ragged breath condenses in the freezing air. He slowly steps inside, his boots leaving wet, bloody tracks on the polished hardwood floors. Moyang-gun doesn't even flinch, he just snaps his fingers, a spark of his blue lightning key instantly relighting the candlewick. He sighs, admitting that he thought their mysterious guest was never going to show up. Hojang closes the heavy wooden doors behind him, shutting out the storm. He stands in the dim candle glow, his clothes torn and stained with blood, but his posture is completely straight, radiating the absolute authority of a man who just cleared an entire map. He rests the tip of his spear axe on the floor, asking them to excuse his appearance. Moyang-gun analyzes his frame, noting that the rumors about the Green Mountain Yang clan's eldest son were clearly not exaggerated. Hojeong introduces himself simply. Yeonha bows politely, but her eyes are completely locked on the bloodstains covering his sleeves. They sit down at the massive wooden table, and Gun notes that he is quite late, asking if he actually managed to eliminate the Blue Wolf squad. Hojang says no. Gun's eyes narrow as he strokes his beard, processing the answer. He asks if all that talk about cleaning up the city before their meeting was just empty bravado from a young master who wanted to look tough. And then, Hojang drops the absolute peak deadpan line, 61 were either buried or sliced to death. He explains with the casual tone of someone reading a grocery list that 61 of them were completely taken out during the landslide. 6 of them were chopped into pieces so small they couldn't even be recovered. And as for the remaining 3, he selected 2 of them, cut off 1 arm each, and sent them back to the Gujumyang clan with a return address note. Moyang-gun is completely stunned, his jaw literally locking as he realizes this kid just wiped out an entire legendary Black Ops unit in half a day. Hojang just grins, asking if he thinks the Myang clan patriarch's face is quite a sight right now. Gun stares at him, the silence in the room becoming incredibly heavy, but Hojang's mind is currently running a completely different simulation. He is looking at Moyang Gun's face and remembering his past life. In his first timeline, this man was a comrade who stood back to back with him to conquer the Lust sect, but also the bitter enemy who ultimately orchestrated his execution. Hojong thinks, with a cold smirk, that Gun has no idea who he is, but he knows Gun's entire strategy by heart. He remembers the feeling of dying on that snowy field, the regret of his family's destruction still fresh in his soul. He looks at the sword god and thinks that this time he is the one holding all the cards. Gun shakes his head, finally breaking the silence, and tells him that was a really bad move. He explains that the Blue Wolf Squad was a faction feared even by the Myeong clan's internal branches, and that deleting them so publicly means there is no turning back. He warns him that the entire Gujumyang clan is going to mobilize for war, and that keeping this conflict quiet is officially no longer an option on the table. He slides his chair back, suggesting that perhaps this is the perfect moment to settle their score and end the meeting. Hojeong asks, flatly, if the great sword god is really suggesting backing out of the arrangement just because the temperature of the water got a bit too hot. Gun smiles, his expression turning incredibly cunning as he suggests that they should just pretend they never saw each other tonight. Hojong matches his smile, thinking that this man is exactly the same as his past life, a slippery snake who never incurs losses and always lets others take the heat. He asks Gun if he is really trying to calculate his political profit margins with an abacus right in front of him, and then Hojong drops a single term that stops Gun's breath. Murim Lord. He looks the coastal sovereign dead in the eye and states that becoming the Murim alliance leader is his lifelong dream and ambition. Gun's eyes widen, a flash of genuine shock crossing his face as he realizes this kid just peered directly into his deepest, most classified goal. The candle flame flickers, the light casting long shadows across Gun's tense expression. He leans forward, his voice dropping an octave as he demands to know how Hojong could possibly be so sure about his private ambition. Hojong laughs quietly, telling him it was incredibly easy to figure out. He asks if establishing the greatest clan under heaven and climbing to the summit of the Murim is not the exact dream of every man who has ever dedicated his life to the blade. Yonha watches them from the side, thinking that Hojeong is slithering over their defensive walls like a highly sophisticated snake, but she also notices a sudden, inexplicable flash of complex emotion in the young master's eyes as he looks at her father. A mix of deep wistfulness, ancient anger, and cold determination. It looks like the expression of someone encountering an old, unfortunate fate once more. Hojong leans back, asking Gun what he thinks will happen if they end their little outing here. Gun asks what other option there is besides diplomatic retreat. Hojong smiles, his eyes turning completely dark as he states that if the alliance falls through, he will just have to rampage alone. Gun laughs, calling him reckless, but Hojong interrupts him, stating that he will not just target the Myeong clan, he will strike against the Moyang clan at the exact same time. Gun's smile vanishes. He asks if Hojong seriously plans to take on the coastal sovereign and his entire army all by himself. Hojong tells him he is wrong. It is not just him. He has the beggar sect in his pocket, and they are fully prepared to release highly specific rumors across the provinces. Rumors that the Moyang clan has planted spies within the other 6 great clans, and that they are actively plotting to annihilate their business rivals from behind the scenes. He says that while he only has to risk his own life, the patriarch will have to give up his precious dream of the Murim alliance leadership once the other clans start watching them like hawks. The scale of the negotiation shifts entirely, the balance tilting completely in Hojong's favor. He asks Gun which path he will choose, alliance or absolute hostility. Gun stares at him for a long, quiet moment, then suddenly bursts into a hearty, roaring laugh that shakes the wooden rafters of the villa. He admits, completely amused, that he lost. He looks at the wet, blood-stained teenager in front of him and asks how on earth someone so young develops such terrifying insight and perspective. Yana is stunned. She has never seen her father laugh so heartily in her entire life. Gun raises his cup, his lightning key crackling around the ceramic, and declares that they should blow away the Myeong clan together. Hojeong raises his own cup, his face completely calm as he clinks it against the sword gods, stating that it sounds like a plan. The sounds of their laughter fade into the Hanam night, the first major conspiracy of this lifetime officially finalized. Gun takes a drink and asks if they should draw in the Shaolin sect to solidify their operational base. Yonha agrees, noting that since Shaolin is based in Hanam, their massive public prestige would prevent the Gujumyang clan from raising their heads. Hojong nods, but states that if it were up to him, he would add one crucial strategic move to the board. Gun asks what that would be, and Hojong tells him to exercise their right to convene the assembly and organize a temporary martial alliance. Gun repeats the term, his eyes narrowing as he processes the massive legal and physical implications of the move. The sword god is currently looking at Hojong like he is the most beautiful tactical asset he has ever laid eyes on. He repeats the term, a temporary murim alliance. He spells out the exact consequence: they will systematically isolate the Gujumyang clan, labeling them as international criminals so that no other unorthodox sect dares to assist them. Hojiang smiles, his eyes cool and calculated. It is an absolute masterclass in diplomatic maneuvering. Gun takes a sip of his tea, laughing that it is incredibly easy to converse with a smart person who speaks his exact mechanical language. Hojiang shifts the focus, casually asking if the patriarch has planted spies not only in his own home, but also inside the Gujumyang clan's internal branches. Gun smiles, pointing out that he never said his intelligence network was restricted to a single location, and asks if Hojiang didn't already calculate that. Hojiang admits it was just a highly educated guess, and Yonha watches him with an increasingly sour expression, realizing this teenager is playing on her father's level. Hojiang slides his chair back, the wood scraping against the floorboards as he stands up. He tells them he will take his leave now, and Gun advises him to go and rest, noting that he must have gone through a lot of physical stress handling 70 wolves. Gun pours another cup of water, and as Hojiang walks toward the door, he quietly warns him not to die out there. He says that if Hojiang dies before their plan is executed, their entire meeting tonight will just turn into a meaningless outing. Hojiang pauses at the doorway, looking back over his shoulder, and delivers a massive, highly ironic callback to his regression, stating that even if he is hit by the poison needles of the Sichuan Tang clan, he will manage to survive somehow. Gun laughs at the sheer absurdity of the statement, asking why on earth he would mention Tang clan needles of all things. Hojiang exits the room, his eyes turning cold as the doors slide shut behind him, thinking that Gun can keep laughing for now, but his turn is next. He looks back at the silhouette of the sword god through the screen, thinking that the ultimate bet is officially on: his own life versus the patriarch's dream. Inside the room, Gun turns to his daughter, asking for her honest assessment of the young master. Yonha crosses her arms, her face completely tense as she states that he is incredibly arrogant. She admits his martial skills and courage are remarkable, but thinks he is just a young lad flailing around trying to borrow her father's massive power with empty, absurd claims. Gun laughs at her harsh assessment, pointing out that she is being very critical of the man who was originally proposed to be her husband. But then his expression goes serious as he looks at his cup, admitting that he also thinks Hojiang is not suitable to be her partner. And then he drops the ultimate bombshell, stating that if Hojiang had inherited his surname, he would have made him the sole successor of the Moyang clan immediately. Yonha's face goes completely pale with shock and jealousy. She clenches her robe so hard her fingernails almost tear the silk, thinking that she was supposed to be the one always on his mind. Gun sighs, calling it a tragic waste of talent. He says that since there is absolutely no way a monster like Hojiang would ever willingly join their clan anyway, his existence is a problem. Yonha's eyes turn dark, and she asks if they should perhaps get rid of him in advance before he becomes too strong to control. Gun clenches his hand, his yellow lightning key suddenly flaring with such high voltage that his ceramic cup is instantly crushed into powder. He looks out the window at the full moon, his voice dropping to absolute zero as he states that once the Gujumyang clan is wiped out, Yan Hojiang is definitely next in line. Meanwhile, out in the quiet forests of Shangchu, our guy is slowly walking through the trees under the moonlight. Suddenly, his vision blurs, and he squeezes his eyes shut, his hand going to his forehead. He stumbles against a rock, cursing himself for drinking alcohol at the tavern instead of just sticking to clean mountain water. He realizes that while the fight with the Blue Wolf Squad was a solid workout, the mental gymnastics of negotiating with a snake like Moyang Gun was the real exhaust drain on his stamina. He slides down the side of a massive boulder, sitting in the grass to rest his legs. He looks up at the moon, processing the sheer velocity of his progress since his regression. Since awakening the Black Tortoise during his life-or-death fight against Mabang, he has been running without a single break. He confirmed the Gujumyang clan's gold key signature during the successor gathering. He fought through their tactical squads, survived the ambushers, and pushed his physical specs to the absolute edge to defeat Miangchi-san. He knows that if it wasn't for that massive giant pushing his limits, he wouldn't have been able to force the awakening of his white tiger metal property either. He has systematically cleared every obstacle in his path. But as he looks at his blood-stained hands, he admits that the mental pressure of dealing with his past life killer is starting to take its toll. He sighs, muttering that the end of the disaster is near, but he is currently a bit exhausted. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence, mockingly asking how someone who claims to be exhausted managed to climb all the way up this steep mountain path. Hojang's hand goes to his spear axe as God Doiksang steps out of the bushes, waving his hand with a goofy grin. Hojang complains that his stealth specs are terrible, asking if he missed the assassin so much that he had to follow him all the way up here. Doiksang looks offended, asking if Hojang has ever seen him make a mistake. Hojang just sighs, asking what the actual emergency is. Doiksang's expression softens as he looks at Hojang's torn robes, noting that he looks like he is in quite a bit of physical pain. He points behind him, stating that he isn't here alone. He explains that the patriarch received intelligence that his eldest son was struggling in Hanam, and so, his father has officially dispatched their elite forces to reinforce him. Hojiang is completely stunned, his eyes widening. The bushes part, and a squad of heavily armored, muscular Yeon clan warriors steps into the clearing. Their commander, Shinmo, roars for the line to form, loudly greeting the young master in unison. Hojang looks at the disciplined squad, a genuine warm smile finally breaking across his face for the first time tonight. Shinmo steps forward, his face completely serious as he awaits his orders. Hojiang looks at Doiksang, mockingly noting that their backup is awfully blunt, and tells the squad that they must have gone through a lot of travel stress to get here. He tells them that the road ahead is going to be incredibly tough and bloody, so they had better be prepared. Shinmo bows, stating that their lives are at his command, and Hojiang leads them forward into the dark. Cut back to the Guju Myung clan mansion. A massive thunderstorm is raging, lightning cracking across the dark sky. Inside the study, Patriarch Myung-chun is standing over his desk, his face completely contorted in a mix of absolute disbelief and violent rage. Tons of broken scrolls and shattered furniture litter the floorboards around his boots. His gold-purple fire key flares to maximum output, the sheer pressure literally cracking the stone walls as he roars that despite sending Chisan and their entire Blue Wolf squad, they still couldn't capture a single 18-year-old whelp. One of the clan's top commanders is kneeling, sweating through his silk robes, trying to convince his boss that they haven't lost the war just yet. He suggests using the Blue Wolf Squad again, which is a bold choice considering their current state of being completely dead under a mountain. The patriarch looks at him like he's lost his mind, pointing out the obvious mechanical issue of deploying a squad that was recently converted into flat pancakes by a landslide. But the commander has a plan. He smiles, explaining that they don't need them alive, they just need their corpses. See, the 70 elite assassins our guy buried were all disguised as innocent local merchants and civilians when they went down. So, if they play their cards right, they can paint Yan Hojiang as a complete psychopath who just slaughtered an entire village of helpless peasants on his way into town. The patriarch's face lights up. This is classic murim cancel culture. On top of that, the commander has already dug up every unresolved major crime in our guy's hometown from the last 5 years. They are going to pin every single arson, murder, and cold case in Jiangsu province directly on Hojiang. Once the public believes he's a monster, even the righteous hypocrites of the Shaolin Temple won't be able to ignore it. The entire Orthodox world will hunt him down for them. It is a brilliant, toxic PR move. The patriarch is so impressed he actually decides to pour the guy a drink himself. He pours the liquor slow, letting the gravity of the situation settle over the room. He tells the commander he is finally acting like a real leader, and the man bows low, soaking in the praise of a literal demon. But they still have a physical problem to deal with. The patriarch wants Hojiang dragged to him in chains, so he orders the deployment of a specific unit. The 3 half-brothers of Myung Chisan. The commander's eyes go wide at the mention of these 3. Apparently, these 3 giants were supposed to be held back as the absolute vanguard for their eventual siege on the Yeon clan estate. But the patriarch doesn't care about keeping secrets anymore. These 3 brothers have perfectly mastered their family's forbidden ancestral arts, and Myung-chun is confident that even if the Yeon patriarch himself showed up, he would be completely helpless against them. Meanwhile, out on the dusty, sunlit streets of Haochang, the plan is already in motion. We see a corpse laid out on a table next to a bunch of fish, looking like the worst seafood display in history. A group of local martial artists is cataloging the damage. They count 11 bodies in total, all dressed like simple merchants. The man taking notes is Lee Cheo-kyung, a secular disciple of the Shaolin Temple who runs the Diamond Fist Gate. He's trying to figure out if this is really the work of the Yeon clan's eldest son. The onlookers in the crowd are whispering, recognizing Cheo-kyung immediately. In this world, a secular disciple is basically someone who got the elite Shaolin training package but chose to stay in the real world to run a business instead of baldly meditating in a cave for 30 years. The fact that a high-tier heavy hitter like him is personally investigating means the local government has completely lost control of the situation. The guards start listing off the rumored crimes of our guy, the fire in Huishan, the murder in Shangzhou, the mass suicide of the Heyman family. Kyokyung looks down, thinking the math doesn't add up. How does a kid who isn't even 20 years old have a criminal record that looks like a Netflix true crime documentary series? It's too convenient. Then, one of the local merchants steps up, squinting at the body on the table. He points out something very interesting. This dead guy isn't Mr. O, the local pharmacist. The guards ask how he can be sure, and the merchant deadpans that he's been running a shop next to the guy for 20 years. You generally remember the face of the guy who sells you your cold medicine. Another merchant chimes in, looking at the next body. It's not the local fishmonger either. The real locals have completely vanished, and these random, heavily muscled strangers are currently lying dead in their clothes. Cheo Kyung's eyes narrow. The framing job is already falling apart because the villains forgot that people in small towns actually talk to each other. If these dead guys aren't locals, then who the hell are they? Before he can think, a scout comes sprinting into the square, screaming for his master. The runner is completely out of breath, telling Cheo Kyung that he needs to see this for himself immediately. They rush to the edge of the city, passing massive ruined stone statues that look like they were smashed by a giant hammer, and there, lying under the heavy rubble of collapsed stone arches, are dozens of actual bodies. The guards are trying to clear the area, but the sheer volume of corpses is making the rookies throw up in the dirt. Kyokyung kneels down to examine the wounds. These men weren't killed by standard swords. Their bones were shattered by thick iron weapons or completely trampled by heavy kinetic force. And unlike the fake civilians in the square, these guys are loaded with concealed weapons. He realizes this was a highly organized professional army of Black Ops agents. The scale of the destruction is absolute. An entire mountain path was systematically brought down to bury them. Cheo Kyung is left staring at the crater, wondering what kind of monster could pull off a high-level geological assassination like this completely alone. Suddenly, another scout drops from the rooftops. He reports that the target has just arrived at the main gate of Haochang. Cheo Kyung doesn't hesitate. He flares his golden key, the energy swirling around his legs like a miniature hurricane. He stamps his foot, shattering the dirt beneath him. He deploys the diamond floating movement technique, which is basically the Shaolin equivalent of using a high-tier speed buff just to run down the street. He has to see this Yan Hojiang with his own eyes. He blasts forward, leaving a trail of shattered earth behind him as he heads toward the gate. At the entrance of the city, the heavy white flag of the Yeon clan is flying high in the wind. Our guy steps through the dust, looking incredibly clean for someone who just committed a massive landslide. His long black hair is flowing, and his expression is completely blank. He is stepping light, but every time his boots touch the ground, a low, pulsing blue water key ripples outward, cracking the pavement. He is flanked by the Blue Operation Squad, marching with absolute discipline. The crowd at the gate is already in a panic, pointing and shouting at him to get lost. The minor guards and mooks are screaming, calling him a murderer and a villain who just massacred their people. But the locals who are actually looking at him are deeply confused. He doesn't look like a bloodthirsty monster. He looks like a high-tier noble who got lost on his way to an art gallery. The crowd keeps their distance, parting like the Red Sea as our guy casually strolls forward, dragging his massive 6-foot spear axe behind him like a kid with a toy. Suddenly, a heavy iron staff slams into the dirt right in front of him, kicking up a cloud of dust. A loudmouth guard captain steps up, pointing his finger and yelling at Hojong to drop his weapons and surrender for his crimes in Jiangsu. The man identifies himself as a Blue Hall leader of the Gujumyong clan, which is basically him admitting he's a minor mid-boss who is about to have a very bad day. He screams that he will capture our guy himself. Hojong doesn't even slow down. He just looks at him with those cold purple eyes, raises his spear axe with one hand, and asks a very simple question. And? Before the guy can even process the words, a massive column of blue water ki erupts from the pavement. The sheer pressure splits the air, creating a mini typhoon right in the middle of the street. The blast of kinetic energy is so violent it sends the loudmouth hall leader flying backward, his face twisting in pain as his internal organs are rattled by the pressure wave. Shinmo, the squad leader, watches from behind, his hand resting casually on the hilt of his sword. He looks almost bored. This is just a standard Tuesday for them now. Our guy keeps walking through the smoke, his white robes completely untouched by the dirt. He didn't even use a named technique, he just flexed his base mana and cleared the path. The remaining Gujumyong guards are losing their minds, screaming at him as they draw their swords. They charge in a desperate frenzy, but Hojong doesn't even look at them. He just swings his spear axe in a massive horizontal arc. The wind pressure from the swing is so sharp it literally blows the entire front line of guards off their feet, scattering them across the dirt like bowling pins. Shinmo decides it's time for the squad to earn their keep. He draws his blade, his armored men lining up behind him with perfect military precision. Hojong drops his eyes, delivering a cold, three-word command. Eliminate them all. The Blue Operations Squad leaps forward, their voices echoing through the gate as they execute the order. The clash is absolute chaos, but it is completely one-sided. The Gujumyang mooks are being systematically dismantled by the heavily armored elite guard. Steel meets steel, but the Yeon clan warriors are moving like a single machine, parrying and striking with ruthless efficiency while our guy just walks through the middle of the meat grinder. The spear tips of the Yeon guards are dyed in red as they quickly clean up the trash. They sheathe their weapons in unison, the click of their scabbards signaling the end of the minor skirmish in under 30 seconds. The onlookers are left standing in absolute silence, staring at the bleeding bodies of the Gujumyang agents scattered across the road. They realize the rumors might have been a bit exaggerated, but this kid is still an absolute menace. The crowd whispers in terror as our guy marches past them, completely ignoring the carnage. He is Yeon Hojeong, and he does not care about your feelings or your fake rumors. The scene transitions to a quiet forest path outside the city, where Ga Doiksong is holding a freshly printed wanted poster of our guy. He looks at the terrible drawing of Hojong's face, shaking his head. He reads off the charges: arson, murder, mass suicide. He asks who would fabricate such a garbage list of accusations, pointing out that this is the only thing anyone in Hanam is talking about right now. Our guy just stands there, a cold, sharp smile playing on his lips. He explains the political logic behind the frame job. By painting him as a legendary villain, the Gujumyang clan is creating a legal justification. They want to force the Murim alliance to declare him a public enemy so they can deploy their entire army to crush the Yeon clan without any political backlash. Hojong turns to Shinmo, his voice dropping to a flat, business-like tone. He orders him to select 10 of their most agile fighters from the squad and prepare the rest of the unit to be fully ready for deployment within 48 hours. Shinmo bows, accepting the command. Ga Doiksong is watching this, his anxiety levels spiking. He asks what the hell our guy is planning to do now that he's officially a wanted man. Hojong smiles, his eyes shining in the dark. He tells him he's going to go pay a personal visit to the patriarch of the Gujumyang clan. Doiksong literally screams, telling him it's an obvious trap and asking if he's planning to take on their entire headquarters by himself. Our guy just ignores the panic, telling him to keep gathering evidence of the patriarch's corruption to send to Moyang-gun. Doiksong is left standing there, completely exhausted by this man's lack of self-preservation. He asks if he's seriously just going to trust Moyang-gun to play fair. But Hojiang is already walking away, his boots crunching on the gravel as the beggars are left behind in the dust. Doiksong screams a final curse at his back, looking like a stressed-out parent whose teenager just decided to go fight a dragon before dinner. Hojiang just laughs. As he walks, our guy's expression goes cold again. He knows exactly what he's doing. He calculates his current progress. His true azure silk, the legendary tortoise key, has successfully risen by 2 full stages during his winter training. It is currently 80% complete. His breathing techniques have completely purged his body of all physical impurities, and his white tiger metal key has widened from a small stream into a roaring river of raw energy. He clenches his fist around his spear axe. Physically, he is currently at his absolute strongest since his regression. But he is not arrogant. He knows his limits. He senses a massive, heavy vibration in the ground ahead of them. The air pressure suddenly drops and a thick, suffocating aura begins to roll through the trees. It is the signature key of 3 high-tier masters. Hojong stops, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the caliber of the enemies approaching. If these 3 are all at the level of Myung Chi-san, this is going to be a massive challenge even for him. He remembers the other 2 guardian elements he has yet to awaken, the vermilion bird of fire and the azure dragon of wood. He grits his teeth, thinking that if he could just awaken even one of those elements right now, this fight would be a joke. But the universe doesn't do convenient power-ups on command. Meanwhile, we cut back to the private chambers of the Gujumyang Patriarch. Commander Wu-san approaches the heavy double doors, pausing as he notices the golden light shining through the cracks. He reaches out and slowly pushes the heavy gold doors open. He is instantly hit by a wall of absolute suffocating heat, his face twisting in shock as he steps into a literal furnace. The entire room is roaring with golden purple flames, the bookshelves and furniture literally melting under the heat. In the center of the inferno stands Patriarch Myung-chun, his bare back covered in glowing red veins of ki. Woo-san is terrified, realizing his master has achieved a terrifying level of mastery in record time. The Patriarch has fully mastered one of their family's forbidden ancestral secret arts, the Phoenix Divine Technique. He turns around, his muscles bulging with raw fire mana, as he asks his commander what he thinks of his new power. Woo-san bows low, his voice trembling as he says it looks strong enough to make the heavens kneel. The Patriarch smiles, his hand glowing with golden fire. He flexes, the heat wave blasting through the room and shattering the remaining glass windows. His chest is covered in glowing red lines, his blood literally boiling with volatile fire property ki. He steps out of the flames, his breath coming out as thick steam. He knows exactly how strong he is now. He puts his robes back on, stating that their absolute first priority is to completely destroy the Green Mountain Yeon clan before they can organize. He asks Woo-san what news he has brought from the outside world. The commander hands him a scroll explaining that the Moyong clan patriarch has officially exercised his right to convene the temporary murim assembly. Myung-chun bursts into a manic, booming laugh. He thinks Moyong Gun is falling for his frame job, hook, line, and sinker. He believes the sword god is convening the assembly specifically to help them destroy the Yeon clan. He asks what happened to the Yeon kid, and Woo-san confirms that everything is going according to plan. They have successfully deployed their Blue Hall forces as bait to draw him out. And currently, the trap is closing. Out on the Sunset Path, a massive division of heavily armored soldiers is marching forward. It is the White Dragon unit, led by the three Myung brothers. We get a good look at them. First is Myung-hak, a colossal, bald-headed giant whose neck is wider than most people's thighs. Behind him are Myung-hui, the stoic spearmaster, and Myung-hyun, the agile, sadistic fighter. These are the top combat commanders of the clan. Back on the road, Shinmo points toward the horizon, his voice tense as he warns our guy that the enemy vanguard has arrived. He tells Hojong that these three are formidable masters, clearly several levels above Shinmo's own personal cultivation. But Hojong has completely stopped walking. His foot is frozen in the dirt. His eyes are wide, his face going completely pale as he stares at the three giants approaching through the dust. A massive, overwhelming wave of dark memories floods his mind. His breath catches in his throat as the trauma of his past life hits him like a physical blow. He remembers his first life, the snowy, bloody battlefield where his father was broken and killed. He remembers his younger brother, Jipyong, screaming at him to run while being crushed under the heavy stone and steel of the Gujumyong vanguard, and he remembers the faces of the three monsters who did it, the three brothers standing right in front of him. Myung-hak was the one who laughed while his family died. The realization is a physical spark. The blue water key around Hojong's boots suddenly goes absolute zero, freezing the grass and cracking the earth with a terrifying, high-pitched screech. The sudden, violent spike in his bloodlust is so intense it creates a visible shockwave of blue-white lightning wind, forcing Shinmo and the Yeon guards to stagger back. Shinmo is shivering in sheer primal terror, staring at our guy's back. He has never felt an aura this cold or this heavy in his entire life. It feels like standing next to a god of death. Hojong's hand is trembling. Not from fear, but from pure, unadulterated rage. He tightens his grip on his spear axe, the steel shaft creaking under his physical strength. Behind him, a colossal, terrifying blue spirit of the black tortoise materializes, its jaws wide as it roars into the sky. His left eye flares with a brilliant, glowing blue flame of pure ki. The moment of meeting the enemies who slaughtered his clan has finally arrived. He asks himself a simple question. Is this feeling fear? Or is it absolute, pure joy? He doesn't wait for them to close the distance. He moves. He blasts forward like a literal railgun, the wind pressure from his acceleration shattering the stone path and kicking up a massive wave of earth behind him. He is moving so fast his body is just a white blur, slicing through the air with terrifying velocity. He leaps into the air, bringing his massive spear axe down in a vertical execution strike that splits the sky. Myung-hak's eyes go wide, his bald head reflecting the blue light of the incoming strike as he realizes this kid isn't here to talk. Hojong brings the blade down with the force of a falling mountain. The steel meets steel with an earth-shattering crash, the shockwave tearing through the dirt as Hojong stares directly into the giant's eyes, whispering that he's missed him. The past grudges are finally here to be paid in blood. Patriarch Yeon stares down at the message. The Moyeon clan has officially exercised their legal right to call a grand assembly, and the letter is demanding his presence. His advisor stands by, asking the boss if he actually plans to attend this high society political trap. The patriarch doesn't even hesitate. He turns his back, delivering a flat refusal. He is not going. The advisor is visibly sweating, completely thrown off. He tries to explain the political consequences, but the patriarch cuts him off. He hands over a newly written, heavy golden scroll of his own, ordering it to be delivered directly to the Gujumyang clan as fast as humanly possible. The advisor looks at the letter, reading the ink. It is a direct, unfiltered threat, reprimanding the Myeong patriarch for trying to frame the Yeon clan's eldest son. The patriarch's eyes go cold, delivering the ultimate warrior dad warning. If they put his son in danger, he will make sure they pay the price in blood. The advisor panics, pointing out that if they send this, the entire Gujumyang clan will turn their blades toward them. But the patriarch is already steps ahead. That is exactly why he is sending it. He wants them focused on him, not his kid. He knows his son is currently out there in hostile territory, fighting a war completely alone against a demonic cult. He asks how he can call himself a father if he stands by and watches his own kid's life get put on the line for political safety. This is absolute peak parenting. He orders the courier to use their fastest transit method, and the advisor bows, realizing the Yeon clan is officially done playing nice. The patriarch looks out the window, quietly telling Hojong to just hold on a little longer. Dad is coming. But back on the dusty road to Haochang, our guy is already busy delivering his own parenting lessons. His massive spear axe slams down with terrifying velocity, hitting Myung-hak right on his forearm. Hojong's eyes go wide as the metal meets skin, but there is no sound of cutting flesh. He is looking at Hak's wrist, which is glowing with a solid metallic gold aura. Hak looks down at his arm, letting out a loud laugh. The strike only left a tiny white scratch on his skin. He asks his brothers if they've ever seen a kid swing a weapon this week. Behind him, the other two brothers are standing around like they're watching a boring preseason match. They note that Hak has fully mastered the Tortoise Divine technique, so there is no way the kid's physical attacks are going to dent his defense. Hak grins, his face looking like a very angry bald thumb with dental issues. He boasts that if our guy trains for another 100 years, maybe he'll manage to draw actual blood. But Hojong doesn't do waiting. He steps in, shifting his weight. He launches a rapid counterswing, the air splitting as his blade sweeps toward Hak's neck. The bald giant blocks it again with his bare hand, but our guy is already adjusting his stance. If he can't cut through the armor, he's just going to have to crush the entire frame. He unleashes the beast-slaying axe strike, a high-velocity overhead swing that drops like a meteor. The impact creates a massive shockwave, shattering the ground beneath them and sending a wall of dirt flying into the sky. Shinmo and the guard squad are forced to shield their eyes. The dust is thick, the raw wind pressure making it hard to even breathe. As the smoke clears, the guards look down from the ridge, their faces going pale at the scale of the crater. But in the center of the dust, the massive figure of Myung-hak is still standing, completely unbothered. Hojong is forced to leap back, his boots dragging in the dirt as he resets his coordinate system. Hak steps forward, his boots crushing the stone as he mocks our guy's flashy entrance, calling it a bold greeting for a wanted criminal. The giant flexes his shoulders, his golden aura flaring back to life. He officially identifies him as Yeon Hojeong, the supposed butcher of Jiangsu. He spits on the ground, telling our guy that they've had their fun, and now it is time for him to surrender quietly like a good little scapegoat. But our guy isn't even listening to the dialogue. He is staring at the bald giant, his internal radar picking up a highly specific frequency. The air around them is freezing, but the pressure in his chest is making it hard to take a full breath. It is because of Hak's aura. It is a corrupted, heavy energy, but the core frequency is something Hojong has cultivated for decades. Hak crosses his arms, calling our guy's murderous intent disgusting, asking how many innocent people he had to butcher to emit an aura that vile. This is some legendary gaslighting. He asks how Hojong can still call himself a righteous martial artist while wearing the guise of a hero. He lists off the fake crimes again, calling him a coward who invades peaceful cities and kills civilians. Hojong's face goes completely still. He repeats the words. Disgusting? Righteousness? His fist tightens around the steel shaft of his spear axe, his knuckles turning white as his blue water key begins to sizzle. The absolute hypocrisy of a demonic cult leader lecturing him on morality is officially too much. His eyes flare with a cold, glowing blue light as he grits his teeth. He asks Hawk who the hell he thinks he's talking to, pointing out that if Myung-chi-san was truly an elite warrior, he wouldn't have been weak enough to let a teenager delete his entire life bar in a bamboo forest. Before Hawk can even register the insult, Hojong blasts forward, his spear axe swinging in a devastating horizontal arc that tears up the concrete. Hawk blocks, but the sheer force of our guy's rage pushes him back. The giant screams in anger, calling him a heartless bastard for mocking the dead, but Hojiang is done with the monologue. He tells him he is no longer going to waste his breath listening to his garbage excuses. He is going to cut that loud mouth off his head and dedicate it to the honor of the family they slaughtered. Meanwhile, back inside the city gates of Haochang, Lee Cheol-kyung is looking at the remaining guards of the Blue Hall, who are currently lying unconscious in the dirt. He looks down the main road, realizing our guy didn't even pause to loot the bodies. He's heading in a very specific direction, the path leading straight to the Gujimyeong clan's front door. Cheol-kyung flares his golden lightning key, preparing to launch his high-speed pursuit. He is muttering to himself, wondering if this kid is actually insane enough to wage a solo war against an entire regional stronghold. But as he blasts down the alleyway, a shadow suddenly drops from the roof, landing right in step next to him. It is Ga Doik-sung, casually waving and asking him how he's doing like they're just two friends jogging in a park. Cheol-kyung skids to a halt, his boots smoking as he stares at the beggar in disbelief. He is using his elite Shaolin diamond footwork, yet this dusty guy in patched robes just caught up to him while carrying a half-eaten chicken leg. They pull up to a local tavern to exchange notes. Doik-sung sits down, pouring himself a drink as he asks the Shaolin disciple what he plans to do once he catches up to our guy. Cheol-kyung looks dead serious. He says his order is to arrest Hojong immediately because the kid is currently stirring up a massive storm of blood in Hanam. Doik-sung claps his hands, letting out a loud laugh. He sarcastically praises the Shaolin for their incredible timing. He leans forward, his playful expression vanishing as he asks the monk if he actually knows what is happening under their holy noses. He asks if Cheol-kyung truly understands why a highly respected noble youth suddenly decided to travel all the way to Hanam to act like a mad lion. Cheol-kyung stays quiet, realizing he doesn't actually have a good answer. Doik-sung casually pours another cup of tea. He tells the monk not to worry. The beggar sect is about to drop the real story, and when it comes to understanding why mad lions go on rages, he is an absolute expert. We cut straight back to the forest, where steel meets fist. The impact creates a massive ring of kinetic pressure, clearing the leaves off the trees in a perfect circle. Myung-hak raises both fists, bringing them down like twin concrete pillars. The strike shatters the ground, but Hojong is already gone, his white robe splitting into blue afterimages as he evades the explosion and slides in for a low counter. He sweeps his spear axe upward, catching the giant under the chin, but Hawk simply tilts his head back, his golden armor absorbing the kinetic force. Hawk launches a brutal, high-speed flurry of golden punches, the wind from his fists cracking the bark off the trees behind our guy. Hojong is forced to block with his bare arm, his true azure silk key flaring as he tries to redirect the heavy pressure. The force of the punch is so massive it sends our guy sliding backward across the grass, his heels cutting deep ruts into the dirt. Hawk grins, closing the distance like a runaway train. He is moving incredibly fast for an absolute unit of his size. They clash in the center of the clearing, their raw auras colliding to create a massive dome of gold and blue energy that splits the sky. Hojong grits his teeth, his arms shaking under the weight of the giant's physical stats. Hawk is laughing, completely confident he has the match secured. Our guy realizes Hawk's fists are encased in a highly advanced spiritual density. He asks if Hojiang really thought his spirit phantom fists would feel soft. He lands a heavy, golden-infused blow directly on our guy's guard. The impact is so violent it triggers Hojiang's White Tiger offensive reflex, but the wind blades are shattered by the giant's gold armor. Hawk clicks his tongue, looking slightly annoyed that the kid is still standing after taking a direct hit from his heavy gear. Hojong countersteps, his spear axe flaring with a massive blue tiger head as he launches the 9 thunderstrikes to push the giant back. Shinmo is watching the duel from the ridge, his hand resting on his sword as his chest breathes heavy. He is calculating the matchup. On paper, it looks like an even clash of raw power against power. But the problem is that the bald giant isn't alone. The other two brothers are still standing there, completely fresh. Shinmo realizes that if those two decide to jump in, our young master is going to be completely cooked. He makes a heavy, desperate decision. He reaches down to his belt, preparing to break his own internal seal using the Dragon Embrace Divine technique. He is fully prepared to sacrifice his own life force to drag at least one of those brothers to the grave with him. Meanwhile, Myung-hui is watching our guy's footwork, his analytical mind tracking the blue water patterns in the dirt. He remarks that the kid is surprisingly impressive for holding out against Hawk this long. Hui's eyes narrow as he watches the flow of Hojiang's blue ki. He comments that there is something highly specific about the kid's martial arts. It looks incredibly familiar. We slide into a quick flashback at the Gujumyang headquarters, where the clan commander is casually grooming a brown horse. Hui asks him where they've seen those water currents before. The memory shifts to a brutal sparring match inside their training grounds. An elite officer is being flung across the stone courtyard, coughing up blood as he slides to a halt. He is panting heavily, his chest covered in dirt. A wild-haired Gujumyang commander is standing over him, his fingers transformed into razor-sharp, steel-like claws glowing with a dark energy. He yells at the officer, telling him to say it one more time. He is furious that the officer dared to call his Qilin Divine technique inferior to their other styles. He challenges him to withstand his next strike. He launches the Qilin Blood Claw, his hand cutting through the air like a heavy steel rake, but his strike is effortlessly blocked by the clan chief's golden shield. The chief doesn't even draw a weapon, he just raises his arm, his golden absolute defense absorbing the entire kinetic force of the steel claws without a single scratch. The onlookers are cheering, shouting that their patriarch's Phoenix Divine technique is truly #1 in the world. But another commander grabs the cheering guard by the collar, asking him if he is looking down on their own heavy spirit phantom style. The internal faction rivalry is real. The chief steps between them, his voice calm but heavy as he tells the officers of the 54 Blades that he knows they are all itching to spar. He coughs slightly, telling them that their divine techniques should be saved for destroying their real enemies, the Yeon clan, not wasted on internal arguments. The officers quickly bow, accepting the lecture. The wild-haired commander spits on the ground, sheathing his claws as he thanks the chief for the warning. But as he walks away, we see a dark, pulsing red vein of corrupted ki crawling up his neck. This detail is going to matter later. File it away. Back in the present, Myung-hyun lets out a loud yawn, crossing his arms as he yells at Hawk to wrap things up because the sun is already setting. Hawk looks irritated, muttering a curse under his breath as he realizes he's wasting too much time on a teenager. He extends his hand, mockingly telling Hojong that, as he can see, his brothers are getting bored, so it is time for him to end this match. Our guy stands his ground, his hyper-analytical mind calculating his remaining stats. By blocking the infiltrating phantom energy with his internal water ki, he still has about 30% of his total strength left. He raises his spear axe, his eyes cold. He is going to pour every single drop of his remaining mana into the very next strike. Hawk laughs, asking what he was doing all this time if he's still talking big. The bald giant's golden aura suddenly turns red, the ground beneath his bare feet starting to melt under the raw heat of his corrupted fire ki. His eyes glow with a bright yellow light, a sadistic grin spreading across his face as he prepares his ultimate move. He deploys the ghost light fast step, his massive body splitting into multiple golden phantoms as he glides across the dirt. Hojong doesn't dodge. He sets his feet, deploying the immovable monstrous pillar to lock his gravity coordinates to the earth. The golden phantoms of Myung-hak close in from 3 directions simultaneously, their heavy fists aimed directly at our guy's head. For a split second, their eyes meet, both of them reading the absolute resolve in the other's face. Hak's fists are inches away, the wind pressure from his golden energy already tearing our guy's white robes. But suddenly, Hojiang activates the triple ghost wall, a massive 3-layered shield of solid blue water ki erupting around him. The fists meet the shield in a massive, blinding explosion of elemental force. The shockwave is so violent it tears up the entire clearing, cracking the stone path and sending a storm of gravel flying through the air. As the dust settles, Hawk is forced to take a step back, his face twisting in absolute disbelief as he stares at our guy's defensive shield. He is looking at the intricate geometric patterns of the water ki. It doesn't just look familiar. Behind Hojong, a colossal crystalline blue spirit of the black tortoise rises into the sky, its eyes shining with a pure divine water light. And behind Myung-hak, a massive, corrupted orange-gold version of the exact same beast materializes. As Hoyong stares down at the massive golden-scaled hand of Myung-hak, something in his hyper-analytical mind finally clicks. He remembers fighting Myung-onji in the forest. He remembers her strange golden purple threads, and now he is looking at this giant's absolute defense. The realization hits him like a physical shock. He asks himself why he didn't see the patterns earlier. The color of their ki is completely different, but the core essence, the geometric structural grid, is identical. Both of them are utilizing a variant of the legendary Xuanwu, the black tortoise of the north. He remembers his conversation with Zhuge Aion in the Anhui courtyard, where she first brought up the history of the realm. She had explained that the legendary warriors who mastered the original elements of defense, offense, and evasion were known as the four-directional martial lords. And her younger brother had chimed in, pointing out that the Miang family lineage was only established after the historic blood religion disaster 300 years ago. Hojang had stood there in silence, filing the historical data away for later. And now, looking at the bald giant in front of him, the pieces of the puzzle align perfectly. If the Yian clan carries the pure ancestral line of the Black Tortoise, then the ancestors of the Gujumyang clan either inherited a degraded off-brand branch, or they straight up stole the sacred manual from the original lords. Given their current track record of being absolute demons, the theft theory is a very safe bet. This explains why their techniques look like a visual copy-paste of his own style, but with a highly unstable, corrupted fire property. Hawk looks at our guy's blank expression, laughing as he calls the kid's analysis crazy talk. He has no idea his entire combat build was just exposed as a cheap knockoff. The giant's fists erupt with a violent orange-gold flame as he screams that he will kill our guy to apologize to his ancestors for ever doubting their sacred lineage. He lunges forward, his bare feet shattering the grass as he launches a high-velocity double strike. Hojang doesn't even flinch. He casually plants the shaft of his spear axe into the dirt, setting his gravity coordinates. He activates the immovable monstrous pillar, locking his frame to the earth. Hack's fiery fists collide with the barrier, the wind from the impact screaming through the trees. But the moment the giant's fist meets the blue water key, the orange flames are instantly cooled, sputtering out like a candle in a bucket of water. Hack's eyes go wide, his breath catching in his throat as his knuckles are frozen solid by the extreme pressure. He tries to pull back, but his feet are completely locked to the ice-covered grass. Hojiang stands in the center of the blue light, his aura manifesting as the pure crystalline spirit of the Black Tortoise. He looks down at the giant, his voice dropping to a flat dismissive whisper as he asks if this garbage is really the limit of their ancestral power. He tells him that if this is how they fight, their ancestors would have been significantly better off staying buried in their graves. Hack's face goes blood red with rage, the veins on his bald head popping as he lets out a manic scream. Behind him, the middle brother Myung-hui yells at him to calm down, reminding him that they need our guy alive for the upcoming political trial. But Hawk is completely past the point of rational thought. He drops into a low stance, flaring his corrupted gold key to launch the spirit turtle's 18 continuous fists. Hojang stands perfectly calm. If the giant wants to play the ancestral comparison game, he is more than happy to show him what a real main family account looks like. The bald giant unleashes a rapid-fire barrage of gold punches, the air pressure cracking the ground. But inside his mind, Hojang is simply running the physical laws of the elements. Xuanwu is the controller of the north, the absolute master of winter and water. And there is a very basic, non-negotiable rule when it comes to fluid dynamics. No matter how far a tributary wanders, all water eventually flows back to the main river. And since Hojang holds the pure, uncorrupted master key to the element, any minor off-brand branch of Xuanwu key will naturally be drawn directly back to his core. Hawk thinks he is breaking our guy's defense, but he is actually just refueling Hojang's mana pool. He swings a massive overhead punch, laughing as he screams for our guy to hand over his life. But Hojang's left eye suddenly flares with a brilliant pulsing blue light. He casually raises his left hand, intercepting the massive fist with a soft open palm. Hack freezes, his face twisting in confusion as the kinetic force of his strike completely vanishes. He looks down, realizing our guy's fingers are wrapped around his wrist like a vice grip of solid ice. Hojang looks at him, his voice echoing with the authority of a supreme sovereign as he declares that since he is the true grand master of this element, he is reclaiming everything they stole. A massive, swirling vortex of blue light erupts from our guy's palm, and Hawk screams in horror as his golden key is forcibly sucked out of his meridians. The giant's physical frame begins to rapidly lose its mass, his muscles shriveling and his veins turning black under his skin. Behind them, the other two brothers are standing frozen, completely unable to process what they are looking at. Hack's knees buckle, the heavy iron bands on his wrists clattering against the stone as his physical power is completely deleted. He collapses to his knees, his face looking like a dried-up prune as he gasps for air. Hojang stands over him, his expression completely blank as the last drops of the giant's stolen key are absorbed into his own system. The giant slumps into the dirt, unconscious and completely drained of his martial arts. He is officially a level 1 civilian now. Hojiang casually grabs the handle of his spear axe, his fingers tightening around the steel. He looks down at the shriveled body, whispering that this is one executioner from his past life officially crossed off the list. The remaining two brothers, Myung-hui and Myung-hyun, look absolutely unhinged with rage, their orange flames erupting as they draw their weapons. But our guy just stands there, welcoming the threat. He tells them to come at him together, ready to settle the bloody grudges of his previous incarnation once and for all. The scene transitions to the deep night inside the Gujumyang clan's inner courtyard, where the lanterns flicker in the cold wind. A massive warhorse lets out a low snort, its dark eyes reflecting the light of the torches. A convoy of heavy carriages is lined up, flanked by dozens of elite, silent riders. Inside one of the carriages, the wild-haired patriarch Myung-chun sits with his arms crossed, asking his chief advisor if the preparations are complete. The advisor bows, confirming that 50 handblood horses, 50 elite swordmasters, and 300 of their heavy dragon soldiers are fully armed and ready for immediate deployment. Suddenly, a scout comes sprinting through the round stone gate, shouting for the patriarch. He begs the chief to wait, pointing out that the Moyang clan is scheduled to convene the Grand Political Assembly in just a few days to declare the Yeong clan public enemies. But Myung-chun's face is twisted in pure, unadulterated fury. He holds up a crumpled golden scroll, his voice shaking as he mentions the letter of admonition he received from Patriarch Yeon. The advisor tries to explain that once the political assembly labels the Yeon family as demons, they will be legally allowed to execute them without any blowback. But Chun's left eye flares with a violent golden flame, his fangs bared as he screams that he is done waiting for the politicians. He is going to wipe them out with his own hands. He orders the gate to be thrown open, and the massive army of dragon soldiers blasts out of the estate, their horses' hooves shaking the entire district as they ride out to execute his wrath. Meanwhile, back on the forest path, the fight is in absolute chaos. Myung-hyun leaps into the air, his blade wrapped in a column of golden fire. Our guy easily slides underneath the trajectory, his purple eyes tracking the movement. He notes the fire pattern, wondering if this is their corrupted variant of the vermilion bird element. He lunges in with a precision spear thrust, but Hojong catches the shaft with the crescent edge of his spear axe, the steel screaming as the kinetic force travels up their arms. Hyun lands, immediately spinning around to unleash a massive, horizontal sweep of fire to cut our guy's escape route, but Hojong is already gone, his white robe splitting into blue wind afterimages as he evades the heat and slides behind them. Hyun screams, flaring his arms as he deploys the Phoenix Flame Hand to launch a rapid-fire wave of explosive fire claws. Hojong counterstrikes, his spear axe flaring with a sharp blue wind as he meets the flame claws head-on. The wind from his swing is so cold it literally freezes the flames mid-air, and Hyun gasps as our guy deploys the Tiger King's 9 Thunderclap stance, a high-velocity physical strike that sends the spiky-haired brother flying backward through the trees. Hui rushes to catch his falling brother, his face twisting in panic as he screams his name. Hyun spits blood, looking up at Hui with wide, terrified eyes. He doesn't tell him about his own injuries, he just points a trembling finger toward the grass ahead of them. Hui looks over, his heart skipping a beat as he finally notices Myung-hak lying in the dirt, shriveled up like a mummy with his ki completely drained. Hyun shivers, whispering that this kid is not human, accusing him of using some forbidden demonic absorption art. But our guy just stands there, a cold, mocking smile playing on his lips as he repeats the words. Demonic arts? He looks down at them with absolute contempt, pointing out that if anyone is running a demonic build in this forest, it is the Gujumyang clan. He explains their fatal mechanical flaw. They forcibly slap the sacred arts of the 4 directions onto their bodies without the proper lineage or understanding of the elemental balance. Hui screams at him to shut up, but our guy is just getting started with the patch notes of their lives. He points at the glowing red veins crawling up Hyun's chest, asking him if he has noticed that his physical lifespan has been cut exactly in half. He tells them that by forcibly channeling that corrupted fire ki through stolen meridians, they are systematically destroying their own bodies from the inside out. Hyun's face goes completely pale, realized our guy just diagnosed the exact physical agony they've been coping with for years. Hojiang drops his spear axe into the dirt, delivering a final, absolute insult, calling them nothing but a bunch of cheap, pathetic imitators. The two brothers lose their minds, charging forward in a desperate, suicidal frenzy of fire and steel. But Hojiang doesn't even draw his weapon. He just stands in the center of the blue water currents, letting their rangefinders lock onto him. The moment they close the distance, he releases a massive radial wave of kinetic blue ki, the sheer physical pressure blasting the two brothers back and clearing the forest of dirt and leaves. As the dust settles, the remaining white dragon soldiers are frozen in fear, their weapons trembling as they look at our guy. Hojong stands completely victorious, telling them to go run back to their master and tell him that his executioner is waiting. The scene transitions to the next morning, where the bright sun is shining through the white clouds. The blue flag of the Yeon clan is flying high, but on the horizon, the dark, heavy banner of the Gujumyeon clan is still visible. A red apple is tossed into the air, landing with a soft click. A young guard catches it, casually taking a bite as he remarks that today is finally the day of the Grand Political Assembly. He looks down the valley, pointing out that the 300 dragon soldiers on the other side haven't made a single move all morning. He turns to Shinmo, laughingly saying that the enemy is clearly so intimidated by our young master's strength that they don't even have the courage to draw their swords. He is identified as Yang Hume, a junior squad member. But Shinmo looks incredibly serious. He warns the rookie to keep his mouth shut, pointing out that if they start a fight here, it will instantly escalate from a minor skirmish into an all-out provincial war. Yang Him quickly bows, apologizing for his loose tongue and promising to stay mindful of his primary role as a guard. But as Shinmo looks out over the valley, his own chest is breathing heavy. He knows the rookie isn't entirely wrong. The young master is indeed strong enough to hold 300 elite soldiers in a complete state of paralysis. But what keeps him up at night is how the kid knew the enemy's exact mechanical weakness. How is that level of data even possible for an 18-year-old? Before he can think, a loud, angry voice echoes from the bushes nearby. A dirty, disheveled figure is wrestling with a guard, screaming that he is not a local beggar, but the highly respected Huge of the beggar sect. It is Ga Doksung, looking like he just spent the last 24 hours rolling through a coal mine. He runs straight to Hojong, screaming that something terrible has happened. Hojong looks at his dusty face, asking if he finally managed to lose the trail of the Gujumyeong scouts. But Doiksong is completely out of breath, his face pale as he points toward the road behind them. Suddenly, the sound of heavy hooves echoes through the valley. Hojong looks up, his eyes narrowing as he notices the 300 dragon soldiers on the horizon are suddenly packing up their gear and withdrawing. Doiksong gasps, clutching his chest as he tells our guy that his father, Patriarch Yeon, has just dropped a massive, earth-shattering bomb. Hojong grabs him by the shoulder, demanding to know what his father did. Doiksong explains that the Patriarch sent a direct, unfiltered threat letter to the Gujumyeong leader, promising to burn their entire estate to ash if they touch his son. Hojeong freezes, his face going completely blank as the gravity of his father's actions hits him. He repeats the words in his mind, a declaration of war, and the sudden withdrawal of the entire enemy vanguard. The realization is a cold blade in his chest. They aren't retreating because they are afraid. They are marching straight back to their main camp to launch an immediate, overwhelming assault on the Green Mountain Yeon clan estate while Hojong is trapped here. He remembers his father's death on the snowy field from his past life, his teeth grinding in sheer desperate rage. He doesn't wait for the squad. He sprints to the nearest horse, leaping into the saddle with a violent pull of the reins. He spurs the horse into an absolute gallop, his long black hair flying in the wind as he screams that this time, he is the one who is going to protect his father. The atmosphere is suffocatingly tense, the heavy wooden floorboards creaking as the leaders of the most powerful families in the realm take their seats around the massive round table. The convener of this meeting is none other than the coastal sovereign, Moyong Gun, who doesn't even waste time pouring tea before getting straight to the point. He looks around the room, his eyes scanning the representatives of the Wudang, Pang, and Shaolin sects, who are all sitting in absolute silence. He drops a massive diplomatic bomb, proposing that for the future safety of the White Path, they must officially declare one specific clan as a public enemy of the state. The room immediately erupts into low, tense whispers as the leaders try to guess the target of this absolute, life-ruining decree. The representative of the Wudang sect leans back, a smug smile on his face as he asks if the trouble is coming from the Myeong clan or if it is the scrappy Green Mountain Yeon clan causing problems again. Moyong Gun doesn't answer immediately, raising his cup to take a slow, calculated sip as he lets the suspense build over the assembly. Then, the heavy, resonant voice of the Shaolin Temple representative, Abbot Gonggong Desa, breaks through the noise. He presses his hands together in a prayer, stating that a public enemy declaration is a matter of extreme gravity that cannot be decided on a whim. He looks directly at Moyong Gun, reminding the Patriarch that he surely understands the absolute weight of those specific words. He explains to the younger lords that a public enemy decree is essentially a complete, non-negotiable banishment from the civilized martial arts world. It is a legal green light for every righteous sect in the realm to band together and launch a coordinated campaign of total, unconditional military annihilation. Wudang patriarch Sungyeon Jinin strokes his long gray beard, asking which clan could possibly be responsible for a crime that heinous, and that is when the salty, gray-haired patriarch of the Namgung clan, Namgung-in, finally gets his cue to speak. He smirks, pointing out that there has been a massive, bloody commotion happening in Henan province recently, right under the noses of the Shaolin Temple. He raises his chin, directly accusing the great young master of the Green Mountain Yeon clan of being the sole source of all this provincial chaos. He lists off the fabricated rumors, stating that the Yeon kid is also the prime suspect in dozens of unresolved violent crimes across Jiangsu province. The Pang patriarch looks startled, asking if Namgung-in is seriously proposing to label an 18-year-old noble youth as a public enemy of the entire murim. Namgung-in scoffs, looking over at Moyang-gun as he states that where there is smoke, there is almost always a massive, blazing fire. This is some legendary bad faith coping. The onlookers continue to murmur, commenting on how you can easily measure 10 fathoms of deep water, but you can never truly know the dark depths of a young man's mind. But before the narrative can shift against our guy, a hand is raised on the other side of the long table. It is the intellectual leader of the Jegal clan, Jegal Munho, who looks completely unimpressed by the Namgung family's bad faith arguments. He identifies himself, stepping into the debate with the absolute confidence of a man who actually reads the patch notes of the realm. He points out the obvious logical fallacy in Namgung-in's speech, noting that all those alleged crimes in Jiangsu are years-old cold cases that have suddenly and very conveniently been pinned on a single teenager. He reveals that this supposed monster actually saved his brilliant daughter, Ayan, from a lethal ambush of Black Path martial artists without asking for a single thing in return. He states that if Yan Hojang were truly an unscrupulous, bloodthirsty criminal, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to protect a member of a rival clan. Namgung-in's face turns sour, and he mockingly advises the Jegal patriarch to guard his daughter's reputation better, suggesting her association with a wanted criminal might ruin her marriage prospects. But Jegal Munho doesn't even flinch, coldly firing back that his daughter has an exceptionally sharp eye for judging people, unlike certain families who keep losing to teenagers in local restaurants. The Wudong representative watches the verbal sparring in silence, realizing the political defense for the Yeon clan is far stronger than they anticipated, and that is when Moyang-gun decides he has heard enough of the minor family squabbles. He sits up, his powerful aura flaring as he states that the public enemy he is proposing to declare today is not a single rogue martial artist. He reveals that they are dealing with a massive, highly organized criminal syndicate operating from the shadows of Henan province. He lists off the real, verified crimes. A force that systematically kidnapped dozens of commoners from the marketplaces, commanded the notorious Cheongrong-gui assassins, and buried over 800 innocent slave laborers in the mountains to cover up their excavation of a forbidden, dark legacy. He points his finger at the table, officially declaring the true public enemy of the martial arts world, the 9 provinces Myeong family. Meanwhile, out on the dark dirt road to Jiangsu, the target of that decree is currently galloping through the night. Inside the lead carriage, Patriarch Myung-chun sits with his eyes closed, his body wrapped in a volatile, swirling vortex of golden-purple fire ki. He opens his eyes, his pupils glowing with a manic crimson light as he reviews his current combat stats. He had each of his top commanders learn a bootleg variant of the legendary 4 divine skills, the turtle, the Keelan, the dragon, and the phoenix. But as he flexes his hand, the glowing red veins of corrupted fire ki crawl up his skin like a net of molten lava. He bursts into a psychotic laugh, boasting that his own personal phoenix divine skill has successfully evolved past the natural human limits of mastery. He believes his current level is so high that he alone is stronger than all the other divine commanders combined. He grins in the dark, muttering that at this rate he will easily crush the Yeon clan, trample the Jegal clan, and force the remaining great families to kneel before his throne. But back on the sunset path, the sound of galloping hooves is rapidly closing the distance from behind. Hojiang is pushing his hand-blood mount to its absolute limit, his massive spear axe slung over his shoulder as he cuts through the wind. His face is a mask of absolute cold focus. He has no intention of letting history repeat itself. Beside him, God Doiksong is desperately trying to keep up on his own horse, his patched robes flapping wildly in the draft. He screams through the wind, reporting that his beggar scouts saw the Myeong patriarch leaving through the south gate with his entire heavy army yesterday afternoon. Hojong's eyes narrow. He knows exactly what the villain is doing. They are trying to execute his father and silence the Yeon clan before the Grand Assembly can expose their excavations. He mutters that they are nothing but a bunch of petty, short-sighted bastards who are about to run straight into a wall. He calculates their travel speed, realizing the unstable bootleg ki in their bodies means they can't maintain a high-velocity gallop for long without their hearts literally exploding. The only issue is time. He needs to make up for a full 24-hour difference in transit. Suddenly, Hojong pulls the reins, his horse letting out a loud snort as he shifts his center of gravity. He yells at Doiksang to stay behind with the slower Changgung unit, stating that he is going to ride ahead alone to physically slow down the Myeong convoy. Doiksang screams in absolute panic, asking if he has completely lost his mind, but our guy is already gone. He spurs his horse into a vertical jump, the blue water ki around the hooves blasting the gravel into the sky. He is moving so fast his white robes are just a blur of light against the darkening sky. He vaults over a massive stone ridge, his horse landing with an earth-shattering crash on the shortcut path. He brings his spear axe down in a wide, sweeping arc to clear the brush ahead of them. His teeth are clenched, sweat dripping down his temple as he pushes his physical vessel to its absolute limit. He sees the dark silhouette of the Myeong convoy on the horizon, their torches lighting up the border road. He flares his blue water vortex, the energy swirling around his weapon like a miniature hurricane. He launches himself directly from the cliffside, diving like a falling meteor toward the lead carriage of Myeongchun. The scene transitions to the stone border marker of Jiangsu province, where the sky is bright and blue. The heavy stone slab stands silent, a boundary marker that has seen centuries of clan warfare. But suddenly, the stone begins to vibrate violently, the wind from a high-speed approach kicking up a storm of dust. The lead scout of the Gujumyang vanguard is galloping hard, his eyes wide as he tries to clear the path. Behind him, the heavy carriages are rattling, the drivers whipping their mounts to maintain their momentum. The commander of the vanguard squint, his face scarred and worn from decades of Sapa skirmishes. Suddenly, he raises his closed fist, screaming for the column to halt immediately. He points toward the sky, where a massive silver object is spinning through the air like a giant buzzsaw. The silver blade slams directly into the front line of riders, the impact throwing horses and men into the dirt. The raw kinetic force is so massive it creates a deep rut in the road, splitting their formations in half. Out of the dust, Hojong drops from the sky, landing in a perfect three-point stance as he catches the returning handle of his spear axe. He smiles coldly, muttering that the Beggar Union's hidden map coordinates really are the ultimate shortcut tool. He stands tall, pointing his weapon at the vanguard as he demands to know where Myeongchun is hiding. The commander's face goes pale as he recognizes the massive 6-foot crescent spear axe and the flowing white traveling robes. He stammers in disbelief, realizing this is the monster who supposedly deleted their 3 strongest combat commanders in Haochang. He turns his horse, desperately screaming for his men to retreat and get away from this freak. But Hojong has already closed the distance, his weapon cutting through the air like a physical wall of wind. He flares his blue water ki, his voice dropping to a terrifying, absolute zero whisper as he declares that no one carrying the Myeong name will ever set a single foot inside the Yeon clan estate. Suddenly, a heavy spiked iron boot slams into the dirt right in front of him. A massive warrior with long brown hair steps forward, his hands encased in giant steel claw gauntlets that hum with a dark, unstable energy. He is identified as Captain Myeong Jokryong. He looks back at the main carriage, asking his patriarch for official permission to rip off this arrogant teenager's head to signal the start of the battle. Permission is granted. Jokryong lets out a manic grin, dropping onto all fours as he deploys the Qilin cloud steps, his body splitting into a blur of dark phantoms. He blasts forward, his claws scraping the earth as he targets our guy's throat. Hojong doesn't even move his feet, simply raising his spear axe with one hand as he evaluates the opponent's style. Jokryong unleashes the Qilin blood claws, his heavy steel fingers cutting 5 deep gouges into the wind. But Hojong simply tilts his head, the claws passing inches from his nose as he slides his front foot forward. He swings his spear axe in a single vertical counterstrike that splits the earth beneath the captain's feet. The sheer pressure wave from the blow is so sharp it slices Jokryong's steel gauntlets in half, sending the captain flying backward into the dirt. Hojong steps over the bleeding captain, roasting his style as he asks if he is supposed to be a legendary Qilin or just a sick puppy with claw issues. Inside the carriage, Myeongchun's jaw tightens, a cold sweat dripping down his temple as he realizes his top captains are being treated like tutorial-level mobs. The vanguard commander panics, screaming for the 50 elite death swords to charge and use their divine arts simultaneously. The riders draw their blades, their bodies flaring with various colors of unstable bootleg ki as they lunge at our guy. Hojiang looks at the incoming wave of energy, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. He mutters that this is nothing but a pathetic parade of cheap, bootleg knockoffs who deserve to be exempt from the netherworld. The 50 riders charge in unison, their warhorses kicking up a massive wall of dust as they try to tear our guy to shreds. Hojiang's eyes narrow as he tracks their movements. He senses a slight heavy fatigue in his own limbs, wondering if he pushed his physical vessel a bit too hard during that cross-province sprint. But then, his left eye flares with a brilliant glowing blue flame. If he is running low on fuel, the universe has very conveniently provided 50 walking charging stations right in front of him. He blasts forward like a railgun, his spear axe slicing through their front line with terrifying velocity. He spins his weapon, the blue water key forming a defensive vortex that absorbs their strikes. He cuts down 3 riders in a single, fluid motion, his blade dyed in the red energy of their broken guards. He leaps over their heads, landing directly on top of Myung-chun's carriage. He thrusts his spear axe downward, the blue water key exploding inside the cabin to force the patriarch out. But inside the flaming wreckage, Myung-chun is already sitting in a meditation pose, his chest covered in glowing red veins of evolved fire ki. Hojiang is forced to vault back as the carriage explodes into a pillar of golden-purple flame, the shockwave throwing several nearby horses off their feet. The remaining riders try to corner him while his feet are off the ground, their swords aimed at his blind spots. But Hojiang simply uses their own heads as stepping stones, parrying their strikes with effortless grace. He slides low under a spear thrust, his boots cutting a deep groove in the dirt as he resets his coordinates. He unleashes a massive, horizontal sweep of blue wind that clears the entire left flank of guards. The vanguard commander is losing his mind, screaming at his men to stop standing around and activate their absolute defenses. A massive, heavily armored guard steps into the path, his body glowing with a thick orange-gold aura. He screams that his spirit turtle armor is absolute, but Hojiang doesn't even slow down. He swings his spear axe with a high-velocity metal wind current that easily bypasses the outer shell. The armor is clean, sliced in half, and the guard collapses to the ground, his eyes rolled back as his ki is completely shattered. The commander looks on in horror, realizing their supposedly divine techniques are suddenly feeling incredibly weak and brittle. Another captain lunges in from behind, flaring his arms to launch the counter dragon palm. Hojiang casually parries the strike with his bare palm, and the moment their hands meet, a strange warm sensation floods our guy's meridians. He looks down at his hand, realizing the unstable bootleg ki from their strikes is being automatically filtered and integrated into his own core. The realization is a physical spark. He smiles, noting that his own internal strength is actually stabilizing the longer this fight drags on. Because their techniques are degraded derivatives of his family's original elements, his ancestral 4 guardian gods' ki is literally feeding on their fake energy to replenish his stamina. He has unlocked an infinite mana loop. He closes the distance on the vanguard commander, grabbing him by the collar of his silk robes before the man can even raise his blade. The commander is shivering, his giant sword, the Yinglong sword slash, trembling in his hand as he looks into those glowing purple eyes. Hojiang smiles, asking him if he really thought his cheap, unauthorized copy-paste styles could ever stand against the original developer. He tosses the commander aside like a sack of wet laundry, his eyes locking onto the center of the road. The vanguard commander screams as he charges for one final, desperate overhead slash, his blade wrapped in a massive column of orange flame. He leaps from above, bringing his sword down with the force of a falling meteor to shatter the road. But Hojiang has already leaped higher, his silhouette blocking out the sun as he spins his spear axe into a perfect vertical execution loop. He looks down at the fiery path below, his voice echoing with absolute authority as he declares that from the very beginning of this second life, the only sky he was ever meant to cut down was them. He brings his blade down, screaming the name of the monster who slaughtered his family, Myung-chun. The wild-haired patriarch opens his eyes inside the flames, his golden purple fire flaring to its absolute maximum as he raises his arms to meet the strike. The water and fire collide in a massive, earth-shattering explosion of elemental force, a pillar of steam and light blasting into the heavens as the final war of survival officially splits the border wide open. We pick up right in the middle of the chaos, with our guy dropping from the sky like a tactical nuke. He swings his 6-foot spear axe down with enough velocity to split the sound barrier. A direct hit. The patriarch's luxury carriage is instantly turned into expensive toothpicks and kindling, but the boss of the Gujumyang clan isn't going down that easily. A massive, high-temperature explosion flares as he reacts. A literal pillar of yellow-orange fire shoots straight up into the clouds. The ground is completely scorched, turning the entire plain into a localized hellscape. One of the Gujimyang mooks is already crying because the friendly fire damage in this guild is way too high. The fire continues to rage in the background, consuming the trees and grass. Hojang lands cleanly in a 3-point stance, his spear axe ready for whatever is about to walk out of that blast. A massive burning shadow is cast over the charred wreckage of the carriage. The flames start taking the shape of a massive roaring creature. A giant heavy combat boot steps right out of the burning embers, cracking the stone beneath it. And there he is, the big bad himself. Myung-chun, standing in the center of the inferno, radiating the stolen, corrupted vermilion bird energy. Hojiang stands his ground, instantly analyzing his opponent's physical condition. He notices something highly unstable about Chun's aura. The patriarch's chest is practically glowing with molten veins, meaning his inner power has completely exceeded his body's capacity. He looks like a twisted fire god who skipped the safety tutorial and went straight for the maximum damage build. Chun looks down at his own trembling, injured subordinates with absolute disgust. He swings his flaming sword and literally cuts his own guy in half without even blinking. The dying mook is left wondering why his own guild leader just team-killed him for failing a standard fight. Chun complains that he tried to conquer the world with absolute weaklings who struggle against a mere teenager. He gives a psychotic, sharp-toothed grin, asking if just one strong guy is enough to run this whole show. Hojiang doesn't even flinch. He actually lets out a cold, mocking smile. He asks if that is how a coward who hid behind his squad and finally crawled out should talk. Hojiang takes a heavy step forward, the sheer pressure of his movement cracking the dirt. Is there any need for long words? Come! Chun's jaw clenches in absolute fury at the disrespect. He starts flaring up his weapon, the heat turning the air around them into a blurry haze. He tells Hojiang he'll see if he can still run his mouth when it is actively burning. Hojiang prepares his weapon, but the sight of that gold-purple fire triggers something deep within his mind. Time slows down for our guy. We dive straight into a flashback of his past life. He is back in the snowy courtyard, looking at his father pinned to the floor by multiple blades. The trauma hits like a freight train. He stands before his dying father, promising to erase this old grudge. He remembers grabbing his father's cold, lifeless hand in the original timeline, swearing that in this life he will have his absolute revenge. The memory shifts to another snowy grave. He sees his little brother Jipyong lying dead on the frozen ground, grabbing his brother's cold shoulder, the guilt of surviving the first timeline eating him alive. I'm sorry I just left. From now on, the tears you shed, I'll drink them all for you. The grief in his eyes is turning into raw, unadulterated gasoline. He stands up in the empty, dark space of his memories, grabbing his spear axe with a grip tight enough to shatter the wood. Back in the present, his right eye is literally glowing with pure, cold bloodlust. He swings a massive, high-velocity wave of blue water energy that cuts right through the heat waves. Chun is caught completely off guard by the sheer pressure of the opening strike. Come at me, Myung-chun! Chun loses his mind, screaming every curse word he knows. The two titans finally clash in the center of the plane. Hojiang is dead silent, completely locked in. No more talking. Just pure mechanical execution. A single drop of water falls as the world slows down to a crawl. Their eyes lock in a split second of absolute focus. They burst forward, kickstarting the high-speed exchange. Axe meets sword. The sheer kinetic impact shakes the entire valley. Stones and debris are sent flying like shrapnel. Chun swings a massive horizontal flame slash, but Hojiang is already moving. Chun tries to push inside with a heavy palm strike. Hojiang slips right under it, using the momentum to spin in mid-air. Chun is shocked. He didn't expect a counterattack from that specific angle. Hojiang's massive axe blade comes flying in from a complete blind spot. Chun is forced to backpedal as Hojiang's wind velocity continues to ramp up. Steel meets steel, sparks flying as they exchange a dozen strikes in under 3 seconds. The patriarch is actively struggling to keep up with the teenager's pace. Hojiang charges his left fist with heavy blue ki. A direct hit. He punches Chun square in the chest, right over his glowing meridians. Chun is sent sliding back dozens of yards across the dirt. The patriarch holds his chest in utter disbelief, completely flabbergasted that a kid actually managed to land a hit on him. Hojiang flares his white tiger ki, a colossal glowing blue-white tiger head manifesting behind him to signal that the real fight starts now. Now, let us slow down and break down the lore of the Myeon-Rayon Southern Fire technique. This is the art that made the Myung clan famous, but it is basically a terminal illness masquerading as a power system. Because of the extreme, unrefined heat it generates inside the body, the user's blood vessels slowly cook themselves from the inside out. In this world, knowing heaven's will is just a polite way of saying you lived to see 50. For the patriarchs of this clan, hitting 50 is their hard ceiling. Chun is currently 51, meaning he has spent the last year living with a constantly anxious heart, wondering when the clock would run out. So what did he do? He started digging up ancient ruins like a desperate grave robber. That is how he discovered the stolen 4 great divine techniques, specifically the Phoenix divine technique. He thought this ultimate yang energy would act as a cure to bypass his family's curse. He was practically crying tears of joy, thinking he broke free from the Reaper. But back to the present. The spot where Hojiang just punched him is throbbing, and it is not because of the physical impact. Hojiang drops down from the clouds again, aiming to finish him off. Chun is forced to dodge, but his movement is noticeably slower. The impact from Hojiang's pure water ki has disrupted his internal balance. Within his 8 extraordinary vessels, the last remnants of his original fire technique are completely destabilizing. Hojiang swings his axe down, forcing Chun to block with his heavy sword. Hojiang slips back, landing with perfect grace. Chun is left shaking, his giant sword stuck deep in the cracked earth. Hojiang watches Chun's chest expand and contract, immediately reading the disastrous flow of his energy. He realizes the fake vermilion bird energy is trying to invade Chun's upper dantian, which is a fancy, ancient way of saying his brain. The 4 divine beast technique requires perfect balance. If you let that massive yang fire rush straight to your head without any water or metal to balance it, your brain literally melts. Hojiang charges forward, his spear axe spinning. Chun struggles to stand, his teeth gritted in agony. Hojiang leaps into the air. He is not about to let his ancestral enemy die from a bad build before he gets to execute him personally. Suddenly, a loyal Gujumyung subordinate runs into the clearing screaming "Patriarch!" as he tries to play the hero. Hojiang doesn't even slow down. He swings his axe right through the interference. The strike lands with absolute crushing force. A massive, violent explosion of fire and dust erupts. The subordinate gets instantly vaporized, screaming as the backdraft blasts him apart. A massive column of steam and fire rises from the scorched impact zone. Hojiang lands, his water shield flaring to deflect the debris. But he notices his water barrier is actively starting to boil. The heat Chun is radiating is getting genuinely dangerous. Out of the steam, Chun emerges, looking completely demonic with glowing red eyes. Chun is grinning through the pain, letting the fire consume him. Were you happy? At the hope of taking the head of the greatest clan's patriarch under heaven? He is fully letting his life force burn to maximize his output. Hojiang looks at the burning monster and smiles coldly. I'm grateful that you're still alive. You absolutely can't die until you die by my hand. Talk about high-tier toxic revenge boundaries. Chun moves, his speed suddenly doubling as he breaks past his physical limits. He strikes with the Phoenix Flame Hand, landing a direct fiery punch right into Hojiang's guard. Hojiang spits a mouthful of blood sent flying backward across the field. Today is the first day our guy is actually taking real damage. His defensive blue barrier is visibly cracking. Hojiang swings his axe to create distance, trying to reset his footing. The blade slices through the air, but Chun is already gone. He disappeared? Hojiang's instincts scream. He looks to his right as the air pressure drops. Chun is already in the air, coming down with the Phoenix flight technique, a direct hit. Hojiang is smashed into the ground, coughing blood as the fire explodes around him. He struggles to push himself up, wiping the blood from his chin with a cold, focused expression. Chun stands over him, mocking his family name. You seem overwhelmed, you brat from the Byoksan Yanga. Chun prepares another massive flaming fist. Hojiang raises a desperate blue ice shield to block. The fist shatters the shield into a million pieces. The fire engulfs Hojiang completely, a literal column of flame shooting into the sky. The blast is massive, turning the surrounding area into a complete wasteland. The smoke starts to clear, leaving only charred earth. Hojiang is still standing, but he is heavily damaged, his robes torn and blood dripping from his wounds. Chun steps forward with an arrogant smirk, asking if the legendary 4 divine beasts technique is actually being overpowered by a fake. The entire plane is covered in a thick layer of dust, steam, and fire. Lee Choljung is watching the blast zone, looking like a man who just realized his health insurance does not cover magical nuclear fallout. He is completely on edge. He points out that the elite forces of the Jumgang noble family are fully assembled on the ridge, waiting for the signal. Choljung wants to jump in right now and help our guy before he gets completely incinerated, but Beggar Hu tells him to wait. Before they can start a union dispute about safety protocols, Master Shinmo steps in. He is sitting on the cliff edge, looking like a stoic raid boss waiting for his turn to pull. He explains that their only job is to clean up the survivors after the fight, exactly as Hojiang commanded. Shinmo is currently squeezing his own knee so hard he might actually turn his kneecap into a diamond. Chuljeong runs forward anyway, pointing out that their young master is about to become a pile of ash if they do not move. He asks if Beggar Hu seriously thinks a teenager can win a 1v1 against a literal patriarch. Hu remembers Hojeong's words before the fight. The kid knew the trash mobs were too much for him, but he specifically wanted the boss. Hojeong asked Hu to trust him, and Hu is currently betting their entire operation on that promise. Chuljeong thinks this is a complete L of a plan and argues that the odds are mathematically impossible. Hu looks down, quietly hoping the kid remembers he does not have a quick save button in this life. Meanwhile, down in the crater, our guy is currently lying face down in the dirt, looking like a discarded action figure. He is completely flat on his back, his custom spear axe lying a few feet away. But then, his hand twitches. The bleeding has completely stopped. Chun lands in front of him, expecting a corpse but finding a very annoyed teenager instead. It turns out Chun's raw fire energy was so insanely hot that it actually cauterized Hojeong's open wounds on impact. The author really just used basic video game logic to keep our guy in the match. Chun flies back in with a massive vertical strike to correct his mistake. He promises to make this quick, but Hojeong is already charging his blue water barrier to block. The blade hits the shield with a massive shockwave, pushing Hojeong deep into the dirt. Hojeong realizes he is barely holding on at this point. He braces his arm, his muscles screaming. He is completely stuck on the defensive, purely reacting to the fire god's relentless pressure. But as the fire rages around him, our guy has a sudden mental epiphany. He remembers his father's words about martial arts being something you feel with your body. He thinks back to his father's style, which was all about encompassing the flow of nature. Then he remembers his past life as the Black Emperor. He asks himself what his actual style is supposed to be. He recalls his duel with Myung Chisan, who was rambling about how martial arts are only about training and honing skills. Hojeong blocked Chisan's strike with his spear axe, completely unimpressed. He remembers the absolute focus of that fight. He pushed Chisan back with a massive counterswing. He remembers being impatient, wanting to end things as fast as possible. But his father told him to calm down, pointing out that his natural style was one of overbearing fury. He remembers looking at his father's secret manual, the reverse dragon palm. He realizes that scurrying around trying to defend himself is completely against his nature. He remembers the physical feeling of executing that counterattacking palm. The reverse dragon palm counters the enemy's kinetic energy perfectly. He remembers stepping into the fluid water vortex of his ancestral technique, bracing his fist for the impact. He recalls the raw, unstoppable power he wielded as the Black Emperor. And back in the present, he executes the single clear strike with his spear axe, sending a massive shockwave that pushes Chun back. The patriarch slides across the dirt, his jaw dropping. Chun is completely stunned that a kid in this condition is still throwing heavy hands. He wipes his mouth, roaring that these pathetic attacks will never work on him. Hojeong walks forward, dragging his axe through the dirt with absolute zero fear. He repeats his father's words. My martial arts techniques are that of overbearing fury. Then what is martial arts to me? Chun flies into the clouds, charging his flying phoenix crossblade to end this once and for all. Hojeong stands calm, watching the massive fire circle form in the sky. He asks himself if his style is meant for blocking or countering. The answer is no. His style is designed to completely delete every single enemy in front of him. His eyes flash with pure, uncorrupted red light. Chun screams as a massive beam of purple-gold flame shoots down from the sky. The entire plane is consumed by a massive orange explosion that looks like a tactical launch. The onlookers on the ridge are forced to shield their eyes from the extreme heat. But suddenly, a deep red line of raw energy cuts directly through the center of the flame. Chun starts laughing maniacally, thinking our guy is officially gone without a trace. He complains that it is a bummer he did not get to watch Hojeong suffer as he burned. But then, he looks down, and his face goes completely pale. A massive, uncorrupted red flame starts wrapping around Hojeong's body. A colossal, pristine vermilion bird of pure red fire manifests behind our guy, looking 10 times more majestic than Chun's stolen version. The real deal has finally entered the chat. The wind splits as the raw heatwave expands across the valley. Beggar Hu shields his face, completely stunned by the sudden change in the atmosphere. A massive column of white steam rises from the riverbed as the heat vaporizes the water instantly. Hu is left staring with his mouth open, wondering what kind of monster they actually unleashed. Hojeong stands in the center of the red mist, the true vermilion bird looming behind him like a guardian god. His heart beats with a slow, heavy rhythm as his meridians fully adapt to the pure fire element. The pressure is so intense that the ground beneath his feet starts to crack and melt. Chuljeong is sweating on the ridge, pointing out that the sheer heat radiating from Hojeong's body is creating instant steam out of the humidity. Hojeong looks at Chun with glowing crimson eyes. You must have been waiting. I'll end this quickly. He takes a single step, his foot flaring with the blue wind metal key of the white tiger. He launches forward, a blue phantom tiger trailing behind him to boost his speed. He moves like a railgun, cutting through the fire. Chun raises his giant sword to block, his muscles bulging in a panic. The patriarch clenches his teeth, realizing the heat radiating from the kid is actually burning his own skin. The red steam completely blinds him. Chun feels a literal chill go down his spine just by making eye contact, realizing all the moisture in his body is drying up. He tries to deny it, biting his lip. He screams that it is impossible for a patriarch of the 9 great families to feel fear toward a mere teenager. He swings his sword, but the strike only hits the empty air. Hojeong is already behind him, moving faster than the eye can track. Chun realizes this level of movement technique is rare even in the entire martial world. Hojeong lets out a tiny, mocking smile. He points out that Chun's mastered technique is a complete fake, meaning his trajectory is completely predictable. I can see it all. Hojeong swings his spear axe, clashing directly with Chun's sword mid-air. Chun is pushed back, his eyes widening in pure shock. Hojeong lands gracefully on the shattered earth. From now on, I will show you the true blood wing heavenly radiance. He launches a flurry of high-speed slashes. The red wind cuts through Chun's defensive flames like paper. Chun grunts in pain as the strikes start bypassing his armor. Hojeong closes the distance and lands a brutal kinetic punch right into Chun's chest. The physical impact ruptures Chun's internal meridians, sending blue and red sparks flying from his back. Chun coughs a massive waterfall of blood, his internal core completely failing him as he tries to find a way to escape. He tries to leap away, but Hojeong is already chasing him through the air, mocking his lack of speed. They clash multiple times in the sky, creating a web of red and orange energy. The Gujumyang subordinate is watching from below, completely sweating through his robes because he cannot even follow their movements. Chun is pushed back with every exchange, his pride completely shattered. He screams in desperation, refusing to accept that a kid is dog-walking him. He gathers every ounce of his remaining fire energy for one final massive overhead swing. The shockwave of their clash splits the ground below them. Debris is launched high into the air. Chun flies even higher, charging his ultimate soaring phoenix sword. His sword flares with a massive, unstable flame. Hojeong looks up, completely calm. He admits that Chun is genuinely strong to still be standing after losing the mental battle, but that strength means nothing now. Hojeong raises his spear axe, charging his own fire element. He explains the logic. Among the techniques of the 4 guardian gods, Guardian Tortoise is defensive, and Guardian White Tiger is offensive. Then what is the Phoenix? It is an instant kill. A colossal beam of pure crimson flame shoots straight up into the heavens, dwarf-scaling Chun's attack completely. Hojeong swings his axe down with a roar. Chun's face goes completely pale as the massive crimson wave reaches him. Chun's giant sword is shattered into pieces, and his body is sent flying like a rag doll. Hojeong lands in a perfect crouching pose, the impact cracking the earth around him. Chun is blasted directly into the center of the valley. A colossal golden-purple explosion rips through the ground, turning the entire crater into a molten pit. The dust and heat wave expand across the field. The Gujumyang subordinate is forced to shield himself from the flying rocks. The dust slowly starts to settle. The patriarch is lying completely charred and unconscious in the center of the crater, his stolen fire fully extinguished. Hojeong walks up, his clothes torn but his presence absolute. It's over. Hojeong stumbles, his body finally reaching its absolute limit after using 3 elemental awakenings back to back. The Gujumyang subordinate notices this and lets out a malicious grin. He screams to his remaining men to kill Hojeong right now, pointing out that the kid is completely out of gas. Suddenly, Master Shinmo drops from the sky like a meteor, shattering the ground in front of them with his wind key. Shinmo draws his sword, standing as an iron wall of defense. Eldest Gongja, are you alright? Hojeong leans on his axe, letting out a weak, satisfied smile. Shinmo! Beggar Hu walks up, complaining that our guy nearly gave him a heart attack with that dramatic finish. Hugh then turns to the remaining Gujumyang warriors, his casual attitude completely vanishing. Hey, you bastards! Put your swords down this instant! He unrolls the massive golden scroll bearing the official murim seals. You have all been declared public enemies of the martial world. Drop your weapons and kneel! 2 weeks later. We're in a quiet, remote apothecary deep in the former territory of the now demolished Myeong clan, and our guy is currently sitting up in bed, looking like he just survived a 3-day gaming marathon with zero sleep. He groans, completely annoyed that he's actually making weak, sick character noises. It's been exactly 15 days since his near-death match against Myeong Chun, and his custom spear axe is resting quietly in the corner. The battlefield out there is still a massive crater, a lovely reminder of what happens when you let our guy cook. He checks his system. He's recovered about 80% of his internal stamina, but those physical burn scars on his chest are refusing to heal easily. He hums, trying to figure out why his body is lagging on the auto-heal feature. He sits cross-legged to run an internal diagnostic scan on his 3 active divine elements. The most hyperactive one is the Crimson Phoenix Key, which basically grew on steroids thanks to all the raw bloodlust and life-or-death pressure from the last fight. Fortunately, there are no side effects or elemental cancer trying to melt his brain like what happened to Myeong Chun. His white tiger and guardian tortoise elements are perfectly balanced and stable. He opens his eyes, realizes his core is fine, and decides to just stop overthinking it. If it works, it works. No need to read the full patch notes. Suddenly, Shinmo slides the door open, looking very apologetic because our guy has yet another visitor. Hojong sighs. He is currently hiding out in enemy territory to avoid the massive crowd of fans at his home, and he just wants some peace and quiet. But before Shinmo can even block the doorway, a familiar voice tells Hojong to stop being such a heartless antisocial hermit, and Jegal Ayan pops in, winking and holding up a small silk bag like she didn't just bypass a whole military guard squad. Hojong's deadpan face says it all. Of course she found him. They sit down for some tea, and Hayeon explains that the entire murim is currently losing their absolute minds because of him. Hojong tries to pass the blame, pointing out that he only started this over a personal grudge and had no intention of making it a historical event. He calmly sips his tea, explaining that the Myeong clan was the one that escalated things until he had no choice. So, naturally, his only logical solution was to completely erase their entire family tree from the map. Ayan just stares at him, completely speechless. She realizes that this absolute lunatic actually planned to solo a legendary martial family from day one, and when that got too complicated, he just used politics to bury them instead. She watches him drink his tea, realizing that destroying a powerhouse of the 9 great families through pure intellect and raw force is not something a normal teenager does. She smiles, wondering how on earth she ended up becoming best friends with a literal, calculation-heavy monster. Hojong calls her out, telling her that calling her savior a monster over hot tea is highly disrespectful. He immediately pivots to the important stuff, demanding she hand over the gift she was bragging about. Ayan sighs, muttering about how her father is such a softie for sending their clan's most precious treasure to a shameless guy like him. She pulls out the lesser heavenly energy pill, telling him he better accept this legendary medicine with both hands and deep respect. Hojong casually takes it with one hand, treating a priceless spirit pill like a loose piece of candy. Ayan's jaw drops. She asks how he can be so casual about a treasure that most martial artists would fight a war over. Our guy just deadpans, asking what the pill even does. The absolute disrespect is beautiful. Ayan nearly jumps across the table, explaining that this is the legendary Jegal clan spirit pill that boosts your internal core cultivation by decades. Behind them, Shinmo is standing guard, while in the next room, a mysterious old man with long gray hair is listening to their banter with a wide grin. Shinmo suddenly senses the massive hidden presence of this elder and goes completely cold. Even our guy stops his conversation, realizing there's a legendary tier powerhouse currently standing right outside his door. The old man steps closer, his casual robes hiding an aura that could probably flatten the entire building. He smiles, amused that the younger generation is so lively. Meanwhile, let's shift over to Zuchang, Henan, the massive, highly secure ancestral home of the 9 great families. Shaolin monks are standing in silence alongside the elite forces of the righteous sects. The atmosphere is incredibly heavy, every warrior looking tense as they await the final judgment of the war. Inside the main estate, heavy incense smoke fills the quiet chambers. It drifts past the ornate wooden screens, leading toward a private, heavily guarded room, where a heavily scarred, blindfolded man is lying in bed, breathing slowly through thick layers of medical bandages. This is one of the surviving leaders of the Myeong clan, completely broken and under house arrest. Standing over him is Moyong-gun, the absolute sovereign of the coastal region, looking out the window with his hands behind his back. He notes that while the martial world is never truly quiet, an entire legendary family being erased in a single week is unprecedented. He looks down at the defeated elder with a cold, piercing gaze, asking how a family that ruled supreme for 2 centuries could be so utterly foolish. Moyang-gun walks around the room, pointing out that killing 800 innocent commoners just to dig up some ancestral secrets was a brain-dead political move. He explains that by harming so many civilians, they gave the imperial government a perfect excuse to interfere in murim affairs, which every sect absolutely despises. He calls their ancestral technique a corrupted demonic art that simply drove their patriarch insane. He lays out the brutal reality. Every single member of the Miang clan who fled will be executed, and those who surrender will spend a decade in the Thunder Prison after having their dantians shattered. The defeated elder can only look down in silence, knowing his family's legacy is completely finished. Moyang-gun places a heavy hand on the elder's shoulder, his tone shifting to something much more malicious. He leans in close, his face twisting into a terrifying, sharp-toothed grin as he asks about the missing heir of the Miang clan. He whispers that if the elder tells him exactly where the missing young master fled, he will personally reduce the sentence for both him and his daughter. The elder gasps, horrified to learn that his innocent daughter is also scheduled to be sent to the Thunder Prison. Moyang-gun asks if he seriously thought she'd walk free after practicing demonic arts and actively participating in an ambush to kill the eldest son of the Yeon clan. He paces around the room, explaining that trying to assassinate Yeon Hojong is a massive nationwide problem right now. He points out that our guy is currently the most worshipped celebrity in the entire martial world. The public is literally calling Hojong the young tiger of Jeongdong, a heroic genius who stood tall against a corrupt syndicate to protect his beloved family. They're comparing his martial bravery to the legendary Sun Se and his brilliant tactical intellect to Lu Jun. That is a massive public relations victory. Moyang-gun grins, noting that everything about the kid is extraordinary, which makes him highly dangerous to the established order. With the public viewing Hojong as a flawless, chivalrous savior, the righteous sects need a scapegoat to satisfy the masses. He looks back at the bandaged Miang elder on the bed, his smile turning razor sharp. He explains that executing the people who tried to kill their beloved hero is the perfect way to calm the public down. But as the host of the upcoming tournament, Moyang-gun has enough political leverage to quietly rewrite their sentences. He pats the elder's shoulder, offering a deal where they only lose their martial arts instead of their lives. He asks which sounds better, rotting in a dark, damp cell for the rest of their miserable lives, or living a simple, quiet life farming together in some remote village. He stands up, giving the elder exactly 3 days to think about it before the prisoners are officially transferred to the Alliance. He walks out, telling the elder he'll be waiting at a nearby tavern for the answer. The Moyang commander is left sitting in the dark, sweating profusely as the weight of the choice crushes him. Moyang-gun steps out of the massive pavilion, bathing in the bright sunlight. He lets out a satisfied sigh, noting that the weather is exceptionally clear today. He laughs out loud, looking like a politician who just successfully manipulated an entire voting demographic. He wonders what his favorite young tiger is currently up to, completely unaware that his plans are already starting to leak. Back at the apothecary, Shinmo suddenly draws his sword, screaming at the old gray-haired visitor to halt. He points his blade right at the old man's chest, warning him that no one is allowed to enter the young master's recovery room without permission. But from inside the room, Hojong's voice cuts in, telling Shinmo to stand down immediately. Hojong's eyes narrow as he looks at the old man's face. He knows exactly who this is. The old man chuckles, introducing himself as a simple, humble leader of the beggar union. Shinmo's eyes go completely wide as he realizes he just pointed a live sword at the absolute head of the beggar sect. He immediately sheathes his weapon, performing a deep, formal martial bow alongside a highly panicked Jigal Aiyon. Hojong stands up, performing a respectful, perfect salute as his blue water aura flares slightly out of instinct. The legendary beggar leader looks our guy up and down, a highly calculating smile on his face. He laughs, admitting that the rumors painted Hojong as a bloodthirsty, ruthless butcher, but he looks surprisingly decent in person. Hojong asks what kind of rumors are spreading, and the old man explains that people are saying he split the Miang warriors like firewood with a giant axe. He adds that the rumors claim Hojong actively tried to chop off Miang Chun's limbs even after the duel was officially decided. Our guy doesn't even try to lie. He just calmly admits he did, adding that he only stopped because he ran out of strength and fainted before he could finish the job. The old beggar leader's eyes twitch in absolute shock at the sheer, unbothered honesty. He asks why he would do something so unnecessarily cruel and humiliating to a defeated opponent. Hojong explains that Miang Chun explicitly threatened to chop off his limbs, decapitate him, pickle his head in salt, and throw it at his father's feet. So, naturally, our guy was just returning the favor. He tells the leader that if this honesty ruins his assessment of him, so be it, because this is simply who he is. He stands there, completely calm and unyielding, refusing to play the role of a fake, righteous hero. The old leader bursts out laughing, highly impressed by this raw, unfiltered attitude. He notes that a disciple always takes after their master, recalling how his own disciple, Ga Doiksang, was exactly like this when they first met. Hojang smiles, calling Doiksang a leech, and noting he still has a long way to go to reach his level of shamelessness. The old man continues to laugh, but his mind drifts back to a lesson he once taught his disciples. He told them that all incidents are caused by people, so before trying to solve a mystery, you must look at the center of the person to truly understand the core. He looks at Hojiang, realizing that while Ga Doiksang is only just starting to grasp this deep philosophy, this 18-year-old kid is already operating on that level naturally. His smile fades slightly as a cold chill runs down his spine. He realizes this kid isn't just a powerful, intelligent rising star, he is a literal apex predator tiger that thinks with the cold, calculating mind of a human.